to the agenda, absolutely could do that. And I think it was, if I'm understanding, it was regarding the Governmental Immunity Act specifically, but I'm happy to add that on.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I have a request for an executive session on the Sunshine Law.
And we can add a second
Okay.
onto the 15th, assuming there's room on our agenda for 2 executive sessions following the budget workshop.
Right, so what I would recommend in this case is we do the budget workshop first, and then we can add these 2 executive session items after that to occur after the budget workshop.
Perfect.
Okay.
I didn't see any questions for tonight's meeting. If not, we'll just go around for council reports. Councilor Zadi? Councilor Camelia?
I just want to say a big thank you to all of the employees at the city for Employee Appreciation Week last week. I think there's a few different events that happened and they all seem to go really well, but most of all, I just want to say thank you for all of your work. You're all amazing. And I know we have yet another award tonight and I'm really excited to announce that. And I also just want to mention that event that happened at the MAC last week, UNE, they invited several counselors over there to discuss tenant rights, and there was a really large turnout for that. That was an interesting evening, and overall, I think it went pretty well. And of course, everything that was discussed there, we'll have to direct with council and with the city manager to see how we can best fit into our budget their asks, which were for more folks inspecting tenant buildings and whatnot. But this is something we've already been working on for the last several months. And so I'm really grateful that this is something I think we're already making a lot of progress on. So just a big thank you to the organizers there. They did good work. And that's it.
Councilor Ireland?
I just want to thank City Manager Andrews for getting the weeds removed across from Lexington. I forgot to tell you last time. But it looks so much better, and it was a fire hazard and everything else, so thank you. I went to the communication board meeting for my church, and I think they sent you all an invitation to our, we have a September 11th service projects all of the month of September, but Friday is the one that they have invited the city council to go to, and it's from 6:30 to 7. Our church is on Lowell in about 130th. And we're going to put together hygiene kits that the first responders give out to those in need. And so if anyone you would like to come, that would be great. I also went to the ECPAC, which is Adams County Early Child Partnership of Adams County. I found out there's a major shortage of childcare in Adams County, especially for infants and toddlers. And I believe the main reason is how low childcare providers are paid. They can get jobs in restaurants or whatever and make so much more money. So that is a real problem. The average family of 4 in Adams County is spending over $22,000 on childcare, and it takes $110,000 a year for a family of 4 to make ends meet in Adams County. And contrast that with the median salary of Westminster that was in our budget, $98,670. So you can see that people are struggling to make ends meet. I went in 10 of the United for a new economy meeting. I have to say I'm saddened that renters work so hard to better their lives, and then they have to live in horrible conditions under corporate apartment management. And we offer homeless people better accommodations, and the people are working hard to make a living. There was legitimate concerns expressed there. I think that it would have been better served for all of us to have spoke together in a meeting, have a special session, so we could all voice answers to the problems, because in my opinion, unless we hurt the pocketbook of the landlords, nothing is going to change. And so we might think about giving vouchers for people to move from that complex. And maybe we make a code of things that are just totally unlivable. Until we do something that hurts them, we're going to continue to have this in our city because we've approved so much high-density corporate housing that it's just going to get out of hand, and we're not going to be able to afford enough inspectors. Colorado is experiencing too much apartments right now, so it's a good time to move because the rents are going down. So the special study session for this would be great, so we could all find some answers to these problems. Councilor Namil and I met with Chris Covan, Senior Transportation Mobility Planner. We both addressed the traffic area of 128th and Zuni, which is a real problem because Broomfield is part of it, Adams County is part of it, and we are part of it. So no one wants to take responsibility for that problem there. And it's a much needed overhaul. I think it's very archaic how the lights are there and everything that goes on in that corner. So we're both concerned about it. So maybe we need to start stepping up and trying to collaborate with all those around us. Anyway, there's a traffic safety study underway. So I'll be interested to see the results on that. Also, I went to the Youth Advisory Panel annual retreat, gave me hope for the future. These high school students are willing to get involved in their community and serve their community, which I thought was great. And that's all I have.
Councilor Dumont?
I attended a lot of the same things. The employee appreciation lunch was great. GQ food served for the people. Everybody looked like they had a good time doing some golf and such. So I appreciate you letting us be part of that day. I did also attend the UNE meeting. I would be curious for some of staff feedback at some point if I think that there was at least one staff member there to know kind of what we have done, what we could do, and kind of to Councilor Ireland's point in terms of, you know, at build out, how many inspectors are we really going to need in order to make sure that we manage the properties properly? I think would be the appropriate path for us to actually look at what fits the city. I also attended the youth advisory panel. That was a lot of fun. Those kids had some good questions. Got to enjoy lunch with them as well. So it's been a week of lunches. That's it for me.
Councilor Namil, or Mayor Pro Tem?
So seconding the conversation about the transportation issues, and hopefully the traffic analysis that's being done is by Adams County. And so we're hoping that they'll be providing us with information on some of those intersections that interact with our own. And so also looking forward to our future update of transportation mobility plan. That would be really helpful. And I just wanted to respond to your idea of doing a study session on renter, or I should say, zoning control, or whatever code controls that we have that might increase our ability to fine or establish fines for landlords that are not doing a good job. So I'd be happy to hear from staff what their analysis is of what do we have, and is there something stronger that we could develop to actually make more of an impact to help people. So thanks for bringing that up.
I went to the ECPAC breakfast. It was great. I know Councilor Zadi serves on their board. And the UNI group, I intended to just go for part of it because I had a second thing I had to go to, and ended up emailing them and saying I'm not coming. But I know UNI's worked so hard at getting their leadership together and everything, and they ran a tight ship. They get an A+ for everything they did. They are learning and they are doing great things. I went with city manager to the Jefferson County quarterly meeting, and we heard about the mental health concerns there and the issues and all the money that's not there. So different opportunities to have to look at each situation differently these days. The appreciation lunch, I don't know all the millions of people that worked on it, but it was absolutely fantastic. Food was terrific. I ended up being one of the last ones leaving. It's just fun talking to everybody. So thanks to all of them. And then Saturday, lunch with the Yappers. They are a wonderful group, and they were hoping for Westy to have its 75th parade, but I was hoping they'd keep it for homecoming for its 75 years, but they stopped at 74. So they were busy to tell me that I was correct, it wasn't going to happen. And that's all that I heard last year, that it was the last one. So they are a great group of people, ton of energy and great focus. So thanks for the city for having our youth involved. City Manager?
I do have a report, Mayor, that I will do at the dais. Maybe a follow-up on a couple of items raised here this evening in pre-meeting. Staff will be following up. We are currently working very closely with all the stakeholders around our rental housing in the city and also our rental housing program. So we're looking at code updates. We're looking at how we structure, and we are restructuring our team to provide additional resources without adding staff positions. So I think that UNI has been asking for added staff, and in keeping with the theme of this year's budget, we're looking at repurposing and repositioning and cross-training to do that. So we'll have more on that coming to you shortly. And in fact, one of the budget questions from Councillor Carmelia, we're addressing in the budget package heading into the 15th discussion around this program. So we'll talk about the resourcing there. And I will work with staff to schedule at the right time a study session. Staff is working a lot on this right now, and we're working on some things to bring back to City Council. Some of the work is pretty deep around our codes and our international building code and that sort of thing. So that's a heavy lift, but we're actually taking steps as we progress on that work. So we'll work to get that back as soon as we can to City Council with a study session, and we can work through some options with council as steps moving forward. That's probably the main follow-up on the Employee Appreciation Week, and especially our annual luncheon. I would, if I could, take the opportunity to shout out to our ERAT team. This is our employee recognition team internally, and those are all volunteers. So volunteer was not a bad word to choose. They put it in on their, to get this organized and done in addition to the work that they do for us. So shout out to ERAT for pulling that event off for us and having it be such a big success.
What was the crowd? It was huge.
I don't know that I have the final numbers
They even had people over at the other little place, picnic tables over on the other side.
Yeah, it was a great turnout this year. So I'll get that number back. We're probably tallying that right now. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing else? What was I going to say? Well, just for me personally, I went to get my numbers today. Last Wednesday fell apart, so I didn't get chemo on Friday. And so today I was at the hospital at 7 to get fluids. And so I am overflowing with fluids and have to keep drinking through the night because at 7 a.m. in the morning, they're going to redo me. I'm so close. They said, we can get you there. And then I'll start chemo tomorrow. But anyway, so that's what my up and downs have been. And I haven't started yet, so I'm hoping to tomorrow. So if I'm not drinking, yell at me because I'm supposed to be drinking. So I even said to somebody that might come for the meeting tonight, if you're coming, bring me an orange Gatorade because I'm supposed to be doing electrolytes. So, Councilor Hutton.
Yes, I have a question for the city manager. So I just want to check to make sure that I'm remembering correctly. With the cross-training that you're doing with staff, that's bringing our number of inspectors from 3 to 9, correct?
Correct, yes. It's just looking at two.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure that I have the right information.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a slower roll, because the 6 are currently fully engaged in their current duties. And what I mean by slower roll is that we're working through how we're merging those two teams, how we're merging those responsibilities and the cross-training and such. And I know that there's a restructuring happening. So it is happening real time though. So we will soon be seeing the benefits in the field from that team, but those numbers are accurate.
Okay, good.
And I remembered what I was going to say. Remember, end of the week, Attorney Frankel's evaluation's due. so that we don't have 4 undones again.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
All right, thank you.
Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for September 8th, 2025. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Westminster City Council meeting of September 8th, 2025. We appreciate your attendance and would like to remind everyone that our meetings are governed by the rules of decorum, which are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect during all meetings, including breaks and transitions. To ensure a welcoming and respectful environment, we kindly ask everyone to adhere to the following expectations. No attendee shall disrupt this meeting. No threats and intimidation are strictly prohibited. Audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker are not allowed. Signs and placards are prohibited inside the chamber. All attendees must remain seated in the designated seats and refrain from occupying aisles or blocking doorways. Thank you for your cooperation and understand that as we work together to maintain a productive and respectful meeting. If you are here to speak during the public comment, please sign up in the lobby. Sign up closes at 7:15, and we have 2 public hearings tonight on the agenda. Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia. Present. Councillor DeMott.
Present.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Councillor Hott.
Present.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Nermel. Councillor Ireland.
Here.
That brings us to consideration of the August 25th, 2025 council meeting minutes. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the August 25th, 2025 City Council meeting as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the August 25th, 2025 meeting. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to public comment. The public comment portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to communicate with City Council. Each participant will be given no more than 3 minutes on any topic they choose. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. If there's public hearing scheduled for the item on which you wish to speak, please hold your comments and testify when the public hearing is called. Tonight, there are 2 public hearings on the agenda, a public hearing for the 2026 budget and a public hearing for the comprehensive plan amendments and rezoning for Han Hewitt property. This evening, the city clerk has informed me that we have received no emails, no voicemails by the deadline, but I think we did.
We received 3 emails and no voicemails on the general public comment.
Thank you. Would you please call the first speaker?
The first speaker is Brian Davis.
Welcome.
If I'm here to speak on the Harrison property, do I wait?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlene Nunez.
Welcome.
I came here this evening to speak on the Midland building.
Could you take the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
Okay. I came here tonight to speak tonight on the Midland building, 7255 Irving Street. I am a resident that lives a few blocks down the road, and I was here when the council approved the rezoning of that building. It's a beautiful building, and I've been in contact with the owner of the building, and have come to find out that there's kind of a standstill on the building due to some fees, $300,000, just a little bit north of $300,000. That is a bit of a hiccup for the development to continue moving forward. And after talking with the owner, I believe the architect and the engineer had reached out to Stephanie Otto to try to get on the agenda for tonight's meeting to consider possibly getting these fees waived so the development of this building could continue. I see the owner there consistently getting weeds done, pushing off homeless people. I see his general contractor there boarding up consistently, trying to keep that place what it should be to keep the riffraff out of there and out of the neighborhood. So I was just wondering what the council can do to help the owner of this building get some of those fees waived so this development can move forward. It's a beautiful building. I'd hate to see it get demolished. There is a housing shortage in Westminster. This would provide 18 live-work units in the neighborhood, create potential jobs as well as additional housing for the neighborhood, and I think it's a great development. I've been following it, like I said, and I wouldn't want a great building to be demolished. So that's what I can talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlene Nunez. Oh, I'm sorry. The next speaker is Lauren Chevetz. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Lauren Chevetz, and I serve as Managing Director of Development for Volker. I'm here tonight to thank you for your continued support of the proposed Blossom Commons project. Senior affordable housing community. The development will bring 50 units of much needed affordable housing to the downtown neighborhood. As I shared in my last visit, the city's most recent housing needs assessment found that 82% of Westminster's senior renter households are cost burdened, meaning that they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. With Westminster's senior population expected to grow, it's vital that the city expand accessible and affordable options for older residents. We're excited that Blossom Commons can help provide some of these options. Blossom Commons will include high-quality homes for individuals and couples earning between 30 and 70% of the area median income. Since we saw you last, we have received an allocation of competitive state and federal housing tax credits. We're also working with Jefferson County to partner on this community to bring it to reality. So our team looks forward to breaking ground in April of next year, and you should be seeing units leased up in mid-2027. So thank you very much for your consideration of the development agreement in front of you this evening, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Brooks. Welcome.
Hello. Before I get into my comments, I drive down Lowell to get anywhere. Everybody's at the park. It is so, so nice. I was at the opening and saw some of you there, but it just is a lovely, lovely addition to our part of town. So thank you, everybody who was responsible for that. Several weeks ago, community members who are tenants spoke during public comment about the substandard conditions of their apartments and the ongoing failure of building managers and owners to address the issues of mold, temperature, door locks, among other issues. I was shocked and heartbroken to hear Westminster neighbors describe the ongoing challenges to have a safe, secure place to call home, and in striking contrast to the city's vision statement that says, Westminster is a city of beautiful, safe, well-maintained neighborhoods and destinations with a vibrant, diverse economy, rich and resilient environment, and a strong sense of community and belonging. I'm encouraged by the steps taken by council, city manager, and staff to address the gaps in the inspection process and the engagement with the community to improve living conditions in these locations. I attended the Unite community meeting last week and noted the presence of the mayor and council members in the program and audience. That was great. I suggest that as the current rental inspection process is revised to ensure physical problems are resolved, that attention is given to the managers who threaten tenants with retaliatory rent increases and other bullying tactics. Maybe we need to have stiffer penalties for noncompliance and repeated issues to deter bad actors. I've also been thinking about the many newer multifamily buildings as well as those under construction and in the planning stages. And I'm not against any of those. I think you know that I come and talk about, yeah, build that. We need it. And the housing study shows that we need it too. But as these structures age, there's an opportunity to be more strategic and less reactive. Let's be sure that the inspection policies and processes are scalable to meet the increased volume of required inspections and complaints. Thank you for your ongoing commitment and sense of urgency to address these issues.
Thank you. There's still some seats in the front, sort of like church, last to fill up.
The next speaker is Dan Aguirre. Sorry, David Aguirre.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is David Aguirre. I work for Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen. I'm currently fulfilling my role on behalf of Alejandra, who's out taking some personal leave. So she sends her regards here. Congress is back in session and the Congresswoman is back in DC. Something that is looming over our heads is the potential government shutdown at the end of the month. The government has until September 30th to fund itself, and so that's what's going to be taking over the news cycle moving forward. Additionally, the H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill, has passed Congress, and it has had severe impacts on Colorado's economic forecast. There was $1 billion shortfall in the Colorado budget that the Colorado legislature has now filled. But apart from that, it's gutted Medicaid. The Affordable Care Act is going to result in 4.2 million people that are going uninsured. It has about $300 billion in cuts to SNAP benefits, with 585,000 Coloradans receiving SNAP benefits. So huge impacts to the state of Colorado. On another note, our Academy nomination process is open and has been open. It will close on October 1st. So everyone that has a kid looking for an Academy nomination, West Point, the Naval Academy, Colorado's Air Force Academy, the Merchant Marines, please tell them to reach out to their representative. If they live in our district, reach out to us. Our Academy nomination process is quite extensive. They need letters of recommendation. We need their SAT scores. We need official transcripts. It does close October 1st, 11:59. So please have them get in their stuff as early as possible. They can do our offices, they can do both senators, and they can also reach out to the vice president and president for nominations. And so that closes on the 1st. And you can reach us at our number at 303-274-7944. And then for the last part of my comment, if anyone is dealing with an issue with the federal government, whether it be with the IRS, Social Security, why are all the other federal agencies going out of my head? But any other federal agency, please have them reach out to our office. Our office regularly helps people with issues that they're facing. We've saved about $5 million this year from IRS checks that needed to go out, from Social Security benefits, from VA claims that needed to be filled. So our office is dedicated to working for our constituents, and I appreciate all of you guys for having me here tonight. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bruce Baker.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm really here tonight to speak of something that has a profound effect on our futures, and that's our comprehensive plan. I mean, 4 of you know firsthand the difficulty, anxiety, struggle, and emotion we went through in the culmination of that process about 2.5 years ago. That night, passions were really inflamed, and words were through in the culmination of that process about 2.5 years ago. That night, passions were really inflamed, and words were spoken in anger. But it goes to and we had been working on the process for more than a year before, and the process had been frozen in time for 6 cities. To the we years ago. It's a promise to them. They want to have some confidence. They to really support that. So when we're invited to make changes to our comprehensive plan, please give it the importance it needs. And the bigger the project, the more I think that that process should be. I remember there was a house that needed a change in the comprehensive plan up to where I live. One house. And we gave it proper consideration. But if we're doing that for a dozen houses or more, doesn't it need even more time and consideration? And if we're doing it for 100 residences or more, and these are all when they change the plan. If we're just doing what our plan says, I think that's fine. But if we're changing it, and if the magnitude of that change is great, please take lots of time to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Keith. Welcome.
Good
I'm
evening.
sorry, before you start, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty. Okay, you should be.
Can't help with that.
Thank you. Please begin.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm addressing you tonight about Waverly Acres Park, which my understanding is there is something going to be done about it. And the prairie dogs, which I am not against. I actually love the prairie dogs, and I love the open space and all the different birds of prey that live there and interact with that. However, Waverly Acres Park is a park. It is not open space. And it is through lack of maintenance and lack of controlling the prairie dog population, putting in appropriate fencing, such that they could not ruin the park. Numerous times I've gone down there, there is basically no lawn. It's not irrigated anymore. The trees that are there are gonna die. So they talk about putting an artificial turf in there. I've heard comments, met people making estimates down there. I don't know what the final outcome's gonna be, but I know we have no idea in Waverly Acres. You walk down there and there was a toddler, twice I've seen a toddler sitting there in the dirt next to a prairie dog mound, picking up prairie dog poop and then trying to put it in their mouth. And granted, the parents should be watching this. This park is disgusting. And I love the park. It's been a beautiful park for years and years and years. I love the prairie dogs. I think they can coexist with putting in appropriate boundaries. I also think we should have watered grass there. If we can put in 2 more ball fields, we have enough water for this tiny little park that's been a neighborhood secret, and people come from all over to visit there. And it's used year round. There's always kids down there. Another issue I wanted to bring up is just south of Waverly Acres Park. There is a trail that has it has a concrete pass over the brook that goes down there, excuse me. Well, suddenly there is big barriers up saying closed and it's too dangerous to cross. Well, for 2 years, people have called in and the city's been out there and left it that way. Suddenly, it's too dangerous. The liabilities that are going on and unmatched here is very disturbing. It's very disturbing. And I really wish that we could find a better way. That whole area over there is neglected. And I would really appreciate it if you guys could take a better look at that and somehow they could talk to us and the people that are there and improve that area and make it safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
The next speaker is Pam. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here tonight to put up my not wanting the Erickson project to go through, but more importantly...
You need to talk under the public hearing time.
Oh, the public hearing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll call you back.
The next speaker is Tom Lampo. Welcome.
Thank you.
You have a crowd tonight.
Yes. All right. Hello, I'm Tom Lampo. It's good to be in front of Westminster. It's good to be in front of you. I'm here to invite God to be with us and to pray for the people of Westminster. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we invite you here to the council meeting and to the city of Westminster. We need your presence to influence and guide our daily lives. You are always welcome wherever we go. You are the creator of all things, and your love for us is evident in what you have given us to help us live our lives. John 14:16 states, "And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another advocate to help you and be with you forever." You understood this life would be difficult, and we need assistance, so you gave us the Holy Spirit to be with us. Help us to embrace the Holy Spirit in our lives. Father, help us to show love to one another. We can find ourselves judging those around us rather than showing love to them. You showed us the ultimate love by sending your Son to die for us. You tell us what love looks like in 1 Corinthians 13:4-7, where it states, "Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast. It is not proud, it does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres." Help us to live our lives to intentionally and purposely show your perfect love to those around us. Lord, your grace saved us. We constantly make decisions which pull us away from you. We are limited to the amount or to the moment, and we can only guess at what our decisions will the outcome of our decisions will be. You see what is happening now and how each interaction will play out because you see the future. You never ask out of us for perfection. In Micah 6:8, you state what you want from us. Know, O people, the Lord has told you what is good, and this is what he requires of you, to do what is right, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Help us to get this right. We can do better for ourselves and for those around us if we could walk humbly with you, if we would love mercy for others as much as we love mercy for ourselves, and to do what is right in all situations. You are our God, and we are your people. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Fenimore. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, Jody, Barb. Just want to thank you guys for giving us a chance to come up here and speak our interests and concerns to you to where we can hopefully make the community better for everybody. Something I just want to bring to your attention is today I was blessed by driving off of Westminster Boulevard onto 98th, and what was up on the light pole? An eagle. What a blessing. I was able to drive right under that eagle, and he watched me drive right under. And that's something that this area is good for. That area's got the eagles, and also over at Stanley Lake. I've seen them there numerous times through the last 66 years. So we live in a great city, and I don't know if people realize how blessed we are to live in this community. Something I want to bring to you is a couple weeks back, I was down on Irving Street and I seen some vehicles and I stopped at the Midland building and met Gerald. I told him about, the concerns that the community has, and we discussed them. And I said, this is a great building. I would hate to see it be tore down. I'm just surprised that it hasn't been something done with it. So anyway, I asked him, I said, it sounds like it's in disarray. And so I asked if I could get a tour. And he took me on a tour through it. I come from a construction background. My grandfather, my uncle, and my dad were mason contractors. The inside of that building, it's ready to start being developed and built out. There's not any cracks in the block walls. There's not any cracks in the brick on the outside. And understanding that John, the owner, still has interest to go ahead and develop that property and turn it into something, is it an asset to the community instead of something to where everybody's worried about the homeless and everything that goes along with the drugs and the trash and busting out the windows and everything. So I'd like to personally see, John given a little bit more time. We give a lot of time to different groups, different builders, different contractors, different developments. And so as long as John's making progress, hopefully we don't cut him off and destroy that building where it just turns into a dirt lot for the rest of its life, or the next 20, 30 years, or our lives. There's also still a bunch of signs up on Federal, those big ones, and they haven't taken them down. They're oversized. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
That brings us to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a brief report this evening. If I could have the next slide, please. I first would like to thank our speakers tonight who have spoken, and staff and City Council do listen, and staff will follow up with anyone who's requested follow-up, and we will make sure that that happens in a timely manner. By way of update, I want to highlight a joint traffic enforcement initiative that was conducted by Westminster Police in conjunction with partner agencies in Thornton, Brighton, with the Colorado State Patrol and Adams County. And this is something that's been raised many times in this room by speakers. And unregistered, coordinated, and 300 tickets issued, 6 on so the Westminster, and I want to highlight how that fits in to our police department's mission. Westminster PD conducts daily traffic enforcement operations and encourages residents to follow traffic laws for the safety of our community. And so these efforts will continue. We did not advertise that ahead of time, and I think that the enforcement efforts definitely yielded results for us, and our PD will continue to track successes there. Next slide, please. I also want to provide this update. The Butterfly Pavilion does have plans in here, in Westminster, right in our own community. So for some time, there was discussion of the Butterfly Pavilion leaving Westminster, and I want to assure City Council and our community that we are working very closely with the Butterfly Pavilion so that they stay in Westminster, and that will include a launch of a phased renovation and an expansion where they currently are on Westminster Boulevard. So I want to highlight that planning is underway to build a world-class dynamic new campus for the Butterfly Pavilion that will inspire global environmental leadership and strengthen both the Westminster and the state economy. So in partnership with the city, the Butterfly Pavilion will soon be advancing conservation, research, education, and have a broader community impact. So much more to come on that, but I would like to make sure that our community knows Butterfly Pavilion is staying in Westminster, and we're working with them to expand their facilities. Next slide, please. Also, by way of update, this is in your packet this evening, Mayor and Council, and that is that our city very own Public Works and Utilities Department is now pursuing the American Public Works Association, or APWA, rigorous 36-month accreditation process to align our department with nationally recognized best practices. So that will align, of course, with the city's strategic priorities of resilient infrastructure and organizational vitality, and the APWA accreditation will affirm the city's commitment to high-quality service, operational efficiency, and staff development. And I just want to note that pursuit of accreditation reflects a strategic investment in accountability and continuous improvement. Next slide, please. So I'll cover then what we are doing tonight, and I know that we have a lot of people here to speak to a public hearing, so I'll move through this fairly quickly. Included in your packet is the 2025 mid-year strategic plan progress report. So this is a report on your strategic plan and the progress made on that. I mentioned already in the packet is, if anyone wants more information on the APWA initiative, that's in packet. On consent agenda, we have 5 items. One of those items has been removed from consent, and that will be dealt with separately this evening. And for public hearings, there are 2 tonight, as the mayor mentioned. The first public hearing is on the proposed 2026 budget, and this is the opportunity for members of our community to speak to City Council, but this is not the night where City Council will engage with those speakers. Our session is actually next Monday on the budget, so tonight is the community's opportunity to provide us with further input on the draft budget that Council's reviewing. The next public hearing, where I understand we have 31 speakers signed up for this one. That is a public hearing and first reading regarding a comprehensive plan amendment for the proposed continuing care retirement community on the approximately 75.5 acres at Westminster Boulevard and West 104th Avenue. And also first reading of Councilor's Bill 32. That's a rezoning to the planned unit development, or PUD, for that Han Hewitt property, and consideration of a preliminary development plan, or PDP. So that hearing is coming up in just a little bit. Next slide, please. Also on tonight's agenda are 3 items of, of new business. The first of which is Councilor's Bill 29, and that's approving a development agreement with Volker Development for the development of Lot 2, Block C6 in downtown Westminster, and we did have a speaker on that project, and that's Blossom Commons. The second item is first reading of Councilor's Bill 30, and that's a supplemental appropriation of funds for the Federal Parkway Multimodal Transportation Improvements Project, and that will be authorizing contracts with Colorado Paving Inc. and Martin Inc. to get that project built. Next slide, next item is first reading of Councilor's Bill 33, and that is a supplemental appropriation to fund, to execute contracts with Reynolds Construction, Burns and McDonnell for the raw water line construction project, which will service the Westminster Boulevard drinking water facility. Next slide, please. And finally, third slide tonight, 2 items of old business, a second reading of Councilor's Bill 26, amending sections 671 and 6712G of our code to prohibit the retail sale and possession of cats and dogs. The second reading tonight also of Councilor's Bill 27, and that's approving a proposed development agreement with Prime West Development for Block C5 in downtown Westminster. And finally, the parallel meeting to that of our Westminster Economic Development Authority, or WEDA meeting, and that's Resolution 244, again regarding the proposed development agreement with Volker Development for the development of Lot 2, Block C6. Sorry, that's not Volker, that is Prime West for the development of Lot 2, Block C6 in downtown Westminster. Next slide, please. And finally, some meetings happening this week at City Hall. On Tuesday, September 9th is a Planning Commission meeting that will start at 7 p.m. right here at City Hall. On Wednesday, September 10th, we have an Inclusivity Board meeting at City Hall. That's a hybrid meeting that begins at 6 p.m. And also on Wednesday, September 10th, a Youth Advisory Panel meeting right here at City Hall, and that also begins at 6 p.m. And then finally on Thursday, September 11th, our Parks, Recreation, Libraries, and Open Space Advisory Board is meeting, and that's in our Westview Recreation Center, and that begins at 6 p.m. also. Next slide, please. On Saturday this week, September 13th, at the Brow property is another free tree limb recycling opportunity for all Westminster residents. And that address is 10001 Alkire Street, and residents can come by at any time between 8 a.m. and noon to drop off any tree branches that they have, and we'll take care of those for you, mulch them up, and make that mulch available also for free at our mulch site. Westminster History Tours, Trailblazers of Westminster is happening at the Westminster History Center, and that runs from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Also happening on Saturday, Downtown Activation Series, Kids Zone at Downtown Westminster, and that runs from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And you can tell it's a busy Saturday. Rom-Com, Fall in Love, Authors Panel Discussion, College Hill Library, and that starts at 4:15 and runs to 8 p.m. So that will round out your Saturday. You can spend that with us the whole day. Next slide, please. And finally, as I've mentioned earlier, our next meeting is here in our council boardroom. That's a study session meeting of City Council, and that will be to review the 2026 proposed budget. So any input we receive tonight, that will be folded into that meeting that night. And I believe also we'll agenda this. I believe there are 2 executive session items that will also be added that will follow that budget meeting that night. Next slide, please. And finally, for those of you who don't know, you can reach out to the city at any time in multiple ways. First, I would encourage you to use Access Westminster. If you haven't yet, you can get the free app on your mobile phone. You can also access it at westminsterco.gov/access Westminster. You can reach the city during business hours at 303-658-2400. We have a great website, westminsterco.gov, and we have 4 social media platforms that are active: Facebook, Instagram, X, or Nextdoor. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Council have any questions? Seeing none, that brings us to City Council comments. Councilor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple things I wanted to share with the public. First of all, thank you for everybody who came out tonight to participate in your government. Second, on the 17th at 5 o'clock, I have my town hall at Kokopelli Beer Company, which is Policy and Pilsner. Be there for about an hour. Anybody's welcome to come. We just kind of hang out, patron that business, and talk about what's going on in the community. The other event I wanted to share is not my event, but it is at Kokopelli Beer Company as well. It's on Sunday the 21st. It's for our Paramedics and Pavement tax initiative. That is by the Citizen Committee that is putting that fundraiser on. So if you have not heard us talk about that initiative yet, that's a good opportunity to go and hear and get educated about what that tax initiative is about and how it helps our fire department and our streets. So hopefully if folks are interested in that, they'll be there. And again, that's from 1 to 3 on the 21st at Kokopelli Beer Company.
Anyone else? Councilor Camelia?
Thank you so much. I just want to do a few shout outs and comments from the speakers we heard tonight. First, I'll start with excellent job to our West DPD for that joint project on the traffic enforcement project. I just want to say I think that's an excellent example of what strategic collaboration can deliver for us. So great job there. And then I also want to say congratulations to our Public Works team for pursuing accreditation. This is really exciting. Several of our departments have pursued accreditation, and this will be a shining example of what Westy can do. And then I'll quickly address the first speaker's remarks around the Midland building. I think that it might be a lengthy process for us this evening to go over the long history that we've had with the owner there. But just know that myself and I think several of us councilors up here are very much for affordable housing. But unfortunately, I will just speak for myself when I say that I think that the long and historied story for this building shows that the owner does not have good faith in actually completing that project. And then lastly, I just want to give a really big shout out to our youth advisory panel. I missed mentioning on our earlier remarks that our youth advisory panel had a meeting this weekend, and it was for the beginning of this year. And I'm just really proud of Lucy, who is now the chair of YAP, and she has been an intern for me over the last year. She's done incredible work, and I hope you all get the chance to meet Lucy because she is going to be a future leader, and I'm really excited for her. That's all I have.
Councilor Ireland.
Hi, I just want to thank all of you for coming out tonight. It'll probably be a long night, so I appreciate you coming. I shout out to the lady that talked about Waverly Parks park. I never knew that you were having those issues, so thank you for coming and talking about that. The Midland building, would staff would just give an update to what transpired there so everyone knows? Is there someone that can?
Because we don't have back and forthness with these, staff will get back to that person, but that is not the person.
Great, thank you.
Purpose of what we do.
We'll have them get back to you. And then we also talked about UNI and the problems with their apartments that are basically unlivable. And we're going to come back as city council and discuss our options. So know that we're listening and we're going to try to find answers. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? That brings us to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Councilor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda items 8A to 8C and 8E.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda items 8A through C and item 8E. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Carmelia? Yes. Councilor Demott?
Yes.
Councilor Azadi?
Yes.
Councilor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
And Councilor Ireland?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Councilor Azadi? You need a motion for D.
Sorry. I move to authorize the city manager to execute Amendment 1 with PCL Construction, Inc. for the construction of the Westminster Boulevard drinking water facility with a guaranteed maximum price of $189,536. Sorry, $189,536,485 added to the existing pre-construction services contract amount of $450,000 plus a city-held contingency of $3.79 million for a total authorized expenditure amount not to exceed $193,776,485.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 8D, motion 1. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
I have a discussion.
Oh, Councilor Ireland.
I just wanted everyone to know that I never approved this plant, and I still don't approve of it. It does not replace Semper, which I long ago, not that many years ago, but before I was elected, I toured the plant. It's a 44 million gallon a day plant. The new plant is only 14.7. It does not replace the plant. We're going to have to spend more money at some time to either upgrade Semper or build more onto this plant. I know that Boulder has a plant that's 7 years older than our plant. It's a 40 million gallon a day plant. It also runs with gravity. And we had an expert from our city upgrade that plant in 2019 for $30 million. I want to ask staff if the contract includes the land that we paid for this new plant.
Thank you for the question, Councilor. Paul Knippel, our Director of Public Works and Utilities, is coming to the podium to address your question.
Welcome.
Can you tell the public how much we paid for the land? It's 37 point something acres, approximately. How much did we pay for that land?
I think it's for the land and the fees and things that went into the acquisition of the land. I think we were right around $32 million.
That's expensive land, guys. It was originally appraised at 9.5 million, basically, and we ended up paying that much money. Can you tell the public why we spent 32 million on this land?
We had that was the value that a condemnation court had come to for us. We had an appraised value. It was not agreed upon, and it went through a process, and the property was awarded an amount that was based on a contract price for an adjacent property. So.
Okay, so Thank you for being transparent. Also, the contract includes $16 million for ozonation. I want to educate you on that because I think it's snake oil. I think it's something we do not need to spend $16 million more on. I sent an email to the city council. They know what it's about. Basically, I'll just get to the summary of it. Key considerations of ozonation. Ozonation generators and systems have high initial purchase and installation costs. They're a complex system requiring skilled personnel to operate and maintain. And the ozone generation process consumes a significant amount of electricity. Our city's already seen a shortage of electricity in areas of our city, so this is a concern to me. And ozone quickly decomposes in water, meaning it doesn't provide residential disinfection in the water distribution center, which is a major difference from chlorine. So in our distributions, we have 2 other plants, so the water all combines. So tell me how ozonation is going to help us, other than costing us $16 million.
Call on our water treatment superintendent to respond first to that, and then we also have our city engineer, John Burke. So, Ryan Decker.
Mayor, councilors, thank you so much for the question. My name is Ryan Decker. I am the city's water treatment superintendent, which means that I'm managing the Semper Water Treatment Facility, the Northwest Water Treatment Facility, and soon to be, if this is passed, the 3rd facility off of Westminster Boulevard. To answer your question about ozone, you are absolutely correct. Once it's in the water, it's a very powerful oxidant and it's quickly consumed. So it will not serve as a residual disinfectant in the water. We will continue to use a combination of free chlorine and ammonia, which forms a compound called monochloramine. That's absolutely correct. The main purpose for ozone is really to advance that facility into the future to deal with new and upcoming regulations, changes to our raw water quality from, for example, a forest fire in the watershed. So those are the main reasons for the ozone being added to this treatment plant.
Well, I have to say that I went to Semper and I asked that question about if there was a fire in our water shed. Guess what the answer was? It would be safe to drink, but it would take 2 weeks for it not to taste like smoke. I don't think spending $16 million more is what the public needs right now. So that I will be voting no.
This is Andrea Song, Utilities Division Manager. Good evening, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. It's a cheaper insurance to provide water. When you do have a forest fire, you get high organics dissolved. It's like silt, ash, and it can clog systems and really derate what a water treatment plant is capable of producing for water. So our water could be compromised in what we deliver to the city. This ozone would basically eliminate, knock down the organics, make it treatable, knock down that taste and odor, give our customers confidence, and have our facility operating at full capacity. A membrane plant would get blinded by some of that silt and ash. So this is just protection for the future in a small amount. Other utilities are doing it, like Colorado Springs or Bailey Water Treatment Facility under the Southern Delivery System has ozone. Our neighbors Thornton, their treatment plant that they just constructed has ozone for these very reasons, to make us capable of treating deteriorating water quality, climate change, more events that are occurring, even flash floods after wildfire, brings the organics, brings iron, manganese, some of these contaminants that ozone can also get rid of that contribute to taste and odor. So it's a multi-barrier protection in our line of defense, and it would be well for our community to have for a treatment process.
Well, my concern is the cost, because we're building these water treatment plants all over this country. It's not just Colorado. My parents have a 1/4 acre lot, very small yard. This summer, they're spending $680 a month for water. And it's because of these kind of things that we're promoting. The cost is prohibitive for people to even take care of our city and have trees and lawns and everything else, which to me is a consideration besides a possible fire. That people can't afford it. Anyway, thank you.
I understand we've done everything to value engineer, so thank you.
Thank you. One
before you guys walk off.
second. Councilor Demott.
I want to ask a question about Semper and the ozonation. So as we evaluated that, and I know the answer to this, but I want you to answer since we're going to have this discussion tonight. When we evaluated Semper, part of the problem, if I recall, was the fact that we didn't have space for this new technology. Is that accurate? That's probably my only question for you, but I do have some comments. So this is certainly continues to be a hot topic in the community as far as the treatment plant. And I think one of the key things that we heard, the cost of the land, we thought the land was a certain cost, and the court said it was worth more than what we thought it was going to be paid for. So that also played into the fact of why we went forward with the plant at Westminster Boulevard. I think it's important for the public to understand, as council at the time evaluated what property we were going to put the water plant on, we would have walked away from $9 million and not had property to put a new water plant on. I wish that we would have been able to figure out a better way to rehab Semper. Part of the problem that people may or may not remember is if they rebuild Semper and they take it apart, we have one water plant left that can only serve enough water for indoor watering. If they have a catastrophic failure during a rehab, they couldn't promise us how long that would be. That is a risk that I personally took into consideration and wasn't willing to take for this community, because that's a pretty big risk. Some of the ancillary results of the path that we're taking, Westminster Boulevard, which I will be supporting tonight in that water plant, has the ability for us to add multiple water trains. The original plan was bigger than we needed. We were able to save money by our pause, where we reevaluated and staff did a lot of hard work to say what makes sense for this community. So it gives us some future flexibility. The other thing that it does for us is we may be able to rehab Semper in the future, and that's something that I certainly think that the city should evaluate. You then have 3 geographic locations to serve fresh water to the city. That's something that would make our water supply very, very diverse, and that's a good thing for the community at large. One of the other big things that was debated, though, was the ozonation and the fact that we don't have modern technology, and we certainly haven't been shielded from wildfires in the state of Colorado. Yeah, there are different ways that they could bypass that, but I think that staff spoke well in terms of what it does for us versus what we would do today. There are obviously methods to do something today, but this would be a better technology. The last thing that I would say that the council at the time worked really hard on that has made this different is how we've structured the cost for the community. If you remember, this was before being paid for with large water increases. The council at the time decreased water rates, which is something historically never happened in this city for residential water rates. And then we worked with staff to say over the next 10 years, we weren't going to increase fresh water more than 4.5%. And I'm happy to say that was a ceiling. And for the last couple of cycles, they've been able to come under that 4.5%. So I just want to make sure that we have some good context about the hard work that both staff and council did. If I had a magic wand, we would have been able to redo Semper and not spent any money, but that's just not the reality that we have. And the last thing that I would say in terms of what's happened from when we hear talk about a Boulder plant that is 6 or 7 years ago, if anybody knows anything about construction costs, especially post-COVID, they've done nothing but escalate it. So we are not immune to that. We have to pay those construction costs just like the private world does.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I was just going to state that I am actually excited that staff has been able to keep with the rising construction costs that we've seen over the past few years, that you've been able to keep the costs of this facility to under $200 million. I know that's a big number. In conversations I've had with other fellow councilors outside of our city and in some of our neighboring cities, they're looking at $300 million for new facilities that are actually processing less water. So I think I want to underline and maybe have staff highlight the fact that we did have a bigger price tag on this several years ago. And yes, and staff actually looked at this, and I was wondering if you could just very briefly touch on that little trajectory of how we've ended up at this number and how we actually made this a more efficient.
For specific numbers, I'll call engineering, but I do want to say that we underwent a significant value engineering effort with like 146 items. And I mean, it was a lot to get down to exactly what we need without cutting actual operation of the plant. But even in this recommendation for ozone, we couldn't get the cost down. We realized with this community and what the cost is, but if you want to say what the numbers were at, we were 250, and then you want to add in too?
Yeah, and I'll just add, from an operations perspective, we truly, as part of that value engineering effort, turned over every stone and asked ourselves, what could we absolutely not, live with and versus not live without? And so, we obviously couldn't sacrifice regulatory, the taste, the quality of the water that Westminster residents have come to expect, but we really did cross every bridge that we could to save our residents money.
I don't mean to jump in, and maybe you know this number, but I had asked this question to staff, and so I have the memo that they sent us. And so Water 2025's actual price tag that staff shared with me just this last week was originally $304 million.
Yes, that is correct, Councilor Ahmad. So yeah, I think the Water 2025 originally was the $300 million. With the pause that council directed, we reshifted, went from a 30 MGD plant down to the 14.7, strategically knowing that we're going to keep Semper going for the next 15, 20 years, reinvesting in that facility so we have that resiliency in our entire system. Took that pause, $100 million delta, cost escalations were still going up, and just like Ryan just said, we just didn't stop. This team with operations, contractor, designers, for the past 18 months, I mean, I got my role in December 23, and like Andre just said, it was 180 some items we went through with that team to value engineer, combine buildings, have a better system at a lower price with a great construction partner in PCL that's going to go deliver this plant for our community for the next 50 to 100 years.
Thank you, staff.
Councilor Carmelia.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to all of the comments you just made. I want everyone to understand that it is our responsibility on council to be stewards of our city and of our residents, and that it has been my commitment since taking office to place the public health and safety of all of our residents as a #1 priority in every decision and vote that I make. I want to remind folks that really close by to us, we had the flood of 2013. I know I survived that. I'm not sure if anyone else here did. I was on pre-evacuation orders for the Marshall Fire, and I'm sure I'm not alone here in this room on that. And I don't believe that there is any excuse for us to build a new water plant and not keep up with modern filtration standards. Wildfire for our community is not an if, it's a when. And if we're paying any attention, FEMA funds have been drained. We need, as a city, to be self-reliant because further funds are not going to be incoming. I believe it's our duty to be responsible stewards for all of you and to take every mitigation measure that we can and to protect the well-being of our residents. I believe that this is the responsible thing to do, to build a modern plant to include every current filtration step.
Councilor Zadi.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Councilor Damad and Mayor Pro Tem said it best, so I won't repeat what they said. But I will add that, when I first got on, it was November 2021, 4 of us. It was myself, it was Mayor Pro Tem Namela, Mayor McNally, and Councilor Damad, along with 3 other councilors in 2021. That effort that led us to where we're at today, that took a lot of collaboration amongst 4 of us here, amongst the value engineering that you've talked about, right? The strategic financing that led to all the savings. Just so many different elements and people and stakeholders and time. And like Mayor Pro Tem said, the costs escalation that occurred and we're still able to deliver this. What we've done was we delivered clean water for generations. That's how important this project is. And I want to read something, an email. So Councillor Ireland sent us an email on ozonation. And I'm going to read from her words in this email, the section that she didn't mention in her comments, but a section called Key Benefits of ozonation. This is from her email. It says, powerful disinfection. Ozone is highly effective at killing bacteria and viruses. Number 2, improved taste and odor. It oxidizes compounds that cause unpleasant taste and odors. Number 3 is a contaminant removal. Ozone removes color and oxidizes dissolved metals like iron and manganese. And number 4, no harmful residuals. So unlike chlorine, ozone breaks down into oxygen and leaves no toxic byproducts. Those are, in my opinion, those are really, really significant benefits. And that's from her own email as to why this is so important. So thank you, staff, and thank you to the 4 of us and the 3 who are not here anymore for the work that we did to get this done. Thank you.
Councillor Ireland.
A couple more points. This contract doesn't include upgrading Semper, right? Which we're going to do. How much is that going to be?
That is correct. So we will be going out to bid for the upgrades of Semper. Currently in the proposed 2026 budget, we have around $8.4 million allocated in 2029, another $8.4 million in 2030. Again, once we commission the new plant, which will be in 2029, that's when the team feels we'll be in a good position to rehabilitate Semper again to backfill the 14.7 million gallons per day on the new plant. Semper is still generating 44 MGD per day. So we want to make sure that we invest in that.
The whole premise is we were going to replace the plant, but that's not happening. So it's going to be quite a bit of money just to put into Semper. And by the way, that plant in Boulder was completed in 2019, so it wasn't that long. And we built our other plant was completed in 2001, and we were supposed to use it in the winter to upgrade Semper in this winter time. I mean, use the water. We had enough water from that plant for all customers in the winter to upgrade Semper during the winter. We need another plant to do that. Is that correct?
So the Northwest Treatment Facility generates 15 per day.
Yep, and it was enough for winter consumption, so we could upgrade Semper during the winter.
I wasn't here when you guys made that decision or when we did, but yes, that would be, generally speaking, the 15 MGD is enough water to satisfy our indoor water ban, so no irrigation. So yes,
Okay.
if we were able to shut down the plant Semper for 3 to 4 months during the winter, then the answer would be yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Camelia.
My last note is I didn't thank you, and I owe you, we all owe you an enormous thank you for how hard you've worked to save us enough money so that we can now have this conversation. Thank you.
Councillor Dumont.
I just want to make a point of clarification with Northwest. My understanding of Northwest, and the mayor was probably here through some of that, that was primarily so that you could do maintenance and upgrades, not a major rehaul or rebuild of the plant.
Yeah, that's actually, that's 100% accurate.
And
So it's for repairs, deferred maintenance that we've had to push off because during summer when it's high demand, people's irrigation systems are on, we need Semper and Northwest to meet those demands. So during winter, yes, we can then kind of do that maintenance at Semper that we've been pushing off because during high demand, it's just too risky.
Great. And so that's kind of back to my point of why I had issue with the risk of a rehaul at Semper in our current situation. And if I heard your numbers right, even with us doing this versus adding another train at Northwest where we could extend Semper for, you said, 8 million in 1 year and 8 million in another year, we're still far under what the price tag for Water 2025 was going to cost the city of Westminster. And that gives us, again, geographic diversity in the system where any 2 plants can meet the need at high load of our city. So I think that that's a great benefit for the community at large.
I just want to say I love my job because I never know what's going to happen at these meetings, and I never expected this last half hour. So thank you very much for being here and explaining, and to counselors for explaining where we've been, because we have a crowd of people that are waiting to talk about some other issues, and now they're have knowledge of this issue. So thank you so much. I know the hard work that you've all been put into, and we appreciate it. Roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Counselor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland.
No.
Counselor Carmelia.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to Inc. in the amount of $11.7 for construction management services for the Westminster Boulevard drinking water facility, added to the existing contract amount of $19,206,838, plus a city-held contingency of $1.5 million, for a total authorized expenditure amount not to exceed $31,867,415.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
This motion has been made to approve item 8D, motion 2. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland. No. Counselor Carmelia.
Yes.
Counselor DeMott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
That brings us to our first public hearing of the proposed 2026 budget. Do we have, I see that staff has no presentation, so go to people that might be here. Do we have anyone signed up?
We do. The first speaker is Carl McGrill.
And I'll note that it's 8:06 to open the public hearing. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Carl McGurl. I am a member of the United for New Economy and a renter at Atrium Apartments. Thank you to those members that were able to make our meeting public last week. You all know my story and experience of having a heater that didn't work and then ran nonstop. While it's not working, being flooded with sewage. Through the city's complaint-based process and systematic inspection, my heater was finally fixed and repairs began, but my other neighbors have not seen that. That's why I'm here asking that the budget include 3 more housing inspectors. Our inspectors would give the city the capacity to check properties and hold corporate landlords accountable, especially those who have not got the license registered with the city. We deserve to have a budget that also centers on the needs of protecting the rights of renters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Heather Gates.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Heather Gates. I'm at the Atrium. I'm part of the union for the economic, whatever you want to call it. Because of the rental and inspection program that the city has, I was able to get my living conditions addressed, but I know other apartments aren't being looked at like my apartment has. We need more inspectors to increase enforcement of these bad landlords so that no one goes through what I have. As a mother, I have a daughter to worry about as well. I want her to grow up in a future with healthy and safe housing for all. This is why I'm asking for 3 more rental housing inspectors with no one who can speak Spanish, standing with the community and make housing in city priorities.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Bev Bishop.
Welcome. And I know you're going to have to pull the microphone down.
You got it. Hello, City Council members and Mayor McNally. My name is Bev Bishop. I'm a small landlord and part of UNE. Seen firsthand how the rental inspection program has addressed the living conditions of renters in Westminster. This program is the only way to hold bad actor landlords accountable, providing safe and healthy housing. But the only way the city can have the capacity to hold them accountable is by getting more rental housing inspectors. Why I'm requesting also that the city add 3 more rental housing inspectors and with one who can speak Spanish. This will increase the city's capacity to enforce good conditions and make healthy housing a guarantee in Westminster. Stand with members of our community over corporate entities that don't even live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Emily Brooks.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, staff. I just want to put my 2 cents in and say, I think this is a really reasonable request based on the limited information and appalling conditions that some members of our community have been living in. I think we owe it to the community to step up to this in an appropriate way. This may not be what's needed over the long term, but I think it certainly is needed right now to take care of these people. You've heard them talk about, my situation got fixed, but my next door neighbors didn't. We need to do something more than onesie twosie, this apartment, that apartment, something broader, bigger scale, take care of this problem and send a message to apartment owners and managers that Westminster doesn't tolerate this. So I support the request. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Knowing that we have many coming up before the next one, I will close this public hearing at 8:12, and we will take a quick break. I know. I was afraid to because.
Make yourself happy.
I was like,
The next agenda item is public hearing and first reading of Councilor's Bill Number 31 regarding comprehensive land plan amendments for the proposed continuing care retirement community on approximately 75.5 acres at Westminster Boulevard and West 104th Avenue. First reading of Councilor's Bill Number 32, rezoning to planned unit development for Han Hewitt property and consideration of a preliminary development plan. This evening, let me share how this is going to work. I will open the public hearing first. We will have a staff presentation. We will have applicant presentation. We will have public testimony. We will then take a 10-minute break. We will then have staff response. We will then have applicant response. The council at that time will go into executive session. The city council will come back with questions and answers. We will close the hearing and we will have our deliberation. So with that, it is 8:22 and I open the public hearing. Do we have staff presentation?
And Mayor, if I may have just one moment
I'm sorry.
preliminarily.
I know you had something.
One
Sorry.
moment. Thank you very much. City Attorney Dave Frankel, just a preliminary question I have for Councilor Ireland. Councilor Ireland, I understand that you may have attended the Planning Commission presentation on this project when it was heard approximately 2 weeks ago. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I didn't know that's what the project was till I showed up. So I just wanted to see who our planners were and what they did. So I do have no pre-thoughts of how I'm going to go on this. So I'm not prejudging it at all.
Thank you, Councilor Ireland. Just to be clear then, are you able to consider only the evidence that's presented tonight, applying the criteria in the municipal code in reaching a vote on your own part with regard to this application?
Correct, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem City Council. John McConnell, Planning Manager here. I'm going to provide you with a very brief introduction to this public hearing item, then I'll turn the full presentation over to Principal Planner Jacob Kaza. Tonight, you'll have 3 separate applications involving a single development concept for a large-scale senior housing continuing care retirement community. Of the 3 applications, you'll have a comprehensive plan amendment, a rezoning request of plan unit development, and a preliminary development plan to accompany the rezoning. A staff memo and presentation contains a detailed cross-departmental analysis of the review criteria for all 3 of these applications. And due to the scale and complexity of the applications, staff from several departments are here to answer questions from the City Council once the presentations and public comment is complete. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Mr. Kaza.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Jacob Kaza. I'm a Principal Planner with the Planning Division, here to provide you with the staff presentation for this public hearing item. As a part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, the published notice, mailed notices, and posted notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to 994 property owners, tenants, and HOAs within 1,000 feet of the parcel under consideration tonight. 5 public notification signs were posted on the subject property in both English and Spanish languages. Since the original posting, the applicant has added 2 additional signs on the east side of the project. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. The 75.5 acre subject parcel is located on the 74-acre north portion of the Han Hewitt property, located east of Westminster Boulevard, south of West 104th Avenue, west of Waverly Acres planned unit development, and north of the city's future water treatment facility. The 1.5 acre public open space property, referred to as Tract A, is located directly adjacent to the north side of the Han Hewitt property and south of West 104th Avenue. On the left side of this slide, you will see that a majority of the Hahn property is currently designated as employment flex, with a small portion in the northwest quadrant across Big Dry Creek along Westminster Boulevard designated commercial, shown here in red. Tract A to the north of the Hahn Hewitt property is currently designated green as open space. On the right side, you will see that most of the subject property is proposed by the applicant to be redesignated as urban multifamily to facilitate the construction of a continuing care retirement community, or CCRC. If approved, Tract A would be incorporated into the development parcel and redesignated as urban multifamily. The portion of private property along either side of Big Dry Creek, including the former commercial designated parcel, is proposed to be dedicated as PLD and would be redesignated as open space, including a 1.5 acre portion of property along Big Dry Creek that replaces the 1.5 acres of open space south of West 104th Avenue. The dashed black line represents the final property line around the CCRC site. Section 11.521 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing land use plan amendments. These cover compliance with city regulations and policies, analysis of planning and impacts on surrounding communities, site constraints, and impacts on existing infrastructure. Staff has analyzed the applicant's proposal and has grouped their findings into 3 groups. The first is the consideration of housing versus employment. The existing employment flex land use designation would encourage greater growth of employment in line with the comprehensive plan's managed growth plan cornerstone. The comprehensive plan also encourages a mix of housing opportunities to accommodate a wide range of age groups and lifestyle choices, and the provision of housing options that allow seniors to age in place. The proposed CCRC at completion would increase the number of independent senior living units in the city by more than 140%. However, the result would also be a loss of the largest remaining employment site with high visibility and access to the US 36 corridor. While the recent housing needs assessment identifies the need for a continuum of care ranging from independent senior living to assisted living to senior housing, it specifically calls out affordable senior housing as one of the city's greatest housing needs. The proposed CCRC would not be considered affordable, though it could be argued that housing in other parts of the city may become available as residents choose to move to the CCRC. The city's comprehensive plan lays out a vision for the Church Ranch focus area that the subject property lies directly within. The map on this slide shows the framework plan for the focus area. The plan specifically calls out the desire for employment-generating land uses on the Hahn property, along with local serving retail and multifamily development along US 36, north of Church Ranch Boulevard, in anticipation of future commuter rail service. The proposed CCRC location is not close enough for residents to walk to the existing Flatiron Flyer Station or future commuter rail, but is relatively close to retail and neighborhood services around the Promenade Commercial District to the northwest. Under the urban multifamily land use designation, development characteristics include a gridded street system, engaged street orientation, access to community parks, trails, and open spaces, and predominant structured parking. The proposed CCRC site is not gridded, and buildings do not engage the street as envisioned by the comp plan. However, there's a high degree of internal pedestrian connectivity and connectivity for the CCRC residents to surrounding open space and city park. The public roadway shown in blue on the map would be constructed by the project developer to connect Westminster Boulevard to West 104th Avenue. The project will feature a combination of structured and surface parking. And our final theme is development impacts. Impacts from the proposed development have been analyzed by staff at a high level based on general assumptions surrounding the applicant's proposed land use changes. Traffic and drainage impacts can be mitigated with the installation of required new infrastructure. Water and sewer infrastructure are adequate to serve the proposed CCRC, but there will be an increase in water demand from the change in designation, ranging somewhere between 20% and 270% of what was estimated with the current employment flex designation. Both fire and police service is expected to be impacted compared to a comparably sized employment use, with an additional 800 to 900 off-site calls for fire service and estimated and anticipated impacts on police services, including operations, response, community engagement, and investigations resources. Under the applicant's senior housing proposal, the city would receive both physical PLD, public land dedication, and a PLD fee in lieu. The city would also collect park development fees. In contrast, an employment flex designation does not require PLD. However, the land currently designated as floodplain would remain undeveloped and preserved in its natural state. And additional stream buffer would be requested to facilitate further future stream bank restoration. The proposed change would result in increased demand on parks, recreation, and libraries, particularly for senior-focused programs and accessible facilities. From an economic development perspective, staff worked with the University of Colorado to analyze the economic impact from the proposed land use change. The CCRC proposal was analyzed versus comparably sized office and flex commercial development scenarios, and that concluded that the highest and best use of this land would be office employment, followed by a flex commercial scenario, then the CCRC proposal. However, the comparable large-scale office developments used in the analysis are unlikely to materialize in the near term. Preliminary analysis of impacts to the city's general revenue reveal that the CCRC project is expected to represent an $850 million private investment and, as currently proposed, would have a minor positive impact on Westminster's sales, use, and property tax revenues. A senior living facility would contribute essentially no sales tax, as there are currently no plans for retail activity on the premises. A comparably sized employment flex development would be expected to generate approximately 30% more general fund revenue. A majority of the Hahn property would be required to be rezoned from O1 to PUD. Tract A is currently zoned PUD and would remain zoned PUD. The portions of land along Big Dry Creek would be dedicated to the city as physical public land dedication. Section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing rezonings and preliminary development plans. These include compliance with the comprehensive plan, sound planning, compatibility with the surrounding context, circulation and access, and performance standards related to site design and architecture. The PDP generally conforms to the density, building height, and allowable land uses of the proposed urban multifamily comprehensive plan land use designation. However, the proposed CCRC has a campus-like layout with curvilinear streets. Given that the site is surrounded by open space corridors, the drinking water facility, and major arterials, consideration may be given for alternative site configurations during future ODP review. The applicant is requesting the ability to request partial waivers to permitting fees and partial rebates of construction use tax through the PDP. Any such reductions would require city councils during future ODP review. The applicant is requesting the ability to request partial of construction use tax through the PDP. Any such reduction. The PDP exhibits dense residential arterial parks and open space. The applicant is requesting one exception from the design standards to reduce the minimum building setback from private streets and drives from 25 feet to 15 feet to accommodate fire access. Staff is supportive of this exception. A prairie-style expression is proposed for the CCRC buildings to tie the project into the surrounding architectural style. The only directly impacted residential property is the Waverly Acres subdivision to the east. Views of the mountains from homes will be blocked given the proposed 65-foot maximum building height outlined in the PDP. It should be noted that views from private property are not protected by the municipal code or the comprehensive plan. Waverly Acres Park also provides a horizontal buffer from the project site, and the PDP establishes a 130-foot building setback from the eastern property line. The applicant has also established a height sensitivity zone spanning 400 feet from the eastern property line where no buildings will be allowed to exceed 4 stories. The property will be accessed from 2 points off of a new public street spanning from Westminster Boulevard to West 104th Avenue. This new public street was required in order to improve access for emergency services and to improve access to City Park and the local street network. In addition to the right-of-way dedicated for the new public street, the city is requiring dedication of right-of-way along the property's Westminster Boulevard frontage to add additional vehicular lanes in line with the city's improvement plans for the corridor. Connection points for bicycles and pedestrians have been located on the north, east, and west sides to provide direct connection to Big Dry Creek, Waverly Acres Park, and City Park. If the PDP is approved, ODPs for each phase of development would require review and approval by Planning Commission and City Council. A neighborhood meeting was held at the Butterfly Pavilion on August 20th, 2024. Questions were raised by community attendees related to impacts of the development on mountain views and property values, concerns over price of proposed rents, impacts on emergency services and first responders, concerns over impacts to existing eagle populations and how development may push existing prairie dog populations into adjacent residences, impacts to the Waverly Acres neighborhood from construction activity, and how Westminster and the Denver region need low and middle income housing rather than the type of housing being proposed with this CCRC project. Changes to the Westminster Comprehensive Plan are evaluated carefully. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the application by a vote of 3-2 on August 12th, 2025. Changes to the Westminster Comprehensive Plan are evaluated carefully by staff. Through the analysis of the proposed CCRC, multiple aspects were evaluated, revealing both positive and negative impacts that have been considered as a cumulative whole. City staff is supportive of the proposed comprehensive plan land use designation change from employment flex to urban multifamily based on detailed analysis of impacts on the local economy, infrastructure, and municipal services. The proposed land use change would support the creation of a large number of new housing units to meet the city's housing challenges through an estimated $850 million private investment. The change to a residential use also triggers the requirement for PLD, which will transfer roughly 10 acres of land into municipal possession in perpetuity and approximately $15 million in fee in lieu of PLD. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the proposed comprehensive plan amendments, rezoning, and PDP. Staff finds that a recommendation of approval of the applications would meet the city's strategic plan priorities of access to opportunity and economic vitality by facilitating the construction of new and diverse housing options. And the applicant is with us tonight and has a presentation to share with you as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. My name is Marcus Pochner. I am a land use and community outreach consultant to Erickson Senior Living. I am honored to present to you our entire team. I want to thank first John and Jacob for their great presentation. And as John mentioned, we have a full team of experts here as well. This is a very complicated site and the scale of the site as well. So we have a full team that will be here for question and answer, and we very much look forward to your questions. I do want to start by saying how important and transformational we believe these applications are. Again, we are in front of you tonight for comprehensive plan amendment, rezoning, and PDP. This is the culmination of years of effort that we will walk through and years of this project being grounded in community and stakeholder feedback. We want to show you how we have listened and incorporated that feedback. We also believe this is absolutely a transformational site and opportunity for Westminster. You will hear of regional significance, but we most importantly believe this has significance to Westminster and to her residents. I will start by saying, again, just reintroducing the site, a site that we all know very well and have driven by as natives for our entire life here. This is a site that is surrounded by multimodal transportation opportunities, the promenade, Westminster retail, surrounded completely by parks, Civic Center Park. Three sides are enveloped by open space, but yet we are grounded with very important neighbors, Waverly Acres to the east and Butterfly Pavilion to the right. We have a responsibility to honor all of those neighbors in our transformational development. Here is the opportunity that is represented by this application. We want to see the continued evolution of this corridor and this city, a corridor and this site that we have worked on for 40 years to see this site be realized and to see true economic development. We are going to provide game-changing senior housing and senior care for our community at this site. We also are going to provide immediate and staggering economic development and workforce development on this site. And lastly, we are going to honor and blend and transition from our neighbors on all sides of the community. I'll next have Mary Ann Navarro, who's the Director of Entitlements, give a brief introduction to Erickson, and then we'll play a video to really ground and show how this site will operate. Mary Ann.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. I am Mary Ann Navarro, Director of Entitlements and Business Strategy, representing Erickson Senior Living. I'm also joined tonight by Steve Montgomery, our Vice President of Development, and Scott Gensler, Senior Vice President of Real Estate Acquisitions and Government Affairs, and Kathy Dilger, Associate Executive Director of our Windcrest community. It is good to be here again tonight at City Hall, and we appreciate everyone's efforts to help us reach this important stage of the public process. Over the last few years, we have been working with staff and community stakeholders in pursuit of becoming a permanent member of the Westminster community. Erickson was founded in 1983, and we are headquartered on the campus of our very first community, Charlestown, just outside of Baltimore, Maryland. Since then, we have become the 4th largest senior living provider in the country and now number 25 communities in 11 states. We have grown to over 30,000 residents and 15,000 employees, including over 2,100 residents and over 900 employees at our Windcrest community to the south in Douglas County. This scale allows us to provide our care and lifestyle to more seniors as the need for housing and the elderly population both accelerate. It is important to note that Erickson is a long-term owner, manager, and operator of our communities, and we become part of the fabric of the community and the surrounding neighborhoods where we are. We look forward to bringing this lifestyle to even more seniors here in Westminster. I want to take a moment to define a CCRC. That's a term that we've used a lot already, and we'll talk about it more in the video we're going to show in just a moment. But I just want to talk a little bit about what distinguishes a CCRC from maybe some other senior living options that people may be familiar with. Probably the most important thing to know about a CCRC is that it provides a continuum of care to residents, including independent living, memory care, assisted living, and skilled nursing, and a range of health, housing, safety, and other services to meet any changing needs of residents. All of this is structured under a single contract agreement to care for the resident for the remainder of their life in exchange for a highly refundable entrance fee and monthly service fees. We offer more than housing. We provide a resident care for life and a promise of safety, security, quality of life, and peace of mind to them and their families. While it varies by state, in Colorado, CCRCs are licensed as a life care institution under the Life Care Institutions Act, regulated by the Colorado Division of Financial Services. In addition, each care setting is also subject to its own set of regulatory standards. Before I turn it back over to Marcus and the rest of the team, we'll take a moment to watch a video that will talk more about Erickson and our proposed community here in Westminster. Roll the video.
They're going to run it from the control room.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Erickson Senior Living is proud to propose a new continuing care retirement community, or CCRC, in the city of Westminster. This thoughtfully designed campus will offer a full continuum of lifestyle and healthcare services in one campus setting. Unlike traditional senior housing, this Erickson community will include independent living as well as higher levels of care, including assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing, all available on-site to support residents as their needs evolve. These levels of care, as well as additional in-home support, are available as the residents' needs change. 24/7 access to healthcare is a key component of the Erickson model. The community will feature a medical center staffed by full-time Erickson Health Medical Group providers, an on-site pharmacy, and a dedicated care team focused on integrated health and well-being. Erickson's Westminster community will be more than a place to live. It will be a vibrant, mixed-use community. Amenities will include contemporary dining venues, a state-of-the-art indoor fitness center and pool, transportation shuttle services to local and regional destinations, life enrichment and media spaces, educational opportunities, and more than 100 resident-led clubs and groups, all closely connected with the greater Westminster community. The community will also serve as a major local employer, generating hundreds of full-time and part-time jobs across healthcare, hospitality, administration, and operations, creating meaningful career paths for Westminster residents. The impact extends well beyond the campus. Erickson partners with local workforce development providers, including local nursing schools like at Front Range Community College, and offers employment for high school students, along with resident-funded scholarships to support employee education. Residents are also active volunteers in local libraries, schools, parks, and nonprofits throughout the region. By serving local seniors within the community with new housing options, their existing single-family homes become available for younger families to occupy, a timely benefit for Westminster as housing demand continues to grow. CCRC's lower impact on local places by design. Erickson communities generate less traffic than typical residential developments, and with robust on-site safety and security protocols, more than 85% of emergency medical calls are managed internally across Erickson communities, reducing strain on Westminster Municipal Emergency Medical and Public Safety Services. The proposed site sits along US 36 and West 104th Avenue, adjacent to the Butterfly Pavilion, with direct access to City Park, the Westminster Promenade, and surrounding trails. Preliminary design concepts show high-quality architecture, natural buffers from surrounding neighborhoods, and beautifully landscaped outdoor spaces that blend into the local environment. Residential options will include modern residences designed for comfort and convenience. Shared spaces and outdoor amenities will promote connection, wellness, and an active lifestyle. Environmental stewardship is a component to the Erickson campus-style approach. Each community incorporates sustainable development practices and thoughtful land use principles to minimize environmental impact. Erickson's Westminster community will be far more than senior housing. It will be a fully integrated, continuing care retirement community, deeply connected to the broader Westminster area and contributing long-term economic, social, and health benefits to the region.
Great, thank you very much, Marianne. I'll now transition to a few more overview, and then we'll transition to the PDP itself. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about the project timeline, how we got to all of you today. We had our first initial kickoff meeting over 3 years ago, and you were going through the update to your 2040 comprehensive plan. It's actually a very important part of that process. We engaged at both the Planning Commission and City Council during that adoption, and it was determined by this council that we should go through a full comp amendment change and plan, go through the full integrated neighborhood outreach and come forward with a specific plan. That set our course in motion to go through the applications that are before you tonight. We then came back through your concept review process. We were actually the first project to go through your new concept review. And it was a terrific opportunity to get feedback from the stakeholders and really help integrate that feedback into the final plan. Since that time, we have been working on these applications and now going through the formal process to move this forward, and here tonight after having Planning Commission approval or recommendation for approval. Why are we here in front of Westminster? Why do we want to be here? The most important thing, and really to show our partnership with this great city, is we want to keep our aging population in place. We want us to allow to grow and stay and prosper in Westminster. A CCRC, our data shows that 67% of our residents will come within a 25-mile area and much more within a 5 to 10-mile area. This is for our residents in Adams and Jeffco. It also provides that opportunity for a healthy housing cycle as people move out of their current homes, free up existing housing stock, and really allow that for young families across our area. Again, at a central location, providing this market rate diversity for senior housing. When we went to concept review, this is the plan that you had in front of you. As you will note tonight, it is significantly changed because of that feedback from all of you and from the neighborhood. These were the key discussion points: that we needed a comp plan change, what we are doing tonight; that we needed senior housing. It was absolutely imperative. We had to have appropriate setbacks and zones and buffers from the neighborhood. We have incorporated that and the view corridor from Waverly Creek, and we needed that secondary access point. It has actually changed our entire layout with the new Creekside Drive. So we have looked at and incorporated all of these changes to our application. As Jacob went through in some detail, we are requesting a comprehensive plan amendment, primarily on the Hahn property, to change what is currently employment flex to move to urban multifamily. I want to be sure and note the two boxes that are on the side, because there certainly will be comments from the community, and we want to understand, really to focus on the difference in the housing and typology that will be allowed here. This allows the CCRC to be built in the urban multifamily, but we will not have any other multifamily. We will waive that out. This is to bring forward this use. But I want to again focus on the development characteristics. This is the same scale, same height, and same intensity that's allowed in the existing comp plan. So that 1 to 4 stories, it has the same intensity. To show that more clearly, this is from Waverly Acres Park, just right by the pavilion. This perspective shows that 1 to 4 story, first on the left in our proposed urban multifamily designation, or in that employment flex. We would certainly proffer that a residential product like this that allows it to have a more high ethos of design and better articulation in the building, and also allow for better setbacks, better articulation, and more generous setbacks and surrounding buffer areas to the community. I also want to talk about that community outreach. We always focus on a concentric outreach working with the most impacted neighbors. We did 3 full rounds of outreach with the residential neighbors in Waverly Acres, holding the meetings in different locations to really understand their feedback and view corridors and take that into our plan. We then diligently worked with city stakeholders, the Chamber Economic Development Organization, so we could talk about how to bring that in, workforce development, and then all of those regional champions to really focus on what is the impact and what is the job creation. Community outreach has been the focus and the primary driver of this site. This is a snapshot, as you saw in the video. This really shows the lifestyle of the well-being and more than just traditional housing. This is housing and care. You're going to hear me say tonight, this is a lot of housing plus. This is housing plus the lifestyle and well-being that we are bringing to this site. Now I'll talk about housing plus care. This is the on-site health services that will be provided on-site. We think it's very important to show that continuum of care. As we age, we may need assisted living, memory care, skilled nursing. All of that will be available on this site. We also have our skilled doctors on place that helps keep that there, and we eliminate 87% of emergency calls we're actually able to deal with on site and really work with our patients and our residents so there's not an additional burden on existing infrastructure. We think that's a very important amenity, and really to work with the community to provide that integrated healthcare on the site. There was some discussion about economic development and an outside study on a theoretical site that could happen in employment flex. We want to just be very certain tonight that we honor that, we respect that wholeheartedly, but you asked us to come forward with a specific proposal that has specific economic development. This is the economic analysis that was provided by Jeffco EDC. They will talk about this analysis with our proposal and what it shows this project will bring. 1,650 average annual jobs during construction on this site. Over $22.5 million in local, state, and federal annual sales tax and tax coming in through all the different entities. Also looking at just those remarkable numbers that come in, the number of jobs, 1,064 jobs just across Jefferson County. Our own independent analysis, we went further on to really look at, so let's talk about workforce development. So housing plus economic development and workforce development. We will have conservatively 700 full-time jobs on this site, both full-time and part-time jobs, 700 to 1,000. That adds up to an annual income or annual payroll of $37 million. That is the investment in Westminster and the investment in our seniors. We'll have almost 1,500 construction jobs to bring this forward. And it was mentioned this won't generate sales tax. The sales tax will be remarkable. That will be benefited and generated from the promenade, the restaurants, the movie theaters, all of the surrounding context when people go to eat, purchase, live, and prosper at this site. We also, most importantly, those last three notes, are working with Front Range Community College. We are going to grow our own employees as well. We use high school students, skilled labor, all the way throughout up to very skilled doctors. And we work with them, they earn scholarships, we put them back and they come back to nurse it. So we are working with Front Range Community College to really grow our own workforce here. We're gonna be very proud of what that means and the scholarship and the volunteerism that is generated from our community. I also wanna just acknowledge, as we think of opportunities that become before a city, this is one that is responding to an urgent need. An urgent need in Colorado. The state demographer says senior housing is the most needed housing typology. And then you see the senior housing just in Westminster. By 2040, 1 in 4 residents in Westminster will be 65 plus. You see the stats that are available today. As staff mentioned, we will more than double the existing housing supply of assisted living and memory care beds in Westminster. That current vacancy rate is 2%. That means there is no vacancy. A healthy population, as you see, is a 5 to 8% vacancy. We will be adding significant resources and housing and beds for the senior community. I just want to take a moment here before we transition to the PDP. There's been a lot of questions and people ask us for just to understand the model and how this works. So I'm just going to slowly go through. We all think of, we're all situated differently in this room. Every one of us is different. We have a home, some of us may rent, but in that home ownership, every one of us has a different value, a different mortgage rate, utility costs, property taxes, maintenance costs. All of those things are not predictable. They're not known, they change, and as you age in place, they can significantly increase. So this really is the first part, that home ownership, looking at a Westminster resident. Then what we offer, what CCRCs are, is a predictable and stable known amount. So you look on the right side there, we showed that bar graph because it's so important. Housing plus, housing, the lodging, but then all of these services, you tailor in a monthly service fee, the dining options that you want, the number of meals, the security, the property taxes, the resident amenities, the healthcare options, all of those things. But most importantly, 27% of that monthly fee is designated to housing. All of us know, and experts say, housing, when you look at a housing burden, you cannot burden somebody with more than a third of their income. Our monthly fee is 27% for housing. We are structured attainability for our residents. We make sure that housing is not more than a third of their costs, so they are not housing burden. That's a very important component of our elements. This then pays it forward. 62 plus, I'm a resident in Westminster. I own my primary residence. I have any variety of what my income can be. Again, we're all different. Maybe a pension, a retirement, family money, family incomes, that healthcare, what a variety of healthcare options. Those really become the basis for my entry fee. Mary Ann talked about on the right-hand side, that one-time entry fee, a highly refundable entry fee. As you see there, you transfer the value of the home equity. All of us have a different value, and that becomes the basis for your life care contract, right? Then 80% of that, very important to note, is refunded back to your heirs when the person passes at the end of that life care agreement. So again, a highly refundable fee that goes in. Then you transition to the monthly service fee, something that we all focus on. Again, housing plus care, services, meals, all of those options. And then you can certainly add additional health care options provided by Erickson. Finally, and importantly, I want to point out that that insurance fee that you used becomes the backstop. It becomes the security. If we need additional funds, if the resident does, as their health changes and they maybe evolve through the continuum of care, that can be a backstop. So in other words, when I enter the facility, I am there for life. My life care, I want to be there, and all those services are provided. So that gives you a really good example of how it works. Now we'll transition from how this comes forward in the comp plan to what the comp plan will bring forward from a planning element. Jared.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Jared Carlin with Norris Design. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I'll try to go as quickly as possible and not repeat anything. We'll be covering some of the details around the land planning and amenities for the campus. I'm also proud to live in the city of Westminster for the past 22 years with my family, and I personally think that the CCRC campus would be a wonderful addition to the city. To jump right in, our site there is outlined in black, and as you know, it's not open space and never was intended to be, and you guys know that. But at a zoomed in out level, one of the great things about this site is the robust park amenities surrounding the project, the trail connections, making it ideal for an Erickson campus like this. And as it was mentioned as well, the project will add to open space, as we'll see on the next slide, and that addition would not be added without the employment flex designation. So here's a bubble plan, for lack of a better term, of the site, and we wanted to show you this just to start to show the how and why the site could be laid out and designed. Overall, it's a little over 75 acres. Of that, over 10 acres of public land dedication there on the dark green for being designated due to it being urban multifamily. In addition, there's the Creekside Drive right-of-way shown on the west side along the public land dedication. Plus, there's over 11 acres in view shed shown in green on the north and eastern part of the site there. And then 11 acres of a height sensitivity zone is kind of shown in that little darker blue area. That limits everything to 4 stories, and remaining part of the project at 65 feet. So plus all the other setbacks you're seeing, et cetera, you have about 38 acres of fully buildable. And we got to all that, the bubble plan, working over the last several years very closely with the neighborhood, the stakeholders, and the city staff. Here's a little bit more zoomed in conceptual plan to illustrate how it might be laid out. Again, it's organized really around those 2 access points, one on 104th and one on Westminster Boulevard. And with regard to traffic, it's, as you might anticipate, it's a much lower impact generating use compared to other more intense uses that could be on the site. There's generally lower traffic demand, and residents don't drive as much. They use Erickson's provided shuttles, which are really extensive. They're impressive to see. And there's also opportunity for employees to take nearby public transportation and those same shuttles to that public transportation. There's going to be a minimum of 1,315, or there'll be a maximum of 1,350 independent living units, ranging in price and size, with a maximum of 2 people per household, benefiting active adults who are seeking maintenance-free housing with access to social, cultural, mental stimulation, and recreational opportunities, and much more beyond that. In addition, we're proposing 135 assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing beds, and this will add the much-needed senior housing opportunities within the city. We look forward to bringing future ODPs that will bring in the details of that, of all of the different services that promote independence and the dignity and quality of life of the residents. Some of those details will, for example, include extensive medical services, including exam rooms, pharmacies will be provided as well, which is pretty cool. There will be all kinds of opportunities for dining across the campus. Amenities such as a library, a day spa and salon, theater are included. Other indoor activities include a wellness care, art classes, game rooms, clubs, other meeting rooms, social gathering areas, etc. Active recreation amenities include a fitness center, swimming pool, bocce ball, pickleball. It all sounds like a lot of fun, I think. Other passive recreation spaces include tons and tons of walking paths. They're all over the place, interior to the buildings and exterior. There will be gardens, outdoor seating, lounge areas, fire pits, rooftop decks, an amphitheater, a dog park, all for residents and employees. Finally, you'll see there's a very large natural buffer between the Erickson CCRC and the Waverly Acres neighborhood to the east. It's actually more than 500 feet building to building. That doesn't count the height sensitivity zone as well. And you get a better idea of the view corridor here, the view shed, and that height sensitivity area that we worked really hard with the city staff to get to. Next, here's a graphic showing the wonderful surrounding trail network. And the areas that we're going to try to connect to those, and a lot of detail will come in at future ODPs, but in general, there'll be a 10-foot wide multimodal loop trail that's shown in green around the perimeter of the site that'll have a protected bike lane and pedestrian walking area that will have several access points open to the public along the perimeter of the project and connecting to those wonderful trails. We also will work with the city staff to have a split rail fence where appropriate to kind of delineate the open space areas that are surrounding the community. And those are shown in the access points are shown in the asterisks and the fencing kind of around the perimeter there. And it's just the beginning as we bring in the ODPs and the site plans, there'll be that extensive network. All right, just a couple more slides and we're almost through this. Some of the other benefits that we'll be bringing day one before a unit is open will include the land dedication that we've discussed, as well as the construction of Creekside Drive. That will include the traffic signal provided and constructed by Erickson for another about $4.5 million benefit to the city. Some of the other benefits include the PLD, and which is the public land actual physical dedication and the $15 million to the city. And then the total impacts are actually much higher than what's shown on the screen. The $17 million is just for the PDP, which would be due now. It does not include the fees for the ODP, the building permit, water tap fees, et cetera, that are anticipated to be in the tens of millions of dollars over the coming years. And the remaining of as a reminder, the community is going to be phased, and those impacts on fire infrastructure, et cetera, will be gradual over time. And we also look very much forward to partnering with the Butterfly Pavilion and deploying our very own famous Norris Design landscape pollinator power rangers to work really closely with the Butterfly Pavilion to make sure that we have a great pollinator-friendly landscape, and we expand the riparian area to make sure that that's all really cohesive. All right, this is the last slide for me, and there's just a couple more after this. Historically, Erickson has done everything they can to reduce water use internally to the buildings, and that will be no different here. And I won't go through all of this, but I think it's just better to explain this just high level. And what we started with here, we wanted to show a graph of this to sort of start to see the evolution of water use. And on the left, the mixed use activity center, the 2013 comp plan, that's what that shows at 342 acre feet. And then as you slide over, the urban multifamily comp plan, what we're asking for tonight, has this allocated water use within the comp plan. The employment flex, which is what's currently on the site, could have a very wide range of water use, depending on what actually gets developed there, anywhere from 110 acre feet to 269, and it just depends on the type of use there. With the CCRC, the very detailed plan that Mark has talked about that we're coming in front of you with tonight, we're really able to dial in that water use, and we can very confidently say that we can get to 217 acre feet and drop it even further if we can eventually tie in with the city's reclaimed water system, which Erickson would love to work with the city staff to figure out a way to do that. But you can see from that slide that it really ties in from a water use standpoint. It is in the range of the employment flex. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Andy Peters with Otten Johnson to go over some of the approval criteria. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Andy Peters, Land Use Counsel for Erickson. The question tonight isn't just whether this project is a good idea. Certainly, we think that it is. But also, you've set in your code approval criteria to consider this project like you would any other project. Because you've said in advance, what are the things that we care about when an application like this comes in front of us? And that ensures that you're treating each one the same way and you're advancing the goals that you of a city have decided upon. So I wanted to speak to just a few of those things here tonight. And certainly we have an entire narrative in the packet already. We had submitted a supplement last week, and I think I had a physical copy here just in case that didn't make its way to you. But as you'd heard Marcus say, oh, there we go, thank you. As we'd heard Marcus say initially too, why are we here on a comp plan amendment now? The city just amended its comp plan 2 years ago. And it's because City Council at that time had said, please bring us a project. Please bring us a project that we can see so we can look at the impacts and see whether this comp plan designation makes sense. So that's why we're here. And I think that that bears out City Council's wisdom in asking for that the first time around, because we can look at those specific impacts from this change to allow for this particular project. So with respect to the comp plan amendments in particular, you've said things like the comp plan amendment needs to be consistent with the vision, intent, and applicable policies from the comprehensive plan. And we have in that comprehensive plan exactly what Erickson is now proposing, because your comprehensive plan says the city should be supporting a continuum of care from independent living to assisted living to transitional facilities. That's in your comprehensive plan. It's a vision you've set for yourselves, and we're going to be delivering on that. Additionally, you've said that you want to advance substantial public purposes and substantial public policies. You have your housing needs assessment completed in 2023, and interestingly, your 2016 housing needs assessment too. Both of them speak to the importance of delivering senior housing. You said it in 2016 and you said it again because it continues to be a need in this city, and not just affordable senior housing. Your 2023 housing needs assessment specifically calls out that market rate housing is needed too. You heard from Jacob earlier that this is going to more than double the number of independent living units. Your comprehensive plan calls out the need for assisted living and memory care. These are goals that you've set for yourselves as a city, and we're telling you this project helps deliver on those, because it's not just a housing development. It's housing, it's assisted living, it's memory care, it's other components to this. And that ties into some of the goals you've set for yourself about employment too, and employment flex. This is $37 million in payroll. This is jobs for doctors, for nurses, for home health aides, for folks who are going to work in restaurants. This is all sorts of jobs, more than 700 we project. There are 900 down in Windcrest, in Douglas County right now. So this is a job creation vehicle, and you're going to hear about that from some other folks who speak in the public tonight too, I suspect. But there are job creation here. And then one other thing with respect to public finances on this, that employment flex designation, that designation does not allow, or at least doesn't require, a public land dedication. It doesn't require a fee in lieu for development. So here the city gets 10 acres in public land dedication. It gets $15 million in fees that it can put toward parks and libraries and other developments. That's a function of that change from employment flex that doesn't require it to the urban multifamily designation that does require it as part of that project. And then finally, onto the specific elements of this project, to say we're bringing a particular project here, we can look at the water use for this site. So certainly the urban multifamily designation, as you heard Jared say just a moment ago, that could be 326 acre feet. But we know from our own projections of this particular project that we're going to be within what employment flex would even allow. Even on the high end, that 217 is below what the employment flex designation would allow. So we're making sure that we're staying within that. And that's the wisdom of having a particular project in front of you, is to say, we know what that need is going to be. We can meet it. Public Works had said in front of the Planning Commission, you heard it tonight too, the city has the water to serve this project. And we're glad that we went through this analysis to be able to bring something particular to you tonight. So we appreciate the opportunity, and I'll hand it back over to Marcus.
We'll finish with our final slide here, and thank you very much to everyone for allowing us to go through the comprehensive nature of this site. I spent a lot of time talking about housing plus what we're proposing tonight, housing and life care. We really believe this is community plus as well. We believe that we're able to work with the community, to partner with the community, and bring forward all of these elements. We will, at full build out, be the 5th largest employer in Westminster. We will be a neighbor and community partner. We are already working to partner with Butterfly Pavilions and with Waverly Acres. We fully acknowledge and want to protect and blend from their neighborhood and work with them on those view corridors. So you see all these elements that we've gone through before. We will bring council members and mayor immediate economic development, economic workforce development, transformational senior housing and care. And it would be our honor to answer any questions that you have or the community has, and we would respectfully request your support for this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That brings us to our public testimony. It is 9:16, and we've had 15 emails that have been received and 10 voicemails, which have been transcribed and added to our packet. I don't know why I want to say pocket. Do we have anybody signed up for tonight?
We do. The first speaker is Natalie Bendel.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. I want to make a comment about the outreach from this proposal because honestly, it's been pretty poor. I only became really aware of these details in early August and realized most people were unaware of the development. I personally have been reaching out to neighbors, friends, frenemies, and trying to determine if people were aware of this. And what I've discovered is the majority of people I talked with had not even heard of this proposal at all. Or if they had heard of it, they thought it was either part of the water treatment plant or part of the Wilder Ranch to the north and the east. When I spoke with people, the responses were overwhelmingly surprised, and most were very strongly against, mainly due to its exclusive nature and the size of the buildings. Actually, even if you look at the community outreach slide that was presented in the meeting packet, it includes that they had outreach to Wilder Ranch and Semper Gardens. If anybody has recently driven down Sheridan and 104th, they will see that Wilder Ranch is nothing but dirt piles. So I am not sure what community they were outreaching to. Maybe the prairie dogs. And also, I do not understand why this proposal is being pushed so quickly. I feel like it's rushed. The site has been undeveloped. It's not going to evaporate if we don't build something on it. The location has wonderful potential under the 2040 plan. The CU study shows employment flex could generate orders of magnitude, $1.8 billion of economic output versus that 160 million that it is showing in for Erickson. Construction jobs are going to be, there are going to be construction jobs if we build Erickson versus if we build employment flex. The tax base would only increase if they are bringing in people from outside the community. If it is truly people from within the community that are feeding it, then that tax base already exists here. Again, city and DRCOG studies clearly state affordable housing. This is not it. When they say it will free existing housing stock and create affordable housing due to the high cost, it's going to be homes in golf course communities. So I really would like to urge council to pause and consider this and request more studies be done on this development before we turn this over to a private developer. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gary Bland.
Welcome.
You guys see me a lot. Good evening. What an evening it's been already. Anyways, I'm just going to hit on a couple things. I do a lot of research, so I actually pulled this from Citizens Portal. This is just statements. I met Ed Moss today, finally. I guess he's a former mayor and city council member. Nice guy. And I'm going to refer to another one. There's Bill Christopher, who I spent a lot of time with, actually talking about these subjects. So what I'm going to start out with is Ed Moss on this website, a former mayor and city council member, expressed strong opposition to the project, highlighting that it would primarily benefit affluent individuals. He noted that the proposed seniors living complex is not affordable housing that Westminster desperately needs. Moss pointed out that units could cost over $1 million, with monthly fees reaching $6,200, making them inaccessible for most current residents. So, city staff corroborated Moss's concerns, indicating that the development led a negative consequence for the community, had estimated the project would generate an additional 800 to 900 calls a year for the fire department, increasing demand for energy services. Furthermore, the projected tax, again, we're going to go to that 170,000 was stated just a minute ago, so I'm going to save some time there. Also criticized the development design, describing it as an exclusive resort-like facility that would restrict access to on-site amenities such as restaurants and pharmacies for local residents. He argued that the approach contradicts the Westminster's commitment to equity and inclusion as an outlined in the city's 2040 comp plan. So now the article for Bill Christopher, I'm going to Bill's a great guy, I can tell you that right now. I hope he's watching me. So anyways, Bill Christopher, past city manager, notes in his column, Westminster Window, which is a publication, put people on notice. There's only 400 people that received this paper, by the way, that these important factors to ponder. The mayor and the council have constantly said that the 2040 comp plan and the water resource plan must be balanced. I'm looking at you. We're talking about water again. It seems to be our commodity. It's the most important thing for life. So the city has to have water to approve any land use changes. That's to finish that one point to ponder. Now let's talk about the employment flex. Would use less water than the urban multifamily proposal. So where does the additional water come from? From an economic standpoint, the employment flex plan would produce more city revenues and create more employment. I think I'm out of time. Thank you. Didn't get to read it all.
Thank you.
Hope to see you guys soon. Have a good day.
The next speaker is Jamie Chavez.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City staff. My name is Jamie Chavez, and I'm the President and CEO of the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to express the Chamber's strong support for the Erickson Senior Living Project. This development is aligned with the Chamber's mission to foster a thriving, connected, and economically vibrant Westminster. The Erickson campus addresses several urgent needs in our city, particularly around senior housing, workforce development, and economic activity, all of which are critical to a healthy business ecosystem. Just as important is what this project brings to our workforce. Erickson will be one of the city's largest employers, with 1,500 jobs during construction and nearly 700 permanent jobs at full build-out, supported by a $2 million payroll. Even more, Erickson is committed to partnerships with Front Range Community College, Westminster Public Schools, and others to train the next generation of nurses, healthcare workers, culinary professionals, and other skilled employees. This means that we aren't just creating jobs, we're building careers and keeping talent right here in Westminster. The economic ripple effect is also significant. Residents of Erickson are expected to generate more than $178 million in disposable income, supporting local businesses while contributing over $22 million in anticipated tax revenue. This is sustainable economic activity that benefits our entire community. We also recognize land use considerations. While analysis compares Erickson's $2.3 million square feet of senior living space to 2.3 million square feet of office flex development, such a scenario is highly unlikely given market conditions and land constraints. The office and flex space market is slow, and the build-out required would exceed any existing project of its kind in Westminster. The true comparison is between Erickson's significant economic generation and the zero revenue currently produced by this property. I have visited the Windcrest community to see firsthand what it's like. how it looks and how it feels. It's beautiful, it's well-run, and it's providing seniors a very comfortable place to live and be around others in their same stage of life. It's a place that we would be proud of having here in Westminster. On behalf of the Westminster Chamber of Commerce and our business community, I respectfully urge your support. Erickson Senior Living is more than a project, it's a cornerstone investment in Westminster's long-term success. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Huff. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thanks for having me here tonight. I'm not going to repeat what I've already provided in written comments now twice here on this project, because looking back at my notes, I think I first came before you back in 2023 during the comprehensive plan agreements, amendments, and adoption. And I've gotten to know Erickson Senior Living and the project a little bit more since then. So to echo Jamie's comments, lots of great workforce development, lots of great economic impacts here. But when I went down to the Windcrest facility, I actually saw in person what they meant, a facility meant. And that facility blended into the neighborhood. It was adjacent to another existing community. The design, the elements around it were amazing, beautiful. I asked if I could move in, but I'm not quite old enough. I am close, but not quite. But in all seriousness, it was just very much attention to detail. And that went down to the way they treated their employees. I met so many people who had started their career there, maybe even as a high school student working in hospitality, but were able to get trained and work through that career and work into senior executive roles with Erickson. I think that would be an amazing opportunity here for all the great students. You know, Adams County, the Adams County Regional Economic Partnership, we talk about this region having some of the youngest median age across our region. What a great way for these young students to have a great job. And it's not just the jobs I was impressed with, I was also impressed with the community engagement of the residents that live there. When we were there, we visited one of the restaurants, and they had a book of students who worked at Erickson who were all going to be eligible for scholarships. And the residents were raising money on their own to give scholarships out to the students who worked with them. I think that's a great community partner. But it's also by experience. Trista Borrega, who also works at AC Rep, used to work in Douglas County for the Chamber and Economic Development Organization there. And she couldn't say enough about the ability that Windcrest offered their chamber members to actually interact with the facility. They held meetings there, they held special business meetings for the residents and the chamber members. And I think that would be a great opportunity for our region to have that resource. So in conclusion, I believe that the Erickson Senior Living Project deserves your careful attention to all the details presented, to the changes they have made to reflect what you've heard from the community here. And they would be a great partner in economic development and workforce and community in our region. So thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ed Moss.
Welcome.
Thank you.
On the handout is a picture of my mother-in-law's house that she sold in 2001 to move into an Erickson community on the East Coast. I don't know where that other gentleman got his information, but having visited my mother-in-law 2 and 3 and 4 times a year for 18 years, I am a strong supporter of Erickson. I'll show you why it's probably the most affordable of all the senior living communities in Westminster. Turn to the second page. That number of $531,800 is, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the median value of a home in Westminster that does not have a mortgage. That means that primarily those are seniors who've been paying it off for a long time. If they sold their house and assuming a 10% closing cost, they would then be able to put in their pockets $478,000. On the buy-in system that Erickson and Covenant Living use, a one person like my mother-in-law in a one-bedroom unit with all the amenities that you saw on the video at Windcrest in 2025 would have to use $244,000 of that $478 to get into Windcrest. But as you've been told, 90% of that amount is returned upon the resident's death. Turn to the next page. Let's talk about the monthly expense comparison. Highland Hills Senior Living, 2 blocks from here, has 107 units and 1 restaurant. The restaurant is not open to the public. It is a monthly rent model. You don't pay, well, there you pay a $4,000 entry fee, but of course you'd sell your house because you're not living in your house anymore. The monthly rent for a 1-bedroom unit with 1 person is $5,745. I don't know how many seniors in our community could afford that every month. What is the comparison with a buy-in community like Windcrest? The 2025 charge for 1 person in a 1-bedroom apartment at Windcrest is $2,978. At Covenant Living, another buy-in community, is $2,705, and you can see the other numbers. The other thing to look at is that in Highland Hills, the 1-bedroom apartment, if you look in the right column, is 526 square feet. At Windcrest, it's 839 square feet. And you have all the amenities, and of course you have more, you might call them restaurants, but really they're just the dining facility, like over at Highland Hills that has 1 for its 107 units, and Erickson for their, well, I don't know what the build-out is, 1,400, 1,300. Of course you had 10 dining areas, not restaurants open to the public. This buy-in system is the most affordable of any a typical senior living community in Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kathleen Fuller.
Hello, good evening, thank you.
Welcome.
I've been thinking about the seniors in my life and how important it was for my granny and granddad to be able to stay together after 60 years of marriage. While my grandfather needed more intense care, my grandmother did not. She was still a social butterfly. And how a facility like this really would have been critical for them to kind of have those last few years together where he had the care he needed and she was by his side and still wandering around. She would have loved walking through our new trail system in City Park and being so accessible to that. He would have loved knowing that the Armed Service Garden was within sight. That was important to him as a Navy veteran. And also to echo that, you know, as I'm thinking about my own parents, it's brutal out there trying to find senior housing. There are not a lot of options, and having something like this would really benefit Westminster. So I would encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Beckel. Welcome.
My name is Michael Beckel, and I'm a concerned citizen who lives in Waverly Acres. Like many of our neighbors, I have deep concerns about rezoning this land. I've long known that the area behind Waverly Acres Park was private land that could be developed, but I've always imagined that whatever would be built behind us would include retail offerings that we could utilize. While it has been reassuring to hear that neighbors will be allowed to access the new sidewalks and paths that are set to be constructed at Erickson's campus, it's disappointing that we will be within a short walk of new dining options and a pharmacy that we won't be allowed to use. Another concern is that this project does not do much for most seniors in Westminster. At a previous study session, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem Nirmala, and Councillor Hott each aptly observed that it seemed like the only people who could afford to live at Erickson's complex were those who were already financially well off. Since then, nothing has changed about the astronomical price tag. Despite deposits at Erickson's facility in Douglas County frequently run between $500,000 and $1.4 million. And on top of that, residents face about $36,000 per year in fees at the low end, up to about $70,000 in fees at the high end. Erickson officials want to paint a rosy picture, saying that 60 to 70% of their residents come from the area. But their definition of close by is within 25 miles, meaning that this development is more likely to attract residents from the entire Boulder, Denver metro area than open up properties in Westminster. As I understand it, Westminster residents will not receive any sort of preferential treatment when applying to live in this complex, meaning that Westminster seniors and the city's housing market would benefit just as much if Erickson opted to build this complex in either of the other two North Metro locations it was reportedly considering, Broomfield and Wheat Ridge. Is a senior living complex truly the best use for the largest remaining parcel of developable land in Westminster? As we heard from Jacob earlier tonight, according to the economic analysis done for the city by the University of Colorado, the answer is no. This study found that the highest and best use of this land would be office employment, followed by flex commercial. City staff have also rightly noted that there will be several negative impacts to our community if this project is approved, including increased water use, decreased general fund revenue, and increased demand for emergency services. Strikingly, city staff estimated that this development would generate approximately 800 to 900 additional calls per year to the fire department, an average of at least 2 calls per day, and about 10 times as many calls per year than if the zoning is not changed. I fear that overlooking these concerns is short-sighted. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Brooks. Welcome.
I guess this is the equivalent of a city council hat trick, to use a hockey term. I'm in favor of this continuing care campus. As someone who might be interested in downsizing in the near future, the opportunity to stay in Westminster and continue to come to city council meetings is really appealing, especially with the ability to transition to higher levels of care if needed. You know, my husband and I, we have a ranch home. It's one of the few ranch homes in our neighborhood. And single floor living really has made a difference for us as, you know, we're aging, to be honest. I think about single floor living in the proposed development as a huge benefit to the number of seniors that are in our community. We have a 3-bedroom home. There's lots of 4-bedroom and more bedroom homes in our neighborhood. And I think those should become available for younger families. And they can enjoy our neighborhood as well. But we have to have somewhere to go. And to be honest, until this came on the horizon, nothing has really made sense for our family. Now, we're not representative of everybody, but I am somebody that would look at this seriously were it to be approved and built, you know, in the next several years. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Dennis Emily. Dennis Emily. Okay. The next person is Sarah Keith. Welcome.
Again. Thank you very much for hearing me. On the subject of elderly housing, I think it's a great one. I think the possibilities are wonderful. I see people's concerns about how the city would be supported with the lack of sales tax from it. But in general, as far as development of that site and what we've been shown, the buildings are too tall, they're too dense, and they're too large. The types of buildings that are shown are like 13 buildings. Well, these 13 buildings are L-shaped buildings, H-shaped buildings. This is in plan view. That's really gets to about 20 buildings, a height of 65 feet. Well, the zoning, as I saw it, was 1 to 4 stories. Where are the 1, where are the 2, and where are the 3-story buildings? And you're saying, you know, this plan shows an area of 4 stories. So they're gonna be 5 and more? What kind of adherence is that? A view corridor, as I see it, I do not see much of a view corridor. I see a view corridor down the road and down the open space, or over on the water department on the border, giving us the 10 acres land exchange. It is unbuildable. It has easements going through it, and it's a floodplain. It already is a beautiful open space with a trail going through it that should not be in lieu of open space on the site. I think we live in Westminster because we love Westminster and we love the open space. The view corridor is minuscule that they're proposing. A rearrangements of buildings, or whatever they're going to do when you have whatever project you have, whether it's this or something else, should allow more open view corridors to enhance and enjoy where we live and to keep people happier. Trails and fencing, the trails that they're proposing that will be open to the public, are they gonna be the same as the trails at Semper Gardens, which are gonna connect to the open space? Do they connect? No. Are they gonna connect? No. That was part of the proposal that they said they were gonna do, and that was agreed on. The water treatment plant, part of their whole discussion and 5 years of planning and bringing us into it was we were gonna have a trail, more trails. And there are none. We can't even have what it takes a simple bulldozer, anyways, not bulldozer, sorry, skid steer to go and put road base down. It's the cheapest trail ever. No, that's not even being considered. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Farrington. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Farrington. I'm a lead with the housing advocacy organization YIMBY North Metro, and I live just north of here at 1175 Wadsworth Boulevard. I love Westminster too. I think we should share her. I am here to strongly recommend you vote yes on the Continuing Care Retirement Community Project. This development is not just a senior living and housing facility. It's about creating 1,500 new homes in Westminster. That's 1,350 living apartments for independent folks like my grandparents, plus assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing for folks like my great-grandparents. That's 1,500 places where people can live. These are homes. It gets lost in the context of units. We say units so many times. These are homes where people will live, like mine. I live in a unit. As you know, every new home, every unit matters. When 1,500 people find housing here, it means fewer seniors forced to leave Westminster and local families are able to stay connected. It means more folks staying in their communities that they love, like Westminster. Even as they age out of their current homes, it can no longer take care of the yards that we all love when we're younger. It means more housing for our neighbors, including the elderly ones. And it means the existing houses that those community folks, like my grandparents, can free up so that people like me can live in them, as well as our teachers, our firefighters, and our police officers in our community. Finally, there's a major economic benefit. Thousands of new residents will bring a ton of spending power to local businesses, restaurants, and shops. And this project represents a lot of stability in our tax base in the area. I don't know if you guys have been to the neighborhood around the AMC recently, but not one, but 2 restaurants have closed this summer. We could use more tax base. We could use more sales tax in that area. Our community is funded off of sales tax primarily, and another community to spend would be excellent. Every one of these homes is an investment into people who can invest into our community. This location makes perfect sense. It's right next to the city park, right there, where there's a memorial for family members. It's an excellent place for them to continue to be active and participate in our community, but it's also close to the Big Dry Creek Trailer, like many have mentioned, open space for our community. Finally, it's near 104th, where the developer is going to take steps to invest in the road safety of that space, something that our firefighters and police would be more than happy to tell you about the dangers of 104th. This project embodies what Westminster prioritizes. It creates housing choices, especially for seniors, and it strengthens our economy and builds a place where people can age and grow in dignity. I urge you to approve the ordinances and the development plan tonight. Let's welcome these nearly 1,500 new homes who want to make Westminster part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Farb. Welcome.
Although I'm in favor of the city having additional independent living and assisted living facilities, especially for our growing, aging community, a few items regarding such a development are of concern. Westy PD and Fire Department note the increased calls that will tax the city's current system of response. The expectations of up to 900 additional emergency service calls per year. That is, additional personnel and equipment, vehicles, etc. will be needed. Will taxpayers receive the brunt of this additional cost, or will the city require Erickson, the facility operators, to substantially pay into our city's emergency response services fund to cover our city's additional expenses as long as the facilities operate? Water demand also is expected to increase threefold, notes the city. Despite the operator indicating it will have medical staff on site that will take 85% of on-site emergency care, I see no notation of the number of personnel and what type of on-site critical care would these employees actually be able to provide. In my 4+ years working part-time at separate upscale, independent, assisted living and independent living operations in Boulder, when first responders arrived, fire department, most often the ailing patients needed to be taken to hospitals equipped for the emergency calls, not on-site staff. Now, as to the cost to live in most assisted and independent living facilities, it prohibits a majority of fixed-income seniors to transition if necessary and remain in Westminster. Think at the low end, a 0-bedroom space runs about $60,000 a year, with many front-range facilities in the $100,000 a year cost. I can't afford that. Among the glitz and glamour presented tonight, how many of the proposed 1,350 independent living units, plus additional 135 units containing a maximum of 149 assisted living, memory care beds, and 40 skilled nursing beds, would actually be available to seniors with a Social Security income of less than $30,000 a year? A market rate-based cost would prevent such a Westminster senior from benefiting from a corporate owner-operator. Except for the two speakers tonight, Erickson hasn't talked one whit about the actual cost to the resident. Where is the city's focus on affordable housing? Have you given that up? So before council okays this project, I want to see several well-publicized public hearings, town halls, where Westminster seniors are actively invited, including providing free transportation. So we need these spaces for our older residents, but it really needs spaces that residents can afford. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Doug Hall. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. As a Westminster resident, I'll just tell you right up front, I am over the top supportive of this project. For decades, Westminster has been in the business of recruiting and successfully bringing into the city quality developments. I don't see this necessarily as a quality development. I see it as a high quality development. So I would encourage you to look at the long view and the bigger picture and support this particular development. several people, and I just want to be a little bit transparent here. Most of you know, and many in the audience know, that 3 years ago I retired from the city of Westminster as the fire chief. I spent 43 years at the fire department, so I think I have a little bit of knowledge about what goes on in the city, and certainly a little bit of knowledge about emergency medical services. A few of the people, staff, in their report, staff in speaking tonight, Erickson staff, has spoken about the 800 calls per year. Understand that that's a built-out community. Okay, let's use 800. That equates, as was correctly described a few minutes ago, about 2 calls per day. However, let's remember that Erickson's model allows for 87% of all medical calls to be treated on site. Well, I'm not that good with math because I was in the Kentucky public school system, so I use round numbers. At 80% of what's left over, that's 4 calls per week. 4 calls per week. So let's look at all the numbers and let's keep them in balance and reflect the numbers appropriately. It's not 800 calls. It's whatever the on-duty staff, as they described earlier, with a physician in tow, treating these people. So, and then I learned tonight, much to my surprise, the city's going to get $16 million. That's a good contribution to a new fire station.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ray Wallace. Welcome.
Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of having an Erickson senior living community in Westminster. My name is Ray Wallace. My wife and I have been residents of Windcrest for nearly 5 years. We're unusual because unlike the vast majority of Windcrest residents, we did not move from the greater Denver metro area. We spent over 20 years in Santa Fe, New Mexico, but as age, health, and problems in obtaining good medical care came on us, we decided to look for a CCRC. There was not one that met our requirements in northern New Mexico. So my wife is a CSU graduate, and we have family in Colorado, so we looked north. We first looked at the CCRCs in Colorado Springs, but predominantly because of the strong military in that area. I'm a retired naval officer, but we couldn't find anything that really worked for us. Then we came further north and found Windcrest was the first place we saw in the Denver area, and that's where we are, and we're very happily so. In 2022, my wife was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and we are doubly thankful that we live at Windcrest. Windcrest provides medical, physical, and emotional support for residents with this and other similar problems, as well as supporting their caregivers. Also, we find the availability of specialists to support us in whatever medical issues we have is very, very fine in the Denver area. For the last 4 years, I've been a member of the Residents Advisory Council organization, and this year I'm its chair. The council's a primary communications conduit between the residents and Windcrest management. We evaluate resident suggestions and concerns and discuss them with management. And we also advise and cooperate with management in bringing matters to the community. The 9-member council, supported by 7 committees numbering over 90 people. And they work with the Windcrest departments to address issues in their areas of responsibility, which are general services, resident life, dining, health and wellness, philanthropy, finance, and diversity, inclusion, and belonging. At Windcrest, there's a good spirit of cooperation and support on both sides of the aisle, from the resident council and Windcrest management. Populated by 2,160 residents who come from all walks of life and bring records of fascinating experiences and achievements, they remain engaged with life. They teach classes, bring in concerts, sponsor clubs of all kinds, over 300 of those, and support each other. Windcrest, as you heard, is a well-run and beautiful place. We would not want it to be otherwise because it's our home.
Sir, you've reached your 3 minutes. Thank you.
I encourage you to come visit us, and having such a population of residents in a wonderful community that Erickson Senior Living would build would be a real asset to Westminster. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pam.
Good evening, and again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Welcome.
I'm curious because I found a case out. I'm curious because I found a case out in June 13th, 2020. Westminster lost probably 20 to close to $30 million, and I don't think the residents are aware of this. And I'm just curious if this is part of the push to get this done so quickly. And I think Councilman Ireland, you had asked why the price had increased. I think part of the reason that the property came back more was that Erickson entered into an agreement with RDHI on April 4th, 2022, only an offer to buy and not a completed sale. So I would just encourage City Council to look at what company contributed most for the dollars that we lost on the water treatment. And I think you're going to find that it'll be Erickson. I'm in favor of communities for the elderly and for the seniors, but not at this location. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brian Davis.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to try to skip around a lot of things that other people have already kind of touched on, but would like to start with saying that Section 11.5.13 of the City Code requires that notification signs of a public meeting be posted on the property a minimum of 10 days prior to the hearing. The notification signs for this meeting were posted on this property this past Friday, along the whole eastern side of the property, which is the only side that people are likely to see the notification, and the people that are interested in it, that's where they're going to see it. Those signs showed up on Friday. I also, because there's been a lot of talk about water issues, of course, tonight, just by way of a little bit of background, I actually began my career some 45 years ago working for the City of Westminster and splitting my time between both the planning and the parks departments. And I was real proud to have worked on the preliminary design for the existing park site, among many others. And in terms of tonight's conversation, the Waverly Acres Park site. And I want to echo the previous comments about the poor condition that site is in. In 2009, I believe it was, city shut off the water to that park site for conservation reasons, water conservation reasons. Let it go to weeds, and the existing little picnic area and shelter and so on probably represents less than 1/5 of what that park site once was. In terms of this site, this site's on a gradual hillside, abutting open space with an unparalleled vista that will be lost from many vantage points, not limited to just Waverly Acres. And if you haven't, I would encourage you to walk that open space trail along that east property line, and then try to convince yourself that the incredible view of the Front Range from this public open space isn't worth attempting to protect in some way. It's much easier to make decisions like this when you don't know what you're going to be giving up by doing so. From that open space, you can see the Flatirons, Mount Evans, Jasper Peak, Arapahoe Peaks, Navajo Peak, Mount Audubon, Longs Peak, just to name a few. I wonder how many Erickson representatives could point out or name those peaks. But you can bet that any unit on that site that has that view is going to have a premium fee attached to it. And it's not going to be a fair trade because there are a lot more people appreciating it now than there will be then. They've pointed out that this site was never meant to be open space, which is true, but it shouldn't be unreasonable for Westminster residents to expect that this property be developed in a very thoughtful and responsible way. I've also had no misconceptions that this property would ultimately be developed, but had hoped that a tract this size would be developed with multiple uses, density and building heights, perhaps being higher in the lower elevation areas next to the promenade and gradually stepping back to less density and lower building heights going up the hill in order to preserve existing view sheds and the character of the existing neighborhood and open space.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. The next speaker is Grover Wren.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Grover Wren, and I'm pleased to speak in support of the proposed Erickson Senior Living Community in Westminster, which will enhance the quality of life for seniors. My wife and I have lived in Windcrest for 2 years, but we've been actively involved with the community for much longer. A family member moved there in 2008, and we saw firsthand how fully he enjoyed life there, and we learned what resident life could be for us. We knew years ago that Windcrest would become our next home for our benefit and for our children. In 2011, I joined the Windcrest Board of Directors, and I served for 10 years. Over those years, I asked many residents about their experience. The answers have been remarkably consistent. It's the best decision I ever made, and I wish I'd done it sooner. My wife and I agree. Seniors choose Erickson communities to downsize, simplify life, and know that the health care we may someday need will be available. At Windcrest, we can receive primary care right on campus. Appointments are often available the same day. Physicians take the time to know us, and higher levels of care, assisted living, memory care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing are available on site when needed. A remarkable fact is that during the pandemic, not a single resident of our continuing care facility contracted COVID-19, which is a reflection of the decades of experience Erickson has in managing infectious disease. Equally important is the culture. Erickson communities are open and inclusive and known for their friendliness and mutual support among residents. Windcrest is a lively place with more than 200 resident-run clubs and interest groups. Research has shown this kind of social interaction is vital for well-being as we age. We are good neighbors. We shop locally, we vote, we contribute to the community. You can be certain that you will be invited to meet with residents from time to time to discuss issues important to the community. We are also generous people. Each year, residents organize fundraising campaigns for student scholarships, staff appreciation bonuses, and a resident care fund. For all of these reasons, I believe the planned Erickson community will be a tremendous asset to Westminster, enriching the lives of seniors and strengthening the larger community. I respectfully urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ken Smith.
Welcome.
Mayor,
Pro Tem and Westminster Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I support your building this project in Westminster. I'm a resident of Windcrest and Highlands Ranch. I moved there 10 months ago, and I agree it is one of my best major decisions. I moved from Lakewood. I am single and have some neurodivergence or possibly autism spectrum, and so mental health was a greater reason for me to make the move now, and I'm presently age 71. Because physically some challenges, but still can live independently, and I'm in the independent living, but always a chance at this age that something bad could happen, and I want to be ready for that. Also, I did not want to leave a big mess if I died or got Alzheimer's with my house in Lakewood, and nearest relative that would probably actually work on it's in Bettendorf, Iowa. I think both this Westminster project and the Windcrest and Highlands Ranch location. We've heard lots about open space. Both you and Westminster are great about it, and so is Highlands Ranch in Douglas County and Littleton, and also really like that both places don't have any highway billboards. To keep myself going, fitness, I go almost every day to the gym they have there, and often go to the instructor-led fitness classes. There's also inside connectivity, plus the beautiful outside walkways. The inside can go when it's snowing or cold out, or in June, ultraviolet. I am driving less since I made my move. There's the pharmacy and drugstore on campus that saves a huge amount of driving if I just need short errands. No more burn a half a gallon of gas to get a half a gallon of milk. Lots of activities. I moved November 12th, 2024. November 13th, I went to my first astronomy club meeting and gone to a bunch of other activities since. And the astronomy group is still going strong with me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Mills. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann Mills, and I'm here speaking to support the Erickson project you've been hearing about. I am a resident of Windcrest in Highlands Ranch. I moved there 14 years ago from Castle Rock area. We chose the Windcrest because of its many facilities, diverse number of resident activities, and its ability to serve all of our health needs as we age, as you just heard Ken speak. We're a little different than others. My husband and I wanted to stay in Colorado, and all our family is on the East Coast. So this community provided us with the opportunity to stay in one place and not be dependent upon having around us. So in addition to all the activities and we've talked about, there's a real focus on being active and healthy. And that means that family members will not be forced to leave. We will not be forced to leave if we should run out of financial resources, and that's important to our family members. Now, among my many activities at Windcrest, I happen to co-chair our annual Resident Care Fund campaign, and it exists solely to support any resident whose expenses have exceeded their ability to pay, which is usually due to unexpected healthcare expenses. While a very small number of residents ever need to use the fund, those that do are very grateful and that they will not have to leave the community because the residents have donated to supplement their income. So I just want to share my view that this really is a home for life. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kathy Delger.
Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Kathy Dilcher, currently the Associate Executive Director at Windcrest. I've been there for 13 years, and I have been doing a 50-mile one-way commute because my home is here on the north side of town. I live just 10 miles away in Broomfield and would love to be supporting this project on the north side. In fact, the entire time I've worked for Erickson, I've been working to support a development on the north side of town, partly because of the vibrant living experience for residents in our community. Currently at Windcrest, you've heard this, but we have 215 resident-driven clubs on campus that really speak to that vibrant living experience. In addition, we really have a strong focus on how we develop our workforce in the community. And so in the last year, in 2024, we had 124 internal promotions with staff in the community. And so far this year through June, we have had 84 internal promotions. I'd like to share 3 stories about that internal development. Staff, when they start with us, begin with an individual development plan, talking about what they're passionate about, what they want to pursue in terms of their career. And then in management, we come alongside those individuals to help support that development plan. I'd like to share 3 stories. Peter McCall started with us when he was a 15-year-old working in our dining program as a wait staff. He was a scholar recipient from one of those fundraisers that the residents do, and then also did tuition reimbursement to get his degree in education. Instead of teaching, he came back to Windcrest and is teaching and developing our dining team as the assistant director of dining. One of his prodigies is Douglas Moss, who has been on our team for 12 years and has progressed from a prep cook to a line cook to a sous chef, executive chef 1, and now is our community executive chef, overseeing our entire culinary program in the community. He did that through a program that we call the Ruby program through our Erickson Senior Living University online. And then my 3rd story is Michelle Taylor, who started with us about 12 years ago as a CNA and QMAP in our community. She has now progressed to become an RN and is a wellness nurse manager. And she also accessed the tuition reimbursement. So the development of our team in the community is something I'm really passionate about. And if you would support this project, we'll partner with all the area schools, high schools, community colleges, and universities to continue to grow our workforce in Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Russ Arch.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My wife and I have deep roots in this area. Pat is a native and raised in Arvada. I moved to Westminster in 1980. Then after just over 10 years, we moved a few blocks south and ended up in Arvada. Another 10 years, and we moved to North Thornton. For several years, Pat had her offices of her HO management company just down the street from here. 2.5 years ago, we made the move to Windcrest Senior Living in Highlands Ranch for all of the benefits that it provided. And we thoroughly enjoy the facilities and wonderful amenities provided at Windcrest. And an example is the security team are all EMTs, and to see them respond in 3 to 5 minutes to any emergency, and see that majority of them they're able to take care of on their own and not call in medical assistance from the fire department. But when they do, the fire department responds within another 5 minutes, and you see a person who has fallen and hit her head on the sidewalk in an ambulance within 15 minutes. And that's important to us. Living at Windcrest has proven to be a great experience for us. The resident and staff create an atmosphere that is very welcoming and happy. We have become active in many of resident activities. We participate in activities with other residents and serve in many capacities. There has been a downside in making this move over 50 miles from Thornton to South Highlands Ranch. Our family, church, friends, doctors, favorite restaurants, known shopping areas are all in the north area. It has been hard leaving all of this. We definitely would have stayed in this area had an Erickson Senior Living facility been available to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bruce Whitesell. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving me a few minutes here to address you all. Unlike some folks, I've only been a Westminster resident for 36 years. When I moved into Waverly Acres 36 years ago, one of my first questions was, when is all this horse pasture going to get developed? And the response was, well, developers have to develop, builders have to build, it's going to happen. We're not sure when. Okay, a proposal is before you to look at, is this the development you want? I have a highly biased opinion. I do not believe this is the development that is needed. Do I have a problem with retirement community going in literally across the open space from my back fence? No, I might be a resident in a retirement community at some point, but I don't believe that this is the answer that the city needs. We've heard from city staff and gotten some contradicting data on water usage, on a variety of costs, and from what our friends from Erickson have presented tonight. Who's right, who's wrong? I can't tell you. But the Erickson claim that they're going to blend in with the surrounding community, that might be true if we talked about the Shane Company and we talked about the Mercedes dealership, but it's certainly not what you're talking about when you look to the east towards Waverly Acres. I really have enjoyed my time in this community, and I hope that others will have that opportunity. I'm absolutely good with development, but I don't believe this is the answer that needs to be taken in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ryan Welsh. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Ryan Welch. I'm the president and CEO of the Butterfly Pavilion, located just down the road in Westminster. And I had the privilege of recently sharing our own vision for the future of Butterfly Pavilion with you. And I'm just so grateful for the encouragement and support we've received from this council. Our commitment to Westminster is very strong, and we're excited about the opportunities ahead. Tonight, though, I'd like to speak about our nearest potential neighbor and natural partner in that vision, Erickson Senior Living. From the very beginning of their planning process, Erickson has engaged with us openly and thoughtfully. They hosted their community meeting at the pavilion last year. They've met with us on multiple occasions, and they've constantly invited our input. We've had productive conversations about landscaping that will support pollinators and native species, which is very core to our mission. We also see extraordinary opportunities for partnership as Erickson's community comes to life. Their residents and families will become frequent visitors to Butterfly Pavilion, supporting our programs and attendance. Even more exciting, we anticipate many of them will volunteer with us, contributing to pollinator habitat, education, and community programs. That kind of neighborly involvement is really valuable to us. Erickson has already shown their willingness to support our community events, like our forthcoming Spiders Around the World, which starts September 26th and runs through October, and I invite everybody to attend. We anticipate them continuing to be a supporter and a true partner in growing Westminster's reputation as a place where nature, education, and community thrive together. So for these reasons, on behalf of Butterfly Pavilion, I offer our full support for the Erickson Senior Living Project, and I respectfully encourage your approval. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts, and thank you for your continued leadership of this community.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Paul Murphy. Welcome.
Thank you. And good evening to everybody, council, residents. I'm a resident of Waverly Acres. When we moved to Colorado, I grew up right outside of a big city, Philadelphia, so concrete jungle. I got out of there because that's not where I wanted to raise my kids. And obviously Erickson's not going to be a city, but it is going to be a facility that occupies a space that, the reason we moved to the house that we're in right now, we looked at 33 houses before we moved to Denver. And of the 33, there were 3 that we liked, and the one that we're in now is the one we like the best because of the location. And because we felt it was a community we could raise our kids, take them on a walk on the path, let them enjoy the beauty of Colorado. When it comes to modern day, we moved here, like I said, 30 years ago. We've been in Waverly Acres 31 years. Since we moved in, there's been the Westin Hotel, there's been the Village, what is it called, the Village up there at 98th and Sheridan. That whole housing development went in. There's one, Semper Gardens is coming into the east of us right now. Well, the east and the north. We know about the water treatment plant that potentially may go in on part of that property. And now the Erickson facility. And by the way, I support an Erickson continuing living facility coming to Westminster. I think we do need it for seniors. Obviously, all seniors won't qualify to live there. So I do support the building of a facility, just not on that piece of property. Mainly because my wife and I plan to, we're retired, and we plan to be in the house we're in Waverly Acres, until our kids take it over and we take residence on a plot of land somewhere, a burial plot. So that's the way we see that. We love the community we live in. We love the neighborhood, and we really appreciate Westminster. We're invested 30 years in Westminster, 31 years in Westminster. So residents in Waverly Acres also have an investment that we've made to Westminster, to our fellow community members, and I just hope that maybe there's a plot of land that we can put a retirement facility like Erickson, which is a beautiful facility, and I've been down to Windcrest, gorgeous, but it is massive, it is huge, and it does take away some of the things that brought us to Waverly Acres. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Yazizin. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for hearing us today. Really appreciate it. A good number of the people here tonight are being paid to be here, right? They know their city's needs, our city's needs, know the weakness for tax dollars and revenue. Don't be oblivious to that. They also know how to invite and present a good story of support. We're not here to debate wonderful senior success stories. An employment story, how well the facilities and services are for residents. I'm incredibly happy for those people and their experiences. Fantastic. But it only reinforces the concerns Westminster residents have. All were transplants from other cities and states. None of them are a story of a person that lived 5 or 10 miles from that facility. We're here to talk about the business of the city. There does come a time when there's too much growth, too much to provide proper services like water and electric, sewer, too much to safely support and protect its citizens. Take a look around, we're already there, right? Westminster's already there. For example, Perler Fire Development, coming development off 102nd Sheridan, Waverly Acres, and more than 1,000 homes between them. In addition, the many apartment complexes that have been built at the Promenade, Church Ranch, off Church Ranch, all new citizens, all with needs. It's perhaps time to take at least a hold for a moment and see how things look after these developments and others are finished. Just hold for a second. See what impact they have before we continue to pile on more and more. Arguments for more housing, different housing, mixed use, paired homes, townhomes, affordable housing, downtown development, apartments, and now the charge is to provide senior housing. Affordable, not affordable senior housing, mind you. And the city, as the city presenter indicated, if you choose to move forward with this one, can we be done? That'd be great if we could be done for a while. Will that finally be enough? Water, streets, how are these to hold up? I'm aware that the Planning Commission has moved forward with this to be heard tonight. The comprehensive land use plan, that was a promise to the citizens, and honestly, I don't feel heard. Instead, this is how I feel. Don't have the water resources, doesn't matter. Look at the tax dollars we'll collect. Streets don't have capacity, doesn't matter. Look at the tax dollars we'll make. Don't have police or fire resources to cover the thousands of new homes and residents. We'll propose a tax hike on top of the tax dollars we'll make. The council and the planning commission are meant to be the stewards of the city. This last decade has seen an explosion of growth, and this council and the commission have pushed the limits of the comprehensive land use plan and continue to. Your own analysis states this PDP is the third best option, ergo the worst option. The lack of near-term business opportunities is not a reason to exclude that it is the better option. If the original plan saw what it's turned into, I think it'd be terribly embarrassed and disappointed. The development is too much to add on to the city's resources. We're against this development. Please vote no on this plan.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sandra Oyarzun. Oyarzun, sorry. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I am a resident of Westminster also. I've lived here for, 27 years now. I just want to echo what I think Bruce Baker said at the beginning of this meeting, in the really think about if you're going to be changing or making an amendment to the comprehensive plan. I feel like it gets amended more times, in my opinion, than it should. It gets put in place for a reason, and to me, it shouldn't be changed. With this facility that they're planning on building, my biggest concern is the water that other people have spoken about. If it's someplace that people are actually living, it's going to be more water than a retail location, because you're going to be bathing, you're going to be washing dishes, you're going to be flushing toilets, you're going to be doing laundry. And I feel like, obviously, we have water issues. That's been spoken about multiple times tonight. On top of that is, if there's going to be 700 full-time and part-time jobs created with this facility, that is 700 more vehicles that are going to be coming in and out. And that traffic at 104th and Sheridan is already horrendous, in my opinion, from what it's been since I first moved here. And then also they've talked about the fire and emergency services. I know I've gotten flyers in the mail that it looks like something's going on the ballot to increase our taxes to fund more police and fire. And so if that's the case and we can't really support what we already need, even if it's only a few more calls a week, I know there's different numbers have been stated tonight, but it's obviously more than what it is right now. So in my opinion, I urge you to vote no for, mostly for changing the comprehensive. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Fenimore. Welcome.
Good evening again. Just a couple things I want to bring up. I took notes, didn't know what I was going to talk about tonight, but I've been listening to the people in here. What I've noticed is, this is a summary. For the most part, the people that live in the community around this area are not in favor of this development. The people that are in favor of it are people that are paid. They're either city staff, they're hired consultants, they work for the company. They've got their residents up here speaking. They should all, that should be null and void. It's got nothing to do with this community. What I see from what is going on here is that it's not affordable housing for the seniors. Talking about the prominent up there, the light rail, you guys voted to move that light rail station down to 88th and Harland, so that's going away. Water consumption is going to be higher at this property for the fact that it's 24 hours a day, 365 days out of the year. It's going to put a burden on the fire and police department. They're asking for reduced fees and taxes. Why should you have to give them 10 cents? This is a country club for seniors. Most of the residents in the Westminster area will not be able to afford to live here. It's going to be people from all over coming in. As far as the employment that was spoke about, whether it's construction, whether it's left in the comprehensive plan as the planned employment or flex plan, construction is going to happen anyway. You're going to have employees coming in here anyway. We're going to be affecting the community anyway. So all these things that they're saying that's so great about this project, we're going to have it anyway, whether we change it. But comprehensive plans are set for a purpose. It's for the community development. This was decided how the community was going to be developed a long time ago. It needs to be left alone. And then as far as real quick, the owner of the property accepted $9 million from the city of Westminster in around 2020. 2 years later, Erickson comes along, offers some kind of a big deal. Then the owner of the property sues the city, costs the city over $23 million. You're going to take and give something to someone that sued the city? There's something wrong about this. Who's in bed with who here? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stavros Rodist. The next speaker is Maeve Williams. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Maeve Williams. My husband and I moved to Colorado 5 years ago purely for the beauty of the state. It's a wonderful place to enjoy nature and the outdoors. When we were ready to start a family and buy a home, we chose the Waverly Acres neighborhood because of that resource to our family. I take my 2-year-old son every single day to that park. He is learning how to look at bald eagles, coyotes, prairie dogs. I'm able to teach him about preserving nature in our home. It's a peaceful place. I've gotten to know my community and build a community from being out of state. I've recognized multiple people in the meeting that I've gotten to talk to over the last 3 years that we've lived in our home, and what they're describing of moving to the neighborhood with wanting to raise a family in this beautiful area is what I'm beginning to do. And I want my son and future children to be able to enjoy the same beauty that their children that are now probably my age were able to grow up with, and that we can have that for decades to come. I'm not against a senior community. As a physical therapist, I work with seniors and I support seniors, and I know that that is an important issue as well. I just want the nature to be preserved and the beauty of the place that I moved to stay the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tim Pegg.
Welcome.
Hello, my name's Tim Pegg. I'm an alternate member of the Planning Commission, so you should know that any opinions I express tonight are my own and not necessarily those of the Planning Commission. I want to talk to you about my grandfather. He moved into a senior living community in 2017, and it was a great experience for him. The fact of the matter was he lived far away from all of us. That was his own choice. And nearing the end of his life, he needed more care. He couldn't cook for himself anymore. He needed 3 square meals a day. Someone provided that. When his memory started to go, they helped move all of his furniture into a new unit in the same building so he could stay with his community. And they took care of him. They made sure he was taking all his pills every day. And on top of that, this place was about 15 miles from his old home. His old neighbors could come and visit. Occasionally, he could go visit them. It was great. And most importantly, at the end of his life, the staff took care of us. You know, they called us and told us that it was probably time to buy last-minute plane tickets and come say goodbye. And they kept us comfortable for 48 hours while he passed away. And so I'm urging you to help other people stay in their community and receive that kind of care. I've heard concerns that this is expensive. I agree with those concerns to the extent that I think everyone deserves the kind of care that my grandfather and my family got at the end of his life. But that costs. That nurse who was up at 4 in the morning with me, helping take care of him, she had to be paid. No one owes you that work for free. And so you have to pay rent in these places. That's just how it is. You know, we're in a state that has Tabor, that the money to provide this for everyone is just not going to come anytime soon. I understand the desire for something more affordable, but that is not the option before us tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Bill Kearney.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Bill Carney. I'm the son-in-law of R. Dean Hahn, who bought this property and 750 acres with his cousin, Bill Hewitt of Denver, back in 1955 and 56. Through the years, we've completed a number of transactions with various companies. All our land sale transactions have been between principals of large governmental entities and publicly held corporations, but we included local firms like Ryder, Genesee, and Berkeley. And the larger national firms were like Grand, BRE, Capital Pacific, Standard Pacific at Legacy Ridge Development, and most recently Toll Brothers for the recent development around Waverly Acres. Now we're bringing you Erickson as a development to fill in the rest of our property along US 36. I feel we've been a good neighbor. Cotton Creek, Wandering View, Sheridan Green, Waverly Acres, and even Church Ranch. The planned Erickson community should enhance the property values of all surrounding areas, similar to what occurred at our Legacy Ridge project. And I think Erickson is going to be a great neighbor to all aspects of the city of Westminster. I think both economic impact studies did not recognize enough of the fiscal impact of the disposable income of the Erickson residents. They will fill the restaurants, shop the retail stores, and bring much needed sales tax revenues to the city. Our family urges the city to adopt the comp plan amendment and rezone the property. We want to show Erickson the city is rolling out the red carpet to welcome its newest corporate citizen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe McKendry.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. In case you're just looking for a Westminster Municipal Code that, you know, vaguely potentially is getting violated, Westminster Municipal Code 13-5-3A. Generally, lands acquired with open space funds shall be preserved and managed in a natural condition, such lands might include scenic vistas, floodplains, trail corridors, farmlands, highly visible natural areas along our arterial streets, and open space buffers at the city perimeter. They have definitely given some consideration to a very small portion of the open space to maintain some of that view corridor, but the vast majority of that open space, it is just going to get obliterated with 65-foot tall buildings. What you could see with the mountains will now be buildings. Yes, there's going to be some trees in front of the buildings. They're going to try and hold themselves into the environment, but it is not the mountains. Someone said 60% of the residents will come from 25 miles away. I'm just more curious about what percentage of those residents are going to come from 5 miles away. The ones that live here in Westminster. They didn't give that number. I don't know what that number is, but they probably do. Why didn't they give that number? So, something else I haven't really heard much talk about. Erickson organizations, they are tax exempt organizations. It's not right now. It'll happen after they've been built. I want them to pay the same taxes I do. I want them to pay the same taxes their surrounding business partners do. I don't think having them as a tax exempt organization is going to be beneficial to this community. They've also revealed at the Planning Commission meeting that they plan to apply for tax and fee exemptions or reductions. Again, why? They have said how much they're going to contribute to the community. They're taking from the community. That is their plan. Erickson, they're going to create a high volume of low-income jobs. Now, low-income jobs are definitely necessary for every community. We need a nice balance. But they're going to create a much higher volume than what the current zoning would create. We really want Westminster to grow as a community and not just line the pockets of Erickson. There is no doubt living there at Erickson would be just a wonderful place. I want to live there. I am not in that top 10%. We have heard from the top 10%. Those are not the Westminster residents that get to live there. We want to live there, but we don't get to.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
We will take a 10-minute break and come back. Rest of the order will have staff response. Applicants deliberation. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Just a couple quick clarifications we heard from the presentation and from the public comments that we wanted to address. So quickly, as the PDP is currently drafted, the public land dedication would be dedicated and paid with the first plat. So that's at the time that we would receive the cash in lieu funds and the land would be transferred. The park development fees would be paid at the time of building permit, and those two fees amount to that $17.5 million amount you guys saw on the slides. For reclaimed water, so we do not for sure know if it's available for use on the site. We do need to do further analysis to determine if they could use that on their site to serve their campus for their irrigation. Creekside Drive and the signal will be required regardless of any development on this property. It is necessary to serve the property with fire service and fire access off West 104th Avenue. That is the opinion of our fire department and our transportation team. For public, some comments we heard on the 800, 900 calls that staff cited, specifically, that is calls that the city will respond to. So it is not calls that is including what Erickson responds to. So that's call types such as gas leaks, fire alarms, cooking fires, fall assists, and et cetera. Then finally, the notification signs that we heard from the public. So the applicant was required to post 5 notification signs along the street frontages. Before the 10-day period, we had asked the applicant to install a sign along the Big Dry Creek Trail. That's a citizen had specifically asked for that. And then during last week, a citizen asked for us to install signs adjacent to the park and the open space on the east side of the property, and the applicant obliged and added 2 additional signs. So the applicant did meet their public notification requirement for signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant?
Great, thank you all very much. We're going to have a number of partners probably stand here and go to slides so we can provide answers that were provided. I do want to frame, though, before we have our 3 or 4 speakers go through issues, I actually just want to start and acknowledge the Waverly Acres neighbors. We did 3 separate neighborhood meetings there and actually used an expanded universe and mailed them each time. So we would be able to hear their comments. We don't want to hear their comments for the first time in a hearing like this. So we went to an expanded. It's a wonderful neighborhood. I walked Eaton today. The access to the park was closed. There's just construction going on. We understand those issues and have designed our buffer and our perimeter sensitivity zone to that. So I just want to acknowledge how important we think that is, and we'll continue to work with them. There were comments that this has gone really fast. This has been a 3-year plus process, but it's not for that point. It's that we still have so much further to go. All of the individual ODPs, we anticipate probably 3 phases on this site. We'll continue to go through that process, and we will continue to work with the community. So we will show more articulated buildings, how they work, those view corridors, and work with them. There's still a lot to do with that community, and we pledge to continue to honor those discussions. So I just want to start there and frame that we certainly have followed and expanded all of that outreach because we so value that feedback. I'm going to have Jared address a number of building and site issues that came up, but I do want to start just in comparing the existing employment flex to our proposed urban multifamily. Those 2 boxes there, sorry, that's maybe not showing on the screen if you do want it to, but it shows, people asked why would it be over 4 stories? I just want to show that these 2 zone districts have the same guidelines, 1 to 4 stories, except there can be additional transitions or additional height when you're along an expressway. This isn't along an expressway, so again, both of those land use designations allow for some of that higher use above 4 stories. But we have honored that as that transition away from the neighbors. I'm going to come back and forth. Jared's going to address a number of site questions that came up.
Yeah, just a few things. Thanks again for your time. The gridded site plan discussion items. We are excited to work with the city staff and to be back in front of you guys when we present at for ODP and to show how the site plan works. And really what we want to show you at that point as we can continue to work on the site plan is the pedestrian nature of the community, how that's gonna drive the site and the community layout and be gridded both indoor and outdoor. And it really is creating a non-car centric neighborhood and a great place to walk around with all kinds of wonderful trails, indoor and outdoor, and making sure that they're within the right distances of dining halls and all the other opportunities. There's gonna be benches, very strategically placed every so often, so that environment is right. And that's what's driving the gridded aspect of what you're seeing on the screen right there, primarily. The second thing is building height. You know, in the comp plan, both in the employment flex and in urban multifamily, it's 1 to 4 stories with increased height along US 36 or busy roads. And so with the site stepping down, you know, we tried to push the height of the buildings a little bit more towards US 36, having by also employing a larger setback on the east side and having that height sensitivity zone on the east side too. So we were trying to be as respectful as possible, trying to fall in with what the comp plan suggests. And you know, just the way that the site, you can kind of see it from some of the video that we had at the beginning. The site sort of sits up. There's the ridge line is really eastern property line is Acres Park. You look up on it's all open space there, and then as soon as you get to the ridge line, the site starts to fall away towards US 36 and towards the mountains. And so we were trying to really work that out, and we will continue to do so at during the ODP. Worked really closely with the city staff to make sure that we were getting the exact credit there, and trust me, they held us to all the stuff in the floodplain. We're getting 1/6 credit for that, and then working out the math accordingly with the dedication and the fee in lieu.
Great. I'm going to now address the question about where are residents moving from. You were all handed this flyer that shows a heat map of actually the last 5 years at Windcrest. And in front of you, it shows the 5, 10, 15, and 25 miles. So these are neighbors where they have moved from and into the site. As you can see, the far majority of the residents that have moved in are within 5 and 10 miles. So when we base our evidence that 67% of our neighbors will come within that 25 mile, it is based on empirical data. And also, and importantly, we did a series of focus groups with Westminster residents to learn from them, Westminster seniors, about the amenities, the specificity of the design of the community. We had an overwhelming response, and that's why we know those residents are going to be coming from this subject area. I also want to just clarify on the comp plan amendment, specifically noting why are we going through this process? People said, we want to trust the comp plan, it was just adopted. I actually want to remind everyone that we had planning staff approval and planning commission approval to move forward. And at the last change, to change the comp plan in that vote back in back in March of 2023. But this council, in deference to the neighbor, said, no, we don't want you to do it here because not everyone would know about that process. We want you to go do full engagement, full studies, full analysis, engage the community, and bring the comp plan change back. So we are doing that specifically for more transparency, more process, more study. We have done all of that for 2.5 years. So I just want the public to know this is actually an incredibly expanded process because of this council saying to go through that formal amendment process. I think just lastly, or maybe a couple other calls for service, I think Jacob was correct the way we've understood it, that this could lead to about 800 additional calls for service. I don't want to pass over what the former fire chief said. That's at our full build out. Our phase 1 will have approximately 300 to 350 units. We are phased impact by all of these to city services, but our commitment to the city happens all at day 1. We build Creekside from day 1. We pay $15 million in PLD from day 1. Unemployment flex makes no contribution to open space. So when people say we're not doing enough open space, it's astonishing. I've never seen a project give this much from a physical contribution of $15 million to change PLD in all neighborhoods. I hope it comes to rest at Waverly Acres Park. we would support that wholeheartedly to really improve that. And we hope that some of that money can go to those types of improvements. So again, I just want to say, we acknowledge planning staff and staff was terrific. Yes, they went through a fair analysis, but they supported the project, and fire and water and everyone came forward and said we can meet those services. Lastly, we want to specifically cover the water analysis, and again, go through the slides that are there. We're going to have our water consultant, who has looked at this in incredible detail, walk through this slide and the answer.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Caleb Zanette. I'm with Aquasand Network. We are the water efficiency and supply consultants for Erickson. Just wanted to clear up some details because you know how they say out west, beer's for drinking and water's for fighting. So hopefully we'll get some of this information out. So the city's water supply plan, which is an overarching analysis of the current water supply and future water needs, that was a guiding policy of the 2040 comp plan that saw several of the city's undeveloped parcels move from that high impact water user to a low impact water use designation. Now, the Han site previously held the mixed-use activity center, which you see on the far left bar graph, and that was the city's highest water impact user at an estimated 342 acre-feet for that site. The 2040 comp plan redesignates the Han site to employment flex, which is the third bar graph, and that's going to have an anticipated range of water savings that could be achieved. The planning session stated that range was a minimum of 73 acre-feet of savings, which equals that higher usage, around 270 acre-feet for employment flex, and then a maximum savings of around 240 acre-feet, which is on that lower end side. Now, these ranges can be partly attributed to the different uses that are defined under employment flex designation. The higher water users being primary users, such as R&D and incubator space, and the secondary users being manufacturing and hotels. Those are going to be on the high side of that usage. And then your lower water impact users will be your commercial office space, which we heard from the Chamber of Commerce. That's really not a viable option for this site. However, I want to note that the factors that most influence the city's water supply are actually the water use assumptions. And those are 4 categories: enhanced conservation, baseline business as usual, conservation stagnates, and increased water use. And those are kind of the 4 defining factors that city staff came up with in their water supply planning tool. And there's a direct quote from the planning session regarding water supply and those uses, and it states, and I quote, "The impact of water use assumptions have, in general, a 10 times greater magnitude of impact on water demand results as compared to the impact of land use assumptions. Small changes to the land use through comprehensive plan amendments generally do not have a significant impact on the build-out of water demand of the city," end quote. So really what the water supply plan demonstrates is that it's not the designation of the site that makes the biggest difference and kind of moves the needle in the water supply. It's how water is going to be used at the site. And with that, Erickson has proven through years of water supply data and from similar properties, to include perhaps the best comparable property at Windcrest, that the CCRC is one of the most efficient users of water. In fact, the total average gallons per capita per day for a CCRC resident, which does include irrigation, is under 100 gallons per capita per day. Compare that to the city's most recent data point available at 120 gallons per capita per day. That's a 20% reduction right there. So Erickson is already meeting the city's enhanced conservation standard for water use at the site. Now, how is that accomplished? Well, one, Erickson is committed to implementing a water efficiency program at the site, which is going to either meet or exceed the requirements outlined in the city's multifamily design standards, geothermal cooling in place of evaporative cooling, and then finally, Norris has developed a great water-wise landscaping program that has 85% of its total area considered low/xeric or moderate hydrozones. And you couple that with the fact that simply the nature of water use at facilities at continuing care retirement communities, senior residents just use less water due to less active lifestyles. And then in addition to that, they have a lower occupancy than your standard urban multifamily. So hopefully that clears up some of the water usage. And with that, I'll pass it back over to Marcus.
Good evening. Just briefly, there was one comment about the status of this property and it being open space and needed to be preserved in its natural, so it's vacant land right now and it's not subject to that code provision. So you don't need to worry about, and certainly Mr. Frankel can tell you this too, so you don't need to worry about any sort of restrictions on that private property. So just wanted to make as open space.
I'll close here on our rebuttal, and thank you all very much for your patience. I just want to say there was comments about the high volume of low-wage jobs that we'll be creating on this site. I think then you heard the testimony of how it actually functions and the ability to grow our own employees. Yes, we will have students that work here, and they will earn scholarships, and they will go to nursing schools, and they will come back and be skilled nurses at the site. We will have very skilled professionals here as well. You saw an incredible team, some of the members here. So I just want to honor that we are going to have a range of 700 housing facility at this higher market. By increasing supply, we drive down the prices. We also are structured attainability, where we show 27% of that monthly fee, as a speaker went through, is actually much less than people would have in a for rent or for sale. So we really are trying to impact that. We actually want to go further on that, and as we move forward, we'll continue to evaluate ways we can participate in affordable, true affordable, maybe even offsite on other ones. There's not a mechanism that you all have to put in place at this site. We are housing plus care, housing plus services, housing plus meal care. It is not a traditional, as you have an incentive agreement tonight for senior affordable housing. That's a standalone traditional senior affordable housing that we work through. So we want to continue to work with you, and we look forward to any questions you have about those differences. Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
I move to convey an executive session to consult with the city attorney on legal issues involving development approval criteria contained within Chapter 5 of Title 11 of Westminster Municipal Code pursuant to WMC 1-11-3C8 and CRS 24-6-4024B.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we convene into executive session. I would like each person to say their name and that you're willing to go into executive session.
Obi Zadi, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Dave Demott, yes.
Nancy McNally, yes.
Sarah Narmella, yes.
Amber Hott, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Do we need anything else?
Thanks, Mayor. I would just probably note for the record that it's 11:25 p.m. and that we will be briefly adjourned while we convene the executive session upstairs in the CMO conference room.
We lost Abby. Got too many notes. We are back in session. It is 12:13, and our next piece is City Council questions and answers. Councilor Demott.
Well, thank you, Mayor. So I have a handful of questions. First question is for staff, and it's, I know in the presentation they talked about the potential for using reclaimed water, but without using reclaimed water, the numbers that were stated as far as, I think it was 217 acre feet of water. My real question for staff is, does that bring us out of balance for our water supply? Because in the presentation, it showed, you know, what the other one potentially was at a high water mark, but if they're only using 217 acre feet, where does that leave us?
It doesn't make it doesn't throw us out of balance with the water supply.
Great, that's important. Thank you very much. Trying to look at all the notes. It's been a lot of different testimony and such. For our staff, can we address the question about the signage and if it was properly noticed? Just so that we get that cleared up on the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Demott. So the signs were properly placed on the property with the 10-day notice and then the locations as told by staff.
Great, thank you. You guys did throw a lot of answers at us at the end really quickly too, so I'm making sure that I didn't write down stuff you answered. I guess the other thing that, and this is more for the applicant, and it's around the height. And we've talked a lot over the last handful of years about view corridors, and I'm just curious with the final plan, you know, what really the heights are. Are you guys kind of locked in on that? Do you have some flex in terms of what the height of these buildings are going to be? Or what's the long-term look like for that?
Thank you, Councilor Demott. The height, you know, we worked really closely with the city staff to have that height sensitivity zone to really pull that back and to be sensitive to the neighbors to the east. We'll work through that, you know, the remaining piece of that with how we're laying out the buildings, coming in underneath the 65 feet height. And thanks, Kaylee. You know, and working with, you know, tuck under parking underneath the buildings and making sure that that's all working. And Erickson and the architects have looked at that extensively, and we'll continue to work with city staff throughout the ODP to make sure that the site plan, you know, responds the right way, you know, so that it fits in best with the city is all I can really say. But it'll come in underneath that 65, and we'll do our best to keep the buildings as low as possible.
I would just put out there that that's important if this goes forward for us to look at that. There's other areas in the city, and as we build out, there's certainly, it seems like what's remaining is all things with beautiful views. I don't know, maybe there were more beautiful views. I don't remember. I've been here my whole life, but things have changed a lot over the years. But there's a lot of sensitivity to that, so I appreciate that. And then the last question that I have is one of the public comments had stated about outreach, and so I'm just curious who all got a mailing and what that outreach looked like to make sure that people knew about this meeting, as well as what your actual public outreach was.
Yeah, sure, Counselor. We did do 3 full rounds of notice to the neighbors. We used the city's list to provide that. We sent written notice to all of the neighbors because we want to engage them early as well. So we did an expanded footprint and noticed that area for the 3 separate meetings that we held for the public.
Great. And then actually, just while I'm thinking about it, one last question. I mean, we've had a lot of talk about affordability. You guys have certain mechanisms. This is, as Mr. Pochner, you mentioned, different than one of the other items that we have later on today. But in terms of like this kind of product and how it fills up and stuff, like how quickly would we see a development like this actually sell out for, and obviously there's going to be turn, but what does that look like to be at capacity? Like how quickly after build would this facility be at capacity?
Terrific. And I'll play forward because one of the neighbors asked us a question. If it were to move forward, we'd still have the full ODP and site work, so we wouldn't anticipate construction starting until 2027. Generally, Erickson opens a sales office 3 to 4 months in advance of construction beginning. So I'll frame it there, sir, to answer your question, and then Mary Ann can talk about how it builds up or fills up.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, and just to add on to what Marcus said, we actually already have leased our marketing center, so it's across the street in Church Ranch Way, in like the office tower. But typically, yes, we would begin our sales and marketing efforts sometime before we opened, and we would expect to open the first phase, which we talked about a little bit earlier, which is about 300 units or so, and the first like the amenity space. I mean, we have some residential units kind of mixed in with that, but we would have like the restaurants and some of the wellness areas. So it would be about 300 units or so, and we would probably fill that up pretty quickly within about 3 years, I would say. And then we would each year plan to build and open about a building a year. But we do not build or open anything speculatively. So we would make sure that there was demand in the marketplace for residents, for seniors.
Great, thank you. I do actually have one more thing back to the water. I understand that you want it to be looked at with the reclaimed water. I also know enough about our reclaimed water that might be a big ask. So with that being said, do you have other plans to try to drive more water savings if that's, if this moves forward and they say, you know what, we looked at it, can't do it for you? Is that just going to be like, okay, move forward 217 acre feet, or do you have other plans to potentially look at other savings?
I'll certainly let our Caleb answer that. The one thing I just want to stress, we're going to build to be ready for recycled water when it's available. And we think that's the right thing to do. So we're building the infrastructure on our site that will connect to that. So I hope it's available when we start. I hope it's there. We'd certainly talk to the city, how do we help move that along? So it is an incredibly important thing for a site of this size. So I just want to acknowledge that and then how we address it.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councilor DeMott. So right now, what that 270 acre feet does show is the current water efficiency plan that's going to be implemented at Erickson. I believe that there are another, few adjustments that could be made to lower that usage, but we want to make sure that we're projecting and giving you guys a very reasonable estimate of what that water usage is going to be. The information that we have put out now kind of backs up with Windcrest. It is a more conservative estimate than Windcrest, so I would say that once everything is built out, really, water usages can be hard to predict. But right now, what we're showing in our usage is slightly more conservative than Windcrest, and there are some irrigation areas where we could actually cut back on a little bit further. I'd have to get you the exact numbers on that, but I think we could come at least somewhere in between that 177 and 217 mark.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, really the point I'm trying to get at, that you have a plan if that doesn't work, that you're going to push the envelope on it. Cool. No further questions right now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
On the water question, this is for staff. There you are. So you mentioned it's not going to this use from the employment flex use to the multifamily high, that increase in water use is not going to impact our overall water supply and plan. Are we going to lose development opportunity somewhere else as a result?
No, I don't think so. So our water supply planning, any parcel like this is gonna use a range of water. So we have high, medium, and low. And we have a very sophisticated consumption model and that matches up with our supply that looks at those variabilities across all parcels across the entire city under multiple different circumstances. So we look at a range of what the demand is going to be into the future, depending on how things develop from a very low density to very high density to very high consumption to very low consumption. And we have, the consultant earlier alluded to the fact that we kind of look at different scenarios. And we are well within a sort of a business as usual scenario to be able to absorb this and everything, all the other vacant parcels in the way that they're currently contemplated in the comprehensive plan. So just to give you an order of magnitude, right now we have about 28,000 acre feet of water supply available to us through our water rights portfolio. And with the comp plan as it is right now, we're contemplating as an average sort of continue on the trajectory that we are right now. We're not going wild with use. We're not strictly conserving. It just kind of continues to build out. We'll be at around 21,000 acre feet. So 28 to 21,000 acre feet. And so with this development here, even if all of it is at once at 200 acre feet is a very small fraction of that delta.
Okay. That's helpful. And then just since you're there, the reclaimed water, how high of a potential is it to bring that to the site?
So there's two things, there's actually three considerations with that. One is the volume. Do we have the available volume? And and that's kind of a function too of storage. Does the city build storage? Is there storage on their site or is it a direct connect? So that the amount of volume is, we're getting close to what we have available. Looking at these numbers, I feel like they could probably do it from a volume standpoint. Second piece is the hydraulics of it. We've got to actually build the infrastructure and it has to mechanically send the water there. That's a bit more challenging. There's got to be some pipe built all along 104th from about Promenade down to 104th to connect into Sheridan. So that loop has to be extended. That's got a high cost to it. I don't know what that cost is. So we got to put the infrastructure in. We have to kind of see on the water balance on the volume side about how the system's going to work. So there's some modeling that goes into it. If the developer wanted to spend the money to go and extend the line to bring it, then I think the city, we could probably find a way to deliver the water. Would be just my initial reaction, but we haven't gone through that analysis yet.
May I ask
the city
a
does not have in
question?
its capital plan right now to extend the pipeline.
With that, I just asked if I could follow up. So we know we have other HOAs begging for the reused water. So why would this development get it over people that have been waiting?
Well, that would be a consideration. And so I don't know that we have worked through a prioritization or not of those sorts of things. I know we're extending some reuse pipeline along Legacy Ridge right now that's going to pick up at least a couple of different HOAs through there in the short term. So they'll soon be on the system, and I think they've expressed an interest in being there. But I don't know the answer to that. Again, it comes down to, we have a system right now, and is the city going to spend money to go and extend lines to go to these different places? And if so, where? And in this case, they can come to us and get the water.
I thought we were darn close to being at our max of what the state says. So this is sort of all new news.
Yeah, we haven't gone through that analysis yet, But again, I think if it's a direct feed, it could be a little more challenging than if there's storage that could take during off-peak uses and perhaps fill in that. 'Cause
Sorry, I interrupted.
It's okay. Thank you, Paul. So I just have a couple of questions for staff regarding the fiscal impact and land use. So thank you. For the fiscal impact, there have been a lot of numbers coming back and forth on this. And so just in comparing, an employment flex, so just like an employment use on the site, which probably brings in more over annually than this project would bring in annually. But this project on the front end brings in pretty high dollars with public land dedication. Have you thought about, is there a way to, I know it's apples to oranges for sure, but in terms of the fiscal impact of the two different types of uses, what's your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Lindsay Kimball, Community Services Director. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for the question. Yes, the team, we've thought a lot about it. I would say you brought up a very good point. I would say it's probably apples and oranges and watermelons and licorice and all kinds of stuff. It's also a timing question. That is where just myself personally kept coming back to, trying to objectively evaluate all of this. You can't get away from the timing factor. It's been on the market for quite a while with this land use designation. We know where, I think everyone knows, I don't need to overstate the vacancy rates right now in office. We have not had any prospects looking for that type of product. And, I would say objectively, the university, when they used their inputs, it was a best case scenario for max build out of a flex and then of a slightly less flex, more office component. But I would say that amount of office contemplated is more than the entire city has seen probably in 30 years. So that's where my mind kept going back to timing, time value of money, time value, opportunity costs, those sorts of things, which, I wish I could put it into a table where it was perfectly apples to apples.
Okay.
But it is very challenging. So I kept coming back to timing.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. For the PLD that we would collect, which is approximately 15 million, is there any flexibility around, I know we've, over the years, what exactly are we using the PLD dollars for in terms of its, definition and code, what it can be used for? And I'm just kind of curious, there's things that I'm hearing tonight, like a need to address Waverly Acres and park, and is that something that can be, addressed with the PLD? Are there other much needed uses that we have contemplated for the PLD?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So at this time, city staff have not identified a specific purpose for the PLD cash in lieu funds that would be potentially received if this project were to go forward. It would go into the general revenue fund of the city and generally just needs to be used for public purposes around construction and the impacts of growth and development. So I believe our opinion from our city attorney's office is that it could be used for certain infrastructure projects. So it could potentially be used for Waverly Acres or other things as well.
Is there any flexibility in it being used for something like a public benefit, like affordable housing?
I have to defer to the city attorney's office on the nexus there to just make sure that we're keeping the funds to the
Yeah, we'd have to evaluate because it is an impact fee on this particular project. So ideally, there's a nexus and the money gets spent to address the impacts of this project. So, the adjacent park potentially is an allowable use. The improvement of fire service that would benefit this parcel could be an allowable use.
Yeah, that was also one of my thoughts. Okay, so it's helpful to know that there's some level of flexibility on what the PLD can potentially address. Okay.
Did Director Oxelberger have something?
Yeah, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council Eric Otzelberger, Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Director. So in October, we will be proceeding with a roughly $230,000 playground replacement. So Waverly Acres Park was on the short list for minor park renovations and some improvements. So there's some modest work that's going to be taking place literally in a couple weeks here.
Is there any, having more grass there or something?
It's, additional phases, enhancements, improvements could be evaluated over time, but just because it was brought up this evening, literally we're on the cusp of making some improvements there. But that doesn't preclude other future improvements.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Last question, I'm so sorry, Mr. Kaza. It was briefly shown, just the applicant showed a picture of the employment flex potential build out on the site. With respect to the standards that we have for employment flex, if we had a project come in that was proposed for that type of use, would we have the same level of standards and guidelines to utilize to have the project address the sensitivity and compatibility with the existing development? I'm just trying to compare the two uses and what that's really going to net for us.
So we do, right now we utilize our retail commercial design guidelines. As part of the code forward process, we're working on coming up with specific industrial standards. But with those retail commercial design guidelines, we have built the majority of employment flex that you see in the city right now. Particularly for this site, it doesn't have the I code on our land use plan map. So we generally would not see a lot of the site being utilized for a tilt-up concrete, which is kind of what their rendering was. So we'd expect it to be more in an office configuration, typically, or probably in a we'll say a lower slung single story type of employment flex building, smaller scale, not so much like the large Amazon warehouse, which is what we'd consider a secondary use in employment flex. And so we wouldn't want to see that as the dominant character in that 65 acres.
Okay. Okay, and thank you. Quick question for the applicant. There's a note about the need for potential rebates or to make this project whole or able to be constructed. Can we talk a little bit more about why that's in the
Yeah, we actually just want to reference in your questions earlier, Mayor Pro Tem, about are there ways to have some more flexibility? We honestly have kept that in because we think there are ways that we could be better partners with the city than your current structure allows. We thought it was very important that it said outside of the entitlement process, we believe we meet all your approval criteria, but we agree there are ways that we think we should love to keep some of those monies there. Talk about the full roadway costs. Are there things we could do to improve fire service? Those are things. So I think we don't look at that just as a rebate or something coming back to us. It's more of that full economic picture, talking about some of those amenities. So that's why I leaned in a little bit. Maybe we look at some things as we move forward on the ODPs on affordable housing, because we literally are not structured that way. We are housing and care. So I think we're trying to be transparent that we'd love to continue to have discussions with the city as we move forward in the process.
Okay, that's helpful to understand because just reading that alone just made it seem like paid too much for the land or something. And you need to
Yeah,
make
and
it
I think it's really a reflection of the 15 million, upfront in PLD is a remarkable
Yes,
number.
it is high.
And it is, if it were phased appropriately, as it would be in almost every other jurisdiction, it would actually probably lead to more monies that could be spent better. But that's a standard line, right? You have to go through this process. So I think honestly, Mayor Pro Tem, it's an acknowledgement from us that we wish we could have a traditional, like a development agreement, but we're doing that and spending all the money up front, and our impacts will be very phased into the community.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those are my questions, thank you.
Councillor Ireland.
Okay, I have a few questions that have not been addressed. How many parking spaces are at this property?
We are looking specifically at the map here, so we will give you an answer in just a moment.
Okay. Maybe while she's doing that, you talked about the lifetime service contract. What does that entail? Are the people selling their houses on the open market, or do you buy their homes?
Yeah, so I'll go through that, and Counselor, I apologize, my tired eyes if I'm going the wrong way here. I just want to go to that slide. So I'll have Erickson address, but this shows, Counselor, that question of how the model works, right? Those first two there, and it really talks about transferring that asset. So, Marianne, do we purchase the home, or do they sell that asset?
Erickson does not purchase their home. They can list it, in a multiple list system, work with a realtor, or they can have their own private sale, but we do not get involved in that process. If we do have some, like if they wanted some moving assistance, or like just wanted general information about moving, we would provide that to them, but we are not involved in the sale at all.
Okay, another question. What if they don't like it there and they want out? Can they get out? And what does it cost them?
They can get out. Again, it's the refundable entrance fee is it's basically for their lifetime of care, and it would pass to their heirs, or if the resident decided to leave. So that's, doesn't have to pass your heirs, you can leave. It's probably structured differently in every state, but there could be like a time period where you would have to, there might be a 1 year waiting period. I think the Colorado law, I would have to check, but I think it says there's like a 1 year.
And how much do they get back of their
It should be the
investment?
fully refundable amount, the 80, whatever they enter into, between 80 and 90%.
So they lose 20 to 10 to 20 plus the monthly fee?
Well, they would pay the monthly fee each month. for
Yeah, but
the
they wouldn't get
services.
that back, and they wouldn't get 10 to 20% of whatever their value of their house was? If they get out of the contract?
Yeah, sure. Hello, I'm Scott Gensler from Erickson Senior Living. Just to sort of clarify how the contracts work. So first of all the contracts are regulated by the Department of Financial Services, so they have to approve all CCRC contracts within the state of Colorado, and there's very specific rules on how these situations are handled. So if a resident leaves the community, the statute says that they need to get the refundable portion of their entrance fee back within 180 days is the maximum amount of time that someone have to wait for that refund. Obviously, they've consumed services throughout the time that they're in the community, so they would pay those monthly service fees. But even though we sort of tailor the entrance fees to match the real estate in the general area, your home sale does not necessarily correlate to your exact unit. So the resident has choice. So if you had a $500,000 house and you wanted a larger unit that was more expensive, they could choose that at their choice. If they wanted a smaller unit that's less expensive, they can choose that as well. So, but the typical resident uses their home equity to fund the entrance fee. A lot of people actually retain a portion of that equity themselves, but it's not 100% one-to-one match. It's just the funding source that people tend to use for this type of product.
So what's the minimum buy-in?
So there's no, I wish I could be able to tell you what a minimum buy-in is. As you heard, I think somebody testifying earlier today about what costs were before COVID, what costs are in construction after, what the labor market's gonna be. You know, we're talking about something that's gonna be not open for probably 5 years in the future.
What
based
if
upon
it
the
was
time-
open right now? What would it be?
So I think what we said was very similar to what you see at Windcrest. I think there was some testimony about the ranges of prices. So like the smallest unit, somebody testified was in the was in the 200,000s, and there's a variety of prices to match sort of the diversity of the housing in the area. So we tend to have various different sizes to attract a diversity of housing and residents to give them choice. So we'll have, typically in our communities, we'll have a distribution of entrance fees that could range from the 20th decile of the home value market, you know, up to sort of the 90th decile. And we provide a diversity because we want our residents to be a representative of the local area.
Okay, another question. Wonder if they get in at the minimum of 200,000, how long will that last? How long can they stay there at 200,000?
So regardless of which unit you have, all of our contracts have a home for life guarantee. So they're guaranteed to, as long as they're honoring the conditions in the contract, so they're paying their monthly service fee, or if for some reason, I think they talked about raising for benevolent care, that we do have funds available to support all the residents to make sure that nobody gets thrown out, or, you know, a lot of communities in their most vulnerable state, when they sort of need the most care, they're sort of subject to being sort of removed from a community that doesn't have policies like that. But it's very important to us that we take care of residents all throughout their entire life. So we have never asked anybody to leave for inability to pay in any of our communities.
I guess I have questions for our staff. Did we get the parking though?
Yes, Councilor Ireland, with regard to your parking question, as we have in the PDP, there are 1,684 total spaces required. And of course, those would get built out. That's for independent living, assisted living, skilled nursing, guests and employees, and that would get built out per ODP and kind of phased accordingly as it comes in.
All right, thank you. For the staff, staff met with some of the city council, at least me, and I think one other at the time, about our water and sewer situation, and there was only 12% of our water left, and that was months ago, and we proved a lot of things. So I'm concerned about the water, and they were more concerned about the sewer. So I would like to know how that has changed since I met with you, because this development seems to use a lot more water than what the comp plan was to begin with. Flex office or flex employment, I mean.
So multifamily zoning would consume more water than the employment flex. However, I have, in talking with our water resources folks and looking at the supply and demand models that we have and where we are now and where we're trending, we have very high confidence that we could supply the water needed for this development.
What about another development though? Like in the north area where it's not built out?
Our water supply plan contemplates build-out conditions.
That's if we stay with the comp plan everywhere else? Or if we change it, then it could be a problem?
If there is a scenario where if every development builds to the maximum density and every development uses excessive amounts of water, we have no conservation, no efficiencies, and we have very dry weather over time, so all the worst things happen at once. There's a scenario where we would be pushing up against our maximum water rights availability, and in which case we'd be enacting drought restrictions and things of that nature. I don't think that this development as it has been proposed, displaces something else later down the road. I believe that there's space for our water supply plan to support the rest of the developments.
What about the sewer for this development? It's got to take a lot more sewer than flex employment.
We did look at that. We've modeled the amount of flow that would go through the collection system, and it can take it.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, question for economic development. In our budget binder, it says that flex employment's only 2.5% vacancy. So that is not a high vacancy rate for flex employment. So my concern is that we're gonna leave a lot of sales tax on the table by approving this. And have we ever actually marketed this property for anything else? Because I've never seen a sign on it. So I want to know if we've ever marketed it for anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Arlen. Lindsay Kimball, Community Services Director. Thank you for those questions. I will start with the last one first. It is a privately held piece of property, so we, as a city, wouldn't be engaged in marketing a private property owner's property. So I just want to start with that one. And to your first question, just to clarify, and I know this is confusing because we're using a lot of the same words, but the nomenclature used by CoStar, which is where we get the data that you see in that economic profile, that nomenclature is different from how we would define employment flex. So that was flex industrial space, which is, a lot of those, basically a lot of one-story tilt wall construction. You might see it throughout this. We have a little bit in the city. It is very popular product type, but when in the comp plan, when we say employment flex, that actually would be an amalgamation of almost, actually all of those categories that you see on that page in the economic profile. So I believe that the chart has 4 rows, and it's flex industrial, commercial A, commercial B, commercial C, or office, thank you, Barbara. Office A, B, and C types. So those are defined in a very specific way. When we look at our comp plan definition of what employment flex is, it is a combination, amalgamation of all 4 of those columns. So I do apologize. I mean, it's confusing because in both we're saying flex, so I can absolutely see,
So what's the vacancy for that?
I would probably take a weighted average of all 4 of those columns based on square footage. I know that what I'm remembering off the top of my head is that the Office A, there's pretty high vacancy. In fact, I know nationally it's at a record level of vacancy rate throughout the country for office class A. I believe in Westminster it was about at least 12% in that. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Barbara. Barbara always saves the day. Oh, gosh. Shoot. Sorry, here. I messed up her computer really quick. Yes, but then something. Okay. Okay. So the largest class we have is Class B, and again, this is from January of 2025, so a little dated, but Office Class B has a 13.2% vacancy rate in the city of Westminster. The second highest is Class A at 11.4%, Class C at 6.8%, and then Industrial Flex at 2.5%. So I'm good at math, but I'm not that good to do this on the fly, but I would take a weighted average of, that would be my unscientific way of doing it, taking a weighted average, and I would say my best guess would be that it would be an overall average of probably 2%. That's my back of the envelope.
Well, we can figure it out.
Yeah, sorry, Counselor.
I forgot one question about reclaimed water. I am really not happy about our applicants say they're taking reclaimed water, because I know for a fact there's there is HOAs that were promised this when they were built 30 years ago and never got reclaimed water, and it comes at a lot lower cost than what they're paying. They're paying commercial rates, these HOAs. So the fact that they're banking on that is not okay with me.
The existing HOAs that have expressed an interest in getting water, reclaimed water, it's a matter of getting the pipelines out there to them at this point, I believe. And at some point, we will hit our capacity, the ability to serve. I don't know that we're really close to that, but we're not there yet. And again, to serve all these neighborhoods, we got to get the infrastructure out there. And so that's got a big cost. And is there a return on that? And that's kind of, I think, been the conversation with the delay, I guess, if you will, on getting those. With
Well, is
respect,
this applicant going to pay for the infrastructure to get it to them? Is that the difference?
well, I think if I read their thing correctly, it's available and they would like to use it if they can and to reduce their consumption. There's been no
It doesn't just reduce their consumption, it reduces the cost to the rest of us.
Well, in a sense, yes, because of the
Yes,
the
exactly.
production. My recommendation would be that they would need to build the infrastructure to tap into it.
Okay.
And I don't, so.
I hope that the taxpayers are not paying for the infrastructure to tap into that.
I just want to be sure and clarify what we said, that we are going to build infrastructure on our site. So if it is available, we would take that as cities encourage that use, and we believe that's a very sustainable practice. So we're leaning into that. In no way are we demanding that, affecting taxpayers. We're just going to build that infrastructure, much like you'd build an EV-ready car. So we're doing the right thing for the site and not at all demanding that we get that before anybody else. Secondly, I just want to be sure and answer, on an institutional site like this, there is never a sign that is listed for sale. This site has been marketed for 40 plus years. Previous mayors testified to that. City efforts have been there. You talk to institutional buyers, we are buying this not from a sign, but through institutional discussions about it. And it has been a very actively marketed site for this type of use. In my professional capacity, and 15 years ago, I looked at 2 office sites that did not move forward here because of challenges. So it's a very active, but we do not see that market coming back whatsoever. And so when we say a no sales tax, it's going to be a long time. We believe this is an immediate economic and realized promise gain that will come to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Carmelia.
All right, thank you so much. My initial questions are going to be for staff, I think for Director Kimball. And we came close to answering a few of these already. But I can't help but ask. So we said that this senior housing might be classified, depending on that study, as third best. So just out of curiosity, what would be second?
Thank you, Lindsay Kimball, Community Services Director. And Counselor, if I could just clarify, you're referring to the CU Boulder study and their different
the study
scenarios.
that said that, you know, what is the best use of this is the office space or the employment flex. And so what was their second?
Their second was a less dense. So they did one that was completely pie in the sky, maxed out density for office space. So of course, Class A would probably bring the highest taxes and the highest jobs and the highest of everything. But that's kind of where I would go back to objectively thinking how realistic. That was more an academic exercise.
I see.
In my opinion. So the second scenario was a little less Class A, a little less dense, a little, honestly, it was an academic exercise.
Right, okay, that helps me better understand it to begin with. And the first scenario, I believe, would have more pushback than what we're currently doing, so it doesn't seem likely. And then, in the city, I know that, I believe your department is coming back in early spring to try to answer this for us, and so this is early, but it would really be nice to know if we have an idea of how much space is left in our city right now for affordable senior housing, if any.
Thank you, Counselor, and you are correct. I would need to go back to my staff and see if we have an immediate answer to that. I do want to share, we are returning on the 22nd, so in 2 weeks, with study session information on some recommendations that we believe could be pretty easily implemented to help with the affordable housing and senior housing supply in the community. So I just want to share that with you as a little teaser. And you are correct. We want to come back with much more detailed analysis, being able to, pull in the information that we've gotten recently from the Dr. Cog study, as well as current development plans.
Okay, and then this might be for the client, but I'll just ask, there was a number in there earlier that we said that the cost of this housing is approximately 27% of the user's income level. What is that based off of? And how do we know that to be true?
Yeah, sure. So I think I'm going to find that slide here. I guess it is up now by chance. That 27% is the way that we look at that monthly fee, right? So in the Erickson model, they determine that 27, and that is based on all of their other communities. The 27% attaches to the lodging, and then that's the average of that at 27%, right? Everybody could have a different meal plan, housing, et cetera. So we're looking at that as an average across the site.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm just going to add a little bit more context of where that came from. So we had hired the SAGE Economic Group, which is a research group who studied our expense profile across all of our communities, and then calculated the cost structure and what parts of that cost structure were associated with housing versus services. So that 27% is coming from a cost basis of where the cost structure of a community that's operating, what percent of those costs are associated with providing housing services, so real estate taxes, things of that nature that may be directly linked to housing, and what percent of those costs are associated with providing services, meals, support, housekeeping, various other support services, medical practices, other things of that nature. So that's where the 27% comes from.
Thank you. So I think I understand better. So that's really based off of the percentage of the cost of the rent for your current user base, not necessarily off of the income per se of our median seniors in the city of Westminster.
Yeah, I think, Counselor, I think it's a fair point that you're making. I think what we're showing there is that's the monthly expense, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you know, this is not a for rent or for sale. It doesn't equate that way, but we think of what we pay monthly, right? So we're equating that and then looking at that. So again, but to make sure they're not house burdened more than a third of their income, that is built into the attainability model.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just add on to that to say that if there are 2 occupants in the residence, they do not pay that additional 27%. They're not paying for that housing portion of the monthly service fee. They're paying, that amount minus the 27% approximately.
Right. I noticed it went up about $1,100 for an extra user. So yeah, Thank you. Okay. And then just, can you expand a little bit more, and maybe I should know this, but the tax exempt status, can we just explain for myself and for residents the why in the structure?
Yes, thank you for the question, Counselor. This community will actually be a for-profit community, which basically means it will pay full taxes, ad valorem taxes for the land, for the improvements, and any of the other taxes that we talked about tonight, any applicable taxes. We do have at some of our communities, we have 25 communities dating back 40 plus years. We do have some nonprofit structures in place at some of those communities. However, in all cases, the land and the improvements are always taxable. Those nonprofit structures are usually set up so that any profits are going directly back into the operations. But this is a newer community, and we're planning for it to be a for-profit community.
Perfect, thank you. So that's not the case. Thank you so much. And then addressing the comment around the preferential treatment, is there going to be any preferential treatment or incentive based for Westminster residents?
I'm looking to the Erickson team. We heard that suggestion. We thought it was actually a great. I think you see it naturally happen in that 5 to 10 mile, but we did hear it. Yes.
Although I'd love to say that there could be preferential treatment, but there's fair housing laws that we need to follow, and we're not allowed to discriminate based on anything specific, age, location, race, anything from that perspective. So even though only a portion of it is housing, we still have to honor the Fair Housing Code.
Okay, thank you so much. And a couple other questions here around the transit shuttle. So that's fantastic. Could you just expand first before I even ask questions around the shuttle? Could you expand on what that is? Is it how many? Is it one? Is it two? And what does it look like?
Sure.
Thank you. We may have a photo somewhere. Let me see.
I meant the circulation throughout the
Oh,
city and the
sure.
process. Sorry, not the actual.
It is like a published schedule. Like you could go into any of the community spaces. It's sent out to residents. I mean, there is a regular schedule so that residents know when they can go to the grocery store or Target or wherever, different stops. So it runs frequently. And there's more than one shuttle. It's they're on like a loop. But we also offer to for on-call services, even like smaller vehicles too, if residents really need to get somewhere. But typically it's like a 8 to 12 passenger van, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And it could even shuttle residents like between the buildings, especially like if there's an event and they don't want to walk through the building. So it's on a schedule, and it goes to regional destinations too. They do a lot of like outings. So it's on a schedule, but it's also, we can really cater it to the residents' needs.
Right. That's fantastic. And so transit for seniors has been big on my mind recently. And so I guess what I'm really wondering, and I have a feeling this is a no, but I'm wondering if this would, so we recently rebooted the VIA shuttle in Westminster a couple months back. And that was a bit of a lift. Initially, we weren't sure we'd be able to do it. And so I was wondering if, from our city staff, if we thought somehow this would integrate or incorporate, or if we could alleviate that need at all. But Westminster's a big city, so I'm assuming that we would still need the VIA. But I'm just wondering, does this transit, could we incorporate it for other seniors at all, or just expanding on that idea a little bit? There's a lot of unknowns there, I know.
I'll just say we will continue to look at that. We actually monitored that contract that was going through and that service being re-upped. So we want to find every way we can partner. So we know we have them on site, but the clubs, the associations, all the trips that are there. So we'll continue to work with staff on that and see if there's a way that we can work with that.
Integrate. Sure. Thank you. Thank you for being open to looking at that. Okay, and then I think this might be close to my last. The trails, it was mentioned around the trails. Will the trails connect to existing trails, and is there any room for them to connect, especially to the shopping centers that are nearby? And then I realize this is right next to the water treatment plant, but I don't know if there's any room between the two to also fit a trail through there, just for folks to be able to get through.
Yeah, Councilor, this shows that image. I'll let Jared address it on that south one, your last question first. We show future trail connections. There was some discussion about on the north side of the water treatment plant. I know that's not our decision. We've just delineated that. I do want to be sure and note we have over 5,500 linear feet of trails on a 10-foot multi-use trail that we are adding, and those will be accessible. So around our site, and yes, Councilor, connecting that to other trails that you see there. Also in our discussions with the Butterfly Pavilion, understanding those connections is really important to them as well. By the way, we talked to residents tonight. We don't quite understand that comment about the challenges from the Wilder Ranch not making that connection. So we're going to keep working with staff on some of these open space connections because we know that's integral to that community.
Thank you so much. And then, I just remembered that I was going to pull up, there was an email from a resident that had a lot of specifics, but maybe I let a few other folks talk and then I get back to that. But in general, I just wanted to make a comment too about something that's been on my mind for a long time for Westminster, if we can ever aim to attain this. And I think that Erickson gets close to it, which is creating blue zones. I realize there's only 5 in the world, really, right? So, you know, it's more of a pie in the sky, but I like the idea of trying to aim for that. And so I just say that so that hopefully we have that in our head, and hopefully you can speak soon to some of how this can help create that or aim for it in our city. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Councillor Hott.
Yes. So my first question is, we were told that this development would be the 5th largest employer in the city with over 1,000 employees. How does that compare to the number of people who would be employed if this remained employment flex? That's probably for staff, I'm guessing, or if you have an answer too.
Hi, Councillor. To be honest, I don't know that we'd be able to come up with an accurate number for how many people would be employed at an employment flex site. We could probably give you a guess. I'm not sure if Lindsay has an idea of a guess, but it would totally depend on how that project was built out, the density and intensity of the buildings, and whether it's office or an employment, like industrial style.
Great answer, Jacob. That's exactly how I would answer that without knowing I mean, of course, we have some general benchmarks of how many people per 1,000 square feet are in a Class A office space. Class B starts to get a little denser. So it really would be a complete guess.
So realistically, do you think that employment flex could be the 5th largest employer in that area for people in Westminster?
Well, to be the 5th largest employer, it'd have to be a single employer. So if it was one campus there, potentially, but if you're saying the whole development,
how does this compare?
it's possible.
And I don't feel like I'm getting a good answer. So how can I use this to determine something if I'm not getting an answer?
Sure. Yes.
I want to know the comparison.
If the development was entirely built with office buildings, I think it could easily have over 1,000 employees total for the 65-acre campus.
Okay. It was explained that by the chamber that office space is not what's needed. And you actually were pretty good. I did the math. That the vacancy rate for office flex, when you do the math, it's actually between 8 and 9%. So you saying 10%, that was actually really close. So if it has an 8 to 9% vacancy rate going off the numbers, can you explain to me how that's economically viable?
I'm so sorry. Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
When you say economically viable, do you mean
something that keeps getting brought up is the tax revenue. And so I'm trying to figure out what would be the smartest economically for our city when it comes to tax revenue. Because when I look at this, if we have 1,000 employees, whether it's from office flex, whether it's from this development, that's 1,000 people who are probably going to go to our restaurants for lunch. That's 1,000 people who are going to stop at our grocery stores on their way home. That's 1,000 people that is going to add to our tax revenue. But something that is different from a development like this and office flex is when we bring in developments that bring in a large amount of people, is this correct that it usually brings in businesses as well, correct?
Correct.
Right, so more businesses that would increase our tax revenue would want to be in Westminster if we made this a senior living center that would not want to come to Westminster if it was office flex, is that correct? Like, how would office flex bring businesses in a way that people who can actually spend money at those businesses bring businesses? What is the difference?
If I could just repeat back, I apologize, it's late. Thank you for the question. You are asking what type of businesses would be attracted based on the flex employment use to our city? Is that the
I'm also very tired, and I've been up since 5:30 in the morning, so I may not be very clear. I'm trying to figure out if what would bring us more tax revenue is what I'm trying to figure out. Would
Yes.
having this be office flex provide us more tax revenue, or would having this be a senior development, would that bring in more tax revenue? Because there's a lot of things that go into what brings businesses, what type of businesses, you know, how different businesses provide different amounts of tax revenue. And so I'm trying to figure out, you know, what is the best economically for Westminster and the future of Westminster.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would say if it was built out with all Class A office space, that would definitely provide you more tax revenue than what's being proposed. But I think, you know, the issue from my perspective is how long will it take and how long will you have to wait to get a user like that? So we haven't had a prospect come through. You know, we have many areas in economic development where we can get them from the regional economic development group, we'll get them from Jeffco, EDC, or Adams County EDC. I think they would say the same thing. A lot of those office leads have very much dried up. What we do see prospects for, in fact, one came across my desk today. I won't tell you the name because that's confidential, but a lot of them are these big data centers that use a lot of water, and we have to pass. Of course, we would pass on those. We don't have 9 billion gallons a day to give to that. I kept going back to as I struggled, you know, and I totally understand what you're asking. It's hard for me to contemplate it purely academically, apples to apples. Absolutely, you know, the Google headquarters is going to bring you more tax revenue, more people going to lunch, more people going to the grocery store after work. But how likely is that to actually happen? And how long are you willing to wait? So that would be, you know, the advice that I could share as an economic developer. But that's why it's a hard thing, and it comes down to policy.
Right, and when office space, the need for that is drying up, and when I do the math, the vacancy rate would be between 8 and 9%. It seems that it wouldn't be very likely that any developer would be interested in that type of development.
You're
and
absolutely
so to
correct.
me, this seems like we have something, and I'm just, there are other things, you know, about this development, but speaking purely economically and purely about tax revenue for our city, this will bring us tax revenue, and as long as that is not developed, we're not getting anything from that land.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Okay, so
You're currently getting zero.
Right. So it's millions of dollars versus $0. So another question I had, I'm just trying to see who this question will be for. I wish our fire chief was still here, because our former fire chief, is he? Oh, yay, because I have a question for him.
Or at least he stayed up this long.
Yay, thank you so much. Okay, so our former fire chief didn't think that the development would stress our fire department, but I want to know what our current fire chief thinks.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilor Hott. I'm Eric Perk, Fire Chief for the Fire Department. As mentioned before, this site would generate approximately 800 to 900 calls per year, which equates to about 2 calls per day. We have an increasing call load within the fire department, but we do have capacity to absorb that amount of calls.
So we do have the capacity, so it wouldn't stress us.
It's an additional impact.
Well,
It'll add
right.
calls, but yes, we
But
can absorb the
handle it.
additional calls for service.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you so much. And then I guess my next question would be more for the developer. So I heard you explaining the different type of units that you offer. So my question is, would you say that this development serves a variety of price points, meaning that it serves residents who has a variety of different financial backgrounds and levels? Or is everybody pretty much at the same economic, personal financial level in these?
Yeah, no, and I'll just repeat again that what was shared, that we really tried to match the demographics of the community to have that diversity of income and diversity of really reflecting the values of the community. That's why there is not a set fee. You really look at the median price that's in the area and all of those factors that go into that. So we absolutely want the spectrum of housing and incomes coming into a facility.
Okay, so it's not all the same income
Not at
level.
all. And particularly, and I'm so sorry, Counselor, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
Oh.
Particularly then you also choose the unit. If it's a 2-person unit, a larger unit, a view, all of those things factor into that go into that calculation as well. That's a tailored decision that you make.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to make sure I asked all of these questions. I do have another question for staff. Sorry.
No.
So something that people brought up was traffic concerns. Given that a lot of seniors don't drive, and given that there's shuttles, and given that we could easily have over 1,000 employees if it was Office Flex, what would the difference in traffic be between the proposed development and Office Flex?
So we estimate that the CCRC use is less than an employment flex. The urban multifamily is higher than employment flex, but the CCRC use is less.
So this would have a smaller impact on traffic than Office Flex. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah. So for instance, in the holding out for the unicorn, the Class A Google Office would have a higher traffic generation than such. But again, employment flex can come in many different forms. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilor Azadi.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll have a little long lead into this question, but Marcus, if you remember back in the concept review, I asked the same question. So I'll ask it here again, because I want to double click and get back to that question on prioritizing Westminster. It's critical that's a really important part of this whole thing, because the efficiency of a development like this, the housing efficiency that this creates, right? It can open up a lot of existing stock for residents to move into. So to get back to that though, someone had said that the fair housing laws are what is preventing us. But in reality, location or residency is not a protected class in our fair housing laws. So that's not true. However, if there's something else, if there's HUD restrictions or something else that maybe is what you were thinking, I don't know who said that, there may be something else, but it's not our fair housing laws. But given that there is some kind of restriction, let's assume that there is, one idea, is it feasible that rather than changing who's eligible, we change who we target in terms of the marketing? So the order of so if you market to Westminster residents first, giving them that kind of, head start, is that possible?
Yeah, we'd definitely be open to that. And typically, in our experience, the highest penetration of people who move into our communities are from the zip code that we actually operate in, because they're most aware of the situation, they're most aware of the general surrounding areas and the benefits of living in that community. So I think we would definitely be open to having a marketing campaign that is very focused on the city residents, and potentially announcing the community to them first before the wider general market.
Yeah, and the reason why I think that's so important is because when I think about, the question of affordability has come up a lot. and I obviously care a lot about that. But I also believe, though, that market rate and affordable housing can coexist. And microeconomics, macroeconomics, it informs us and teaches us that it can and should coexist, right? Because approving one doesn't block the other, right? If you approve a market rate development, that doesn't block our ability to actually have affordable housing somewhere else. It just adds more options. It gives more choice, and that's what we need here. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Counselor, I just want to note that we actually have an analysis by census data, basically a heat map of 65 and older surrounding this site. So we have looked and shared that concern that you have about really providing for our local community, our housing cycle, all the examples we've used. So we absolutely believe that naturally occurs, and we can help by reaching out, marketing, targeting. That's why we want to be so visible from a marketing standpoint. So we're reaffirming all those things. We're just saying we can't discriminate based on those things, but you're right, targeting and bringing in, really trying to bring those to the community. We want to do that as well.
I will try to go through my notes because so many things have been already talked about. On page 131, as we were reading all of our stuff, on number 1, it said the comp plan encourages a mix of housing. But I don't see this development having a mix. And have you guys thought about having anything with like 30 to 60% AMI offerings?
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mayor. The question, I think, on the range of housing. So we do, just by the way we structure the one-time entrance fee, it really is reflecting different populations, different income levels, right? And then also those choices. Do I want a larger unit? So we naturally have across the board different buy-ins, right? So that is a different diversity of product. You are right, it is all senior housing, right? We do not have designated deed restricted affordable housing, senior affordable housing, and that's because this is housing plus. It is housing plus medical care, plus meals and all of those, and there's not a mechanism to restrict it that way. So that's really why we know we're part of that continuum of housing and focused more on a workforce, or excuse me, a market rate housing development.
When we talk about transit on page 132,
Sure.
There is no train station coming.
Yeah, completely, and I understand that. I think the idea of getting our employees, though, to other buses and to the transit opportunities that are there. We have it more than any other population. We have a shuttle that we use, and it is used for every club, every activity. We will be providing our own transit, internal and external, to that site. So I honor that.
I get it, but
You're
it
absolutely right.
mentioned the train, and
I apologize.
I just want to be clear, there is no train.
You got it.
Even if they ever decide to build fast tracks, that station is gone from Westminster. On page 131, just had a statement, this is not affordable senior housing. I didn't like that on page 134, it discussed not likely increase the impacts of drainage, but you don't know until the ODP is submitted. That's a big hanger to wait and see. And then just the employment flex to multifamily from 78 to 240 acres.
I would just say, Mayor, all of these are staff comments. We would have a very different viewpoint on that. We will address all drainage issues and will follow all codes and laws. So just know that is something that we would go through. We absolutely believe we have a diversity of product.
Let me get to the big question is, have you talked to Xcel Energy?
We have had initial discussions. We all certainly understand what a challenge is across this region. And I think that we're aware of that. We'll continue to work with them, and we're having those discussions. So, yes.
We have lost 2 developments because of Xcel Energy. And it isn't because our crew didn't tell them 5 years in advance. Right. So here you have something that you want built by X time, and Xcel, I don't trust. They haven't produced. They have people that come and go here that we haven't seen. They have a new person on staff as of July. Staff, have we seen them? Has anybody talked to Excel? No. So they don't really care about us. And we have a huge development that is ready to put houses up, and they're dangling their feet and won't do the undergrounding. So I'm concerned.
Yeah, we respect that fully, and I think our first phase of that 300 plus units, you're right, Mayor, we have to work with them. We will continue to work with them. We're very well aware of that issue, and we think it's a priority. I will say for that land to be productive ever, we have to solve that with Excel, so we're trying to be very proactive in that process.
And I was just, because as I was reading this, they make me so mad. I just have, what proof do we have that they will really do what they say they need to do, especially with the, on the other side of Waverly Acres at 100, or at Sheridan, we've got those developments going in. So it scares me.
Understood.
You should be scared. I had the questions about water, and for staff, just, I mean, we do need to do analysis because we've got new laws with as many people as they want can live in homes. I've got a gentleman that came to my door yesterday and told me that his neighbor is redoing their house, putting in 8 bedrooms for a normal one-family home, and he's going to rent it out. And he's even renting 2 parking spaces on the street, which I said, that's not legal. That's not his to rent out. That's public property. And he was renting out 2 of his spaces in the driveway. So my point is, we really have to, the landscape changed when some of these laws went into effect from the state. And so you've got more people in homes using more water. You've got all of those things we need to know about for water. So I just, that was my big question there. Just that we need to keep our eyes on it. And I had the same questions about the, oh, it's late. Reclaimed water, because having been around so long, I know that we can only have so much because we have to give back so much. And I thought we were up to our maximum, and I know we have several places that still would love it. So that's the reason I'm not jumping on the people here but to me, it's who gets it first, because we have others that have been waiting. It did state in the staff report that it probably means we do need another police officer to deal with just this development. And then all of our favorite, this is in the airport zone, or the fly zone. I live there. I know about the fly zone. So I can't tell you how much time we have to deal with airport stuff that we don't control. The airport doesn't control once it gets in the air. That's FAA. But we hear it. So is there any way when people come in there, they can sign on the dotted lines knowing they're in the air traffic place?
Well, sure, Mayor, I know like a disclosure, is that what you're
the
suggesting?
Staff report that it probably means we do need another police officer to deal with just this development. And then all of our favorite, this is in the airport.
That was remarkable. That was airport noise echoing back. We will look at that disclosure. We understand those are windows and things that you do for the design. There are requirements in that zone, as you well understand as well. So we'll go through that. I don't know if we have a disclosure, but if that's required in that area, we certainly will follow the law on that as well.
Thanks. Did you have something? Councilor Camelia?
Thank you so much. I'm going to go back through some of the details that I found, just because a few of these points I thought were really important, especially the one around Big Dry Creek, the corridor there. Currently, we have a wildlife and open space corridor around Big Dry Creek that is in most places in excess of 1,000 feet, 500 on each side. But, and that is recommended by the Colorado Division of Wildlife. But our proposed Creekside Drive would only leave about 150 to 200 feet east of Big Dry Creek. And so, just, you know, affecting wildlife, et cetera. And so there's just an ask, is there any way to add additional open space? And that would obviously affect 2 of the buildings. And so I'm just bringing that up and seeing, you know, what room we have for adjustment.
Yeah, I think we are doing all wildlife studies, all requirements, so certainly evaluating that, and we'll continue to do that as we go forward on the ODPs. I'll be straightforward that the calibration of open space PLD, all of those calculations are based on number of units and number of persons, right? So that really would change that. We think we're affecting that change by really having that PLD up front, and if there are additional transitions that come through. Staff said that roadway is required for this site regardless, and so no matter what the use is, we think that would have that impact. We actually, again, I'll say, Employment Flex has 0 PLD. We address this issue. This use addresses the issue. That existing designation does nothing to change that. So we think we're really able to help in that circumstance to address it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I'm just going to throw out, just so I feel like I'm doing my due diligence, but I feel like Mayor Pro Tem might understand this more, so please add feedback. But requiring a public land dedication to create an open space buffer east of Farmers Highline Canal Trail. I think that's the one I just mentioned. And then we were also mentioning accommodating the 104th Avenue intersection. So I just want to scroll up real quick. Oh. Gotta make sure. Okay. Westminster Boulevard, I'm just gonna read this verbatim from a resident. Westminster Boulevard needs to be wide enough to include a single northbound and single southbound lane, a landscape median, and a buffered bike lane on each side of the road. The proposed widths do not appear sufficient to accommodate this. Just gonna announce that to staff or anyone who feels free to address it.
John Burke, City Engineer. Great question, Councilor. We actually are requiring a full build out of Westminster Boulevard, which would be 2 lanes each direction and a center median.
That's fantastic. Okay. As well as bike lanes?
Absolutely. That's as long as it's part of our mobility plan for that. So I'd have to go back to our transportation team to make sure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I think that might be. And then I'll just repeat this one as well, which is I've heard several comments from lots of concerned citizens about the setbacks. And so I'm just going to bring that one up as well. This resident in particular is asking for a 75-foot building setback. I don't know what the right number is, but I know that folks are very concerned about having the presence right there on the road. So I just want to bring that up before we get too far down the line as well.
I would just say, and we'll go through that, the one thing I would say is that we're balancing fire and response and fire service there. So we're asking for a reduced setback so you can actually get to the buildings because fire safety is so important for this building and this housing type. So that's actually what we're balancing. So I understand, I think you were saying there along the frontage, maybe it's more of an open space reflection, right? So I think that's what it is. It's a roadway and setback from the roadways for fire apparatus. So I understand that. I think our team is like, we can look at that through the ODP, but that's what's really driving our response there. That area is also designated open space to the north of us, so we're stepping back from that area there.
Right. Okay. And then I'll repeat this. I think it's been said several times as well, but I do see the narrow view corridor from Waverly Acres here. And I'll just say that, you know, if there's any way we can somehow expand that for the folks there, that, I mean, a lot of those folks, they're going to be losing the land And for them to lose the view as well is pretty painful. And so if there's anything we can do to expand that beyond that narrow, couple houses view, anything we can do at all, just keep that in mind.
Appreciate it, sure, absolutely.
Councilor Ireland?
Have you done analysis of houses and their views from that property?
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually done some view corridor studies from that. Because of Waverly Acres, it's a wonderful neighborhood, but the way it comes down into the park, a one-story structure impairs the views. So any structure built across that site would impair the views. So what we believe is in the style and the housing and the use that we're bringing forward, we can actually address that much more liberally because of what we're designing instead of an employment flex or office. So we've done a very thorough analysis on the site.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, it is, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I had comments on the PDP, now is the time, or questions. Now is you have to slap me awake. I'm like, yes, okay.
Or during council's debate. We
Deliberation.
We aren't to the deliberations yet.
Right.
I think that's where we're supposed to put it. Yes, no?
Questions on the
I
PDP?
think this will be your opportunity to ask questions if there are questions that you'd like to have for the applicant or for the staff members here.
Okay, just on the, for the applicant regarding I did want to just double down on the view corridor going through. It's like the tiniest thing that is not even a view corridor. It's like a view hallway. Is it possible to widen it? And I don't know if there's, that's one question.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermello, yes, we'll look at that through the ODP process. I think there are opportunities to look at it and then sliding some of the buildings around, but we'll look at it.
Okay. And then I did just want to ask about the heights, and I know we're talking about 5-story for most of this. I do have concern about, the in general, the land use category is 1 to 4. And I know you're trying to reduce down to 4 along the east side. What is the flexibility in trying to get to something lower, like 3 or something on the side of the Waverly Acres neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were trying to, with that, there's 500 feet of building to building setback plus the setback along the eastern property line and the height sensitivity zone. I mean, we were really very much trying to respond to the neighborhood, plus as we were talking about, the site slopes downward as it goes from east to west. And as we looked at the comprehensive plan, it mentions, for, sites that are right along an interstate like US 36 like that there's potential for potentially increased height there. So we were trying to really, respond and work with the city staff and the neighborhood as best we can, and trying to make sure that we're feathering this in and looking at the guiding comprehensive plan the best we can on it. But trying to make everything work with all doing our best as we go through the ODP process too, to make sure everything works as Erickson needs to kind of lay out the community and do what they need to do as far as amenities and programming and all of those things, playing it together. So complicated site planning process, but we can look at some of the stepping of it, but we're trying our best as so far to respond to everything.
Okay, I'm just, it's a very crowded, dense site. You have taller buildings, you don't have a lot of porosity in it, in the development, and so it's just, it's like, it is kind of a wall. And again, when I'm looking at the comprehensive plan and it has the view sheds and the little arrows of hope looking from the Waverly Acres Park and some of the open space, it just doesn't seem like this is responding well to the surrounding development, and so.
We can look at it. I mean, it's still conceptual in nature. We're also, the ends of the buildings are purposefully pointed towards the east and not having the buildings, the long facing end of the buildings be up against that setback either. But we can look at it and continue to work with the city staff on the layout of everything to try to respond to that best we can.
Okay. Thanks.
It is 1:42. I will close the hearing, but we need a break.
love pistachio, but there's something spicy in there, it's so good.
I just know where I have to be in 5 hours.
I know, it's nuts. Amber's
Well,
got a decent job that starts.
everybody's saying that we're just not making good decisions.
Well, this would be an option, because then you pick it up where we leave tonight, all the questions have been asked and answered, and you could go straight to deliberation that night, if you wanted to.
Would you want to go ahead and finish the rest of the meeting? Because it's pretty quick.
We could? Yeah.
What do we do? I'd rather finish this item versus start directing my brain to the new item at this point. But
He says we could ask if they'd be willing to. A date certain. We need to huddle here. We've got tired people that are having trouble even talking. We have some options. Because we're done with the public hearing, it's now time for council deliberations. We've got 3 issues yet before us, plus the rest of the agenda. Do you want to continue, or would we ask the applicant if we could date certain finish? Councilor Demott?
Mayor,
I have a question
if I could help the discussion a little on.
Okay.
I think if you're considering a continuance, it should be to a date certain, so that everyone in the room and everyone listening has notice of the new date. And that date certain, if council wants to pick a regular meeting date, we have one 2 weeks from today on the 22nd of September. And then you could continue your deliberations if you wanted to on the 22nd, understanding, though, that the hearing is closed,
Right.
and that you're not inviting new testimony.
Right. Councilor Demott?
I know this is a rare thing that we do this, but I've been here when we've done this before, and one of the concerns in the past was the fact of the kind of hearing this is, and, you know, I guess if we do that, I just would remind everybody that you certainly can't talk about this with constituents at this point, that you got to save it till the next meeting. And I know that was something that in prior times we did this, we didn't have a lot of gap in between when we had the meeting, just to avoid that. And I don't think we have that kind of opportunity for waiting till the 22nd.
Councilor Azadi?
So my preference would be to finish this now for this topic and continue the rest of the agenda, because I think the nature of this project, there's a lot of people watching, a lot of people think it's going to be happening now, so if we don't, it'll be really difficult to avoid a lot of conversations of folks who want to talk to us about this, and we're almost done. I think we're maybe 20 minutes away, but we can continue the rest of the agenda and finish this. It's my preference.
Councilor Hutt?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Azadi. I would like to finish this and do a continuation for the rest.
Well, the rest would be pretty darn quick, so.
Well,
It's
whether we do the rest or not, I do think we should finish.
All right, let's go. It's council deliberation. Councilor Demott?
So we need to make a motion first, right? All right. I move to pass Council Bill number 31 on first reading to approve the comprehensive plan amendments for approximately 74-acre parcel located east of Westminster Boulevard, south of Westminster 104th Avenue, and west of Waverly Acres Plan Unit Development, and approximately 1.5-acre parcel located adjacent to the north side of the Hahn Hewitt property and south of the West 104th Avenue, and approximately 1.76-acre parcel located east of Westminster Boulevard, approximately 0.2 miles south of West 104th Avenue. This recommendation is based on the finding that the comprehensive plan amendments generally comply with criteria in section 11-5-21 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Azadi?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 31. Is there anybody that has comments? Councilor Hott?
Yes, so I have the comprehensive plan amendment criteria in front of me. And I have underlined all the ways that this fits into the amendment criteria, and I have underlined 9 out of 10 of our criteria. So I'm going to explain. So for the first criteria is the proposed amendment is consistent with the vision, intent, and applicable policies of the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans, policies, and guidelines. You know, one of the things that is that we do that is really important is a housing study. And that is something that we make our plans around housing around. And our housing study has told us that we need a lot more senior housing. Also knowing that in just 15 years, 1 out of 4 people in Westminster is going to be a senior. That's coming up quickly. And so, you know, we look at the housing study, and we also need more housing stock. And this would provide us more housing stock. And I understand that not everyone is local, but when you look at the heat map, the majority of people do come within 5 miles. Who move in, it is within 5 miles. So it would absolutely be opening our housing stock. And then also around that, even if people did move in that didn't necessarily live in Westminster, our housing crisis is, it takes more than Westminster to deal with the housing crisis. We need the entire metro area working on this. We can't be the only ones working on this. So it definitely fits in within the first amendment criteria. Also, you know, for number 2, the proposed amendment serves a substantial public purpose. Yes. Housing our seniors, allowing our seniors to downside, giving our seniors options that they don't currently have right now in Westminster. And we heard some of the seniors in our community talk about how important these options are for them. So yes, it is serving a substantial public purpose, a purpose that is very, very much needed. And then it says for number 3, that it shall not be subject to change in land use in such a way that the new designation is substantially inconsistent with the uses of the surrounding area. So I think this is very consistent with the uses of the surrounding area. It's near housing. This is housing. It's also near. The hotel, which I don't even know how many stories that is. I'm thinking about the shops right across the street. I'm thinking of Snooze. That's got to be at least 4, maybe 4.5 stories tall. So it's not only consistent with you know, neighborhood, you know, with this being housing, the size is also consistent with everything across the street. And then for number 4, it says the proposed amendment is necessary in order to address substantially changed conditions in the immediate area of the subject tract since adoption of the land use plan. I would argue absolutely, because the chamber said that we don't need any more office space. Going off the percentages that we would need of the different type of space in employment flex, we would have between 8 and 9% vacancy. No developer is going to buy that to develop office flex, knowing that there's not a market for it right now. So yes, the conditions of the immediate area have changed. Number 5, the proposed amendment provides for the orderly physical growth of the city. Yes, we're almost built out, and we need housing for our seniors. And so this is orderly physical growth for something that we desperately need, and we don't have very much developable land left. So, and then number 6, the proposed amendment furthers an important public policy. Well, yes, it's not just, even Dr. Cog has talked about how many seniors we're going to have in 2040. I just want to remind everybody, that's in 15 years. We have 15 years to provide the housing that our seniors need. And we've heard tonight that this isn't going to be an overnight process. This is going to take years. So yes, this furthers a very important public policy. And then for number 8, it says the proposed amendment will not negatively impact the transportation system. We've actually learned through the questions I asked that there will be less traffic with this development than if there was office flex. It will not negatively impact the water supply. Our director of utilities told us it will not negatively affect our water supply, that we have enough water and plenty of water for this. It will not negatively affect fire. Well, I asked our fire chief, and he himself said that we can absorb any extra calls that this would cause, or any, will not negatively impact the city general fund revenue. It will actually increase the city general fund revenue. Number 9, the proposed amendment will not negatively impact referral agencies. And one of the agencies it lists is local school districts. One of the things I am really excited about, so I am a full-time WPS teacher. It's fairly new, but that's what I do. And I specifically wanted to work for Westminster Public Schools because those are our kids. Those are the families that I represent. Those are the children that I represent, and that's why I wanted to work for Westminster Public Schools. And knowing the type of job market that we have, and knowing that we have Ranham, our new high school, and that this particular community will be partnering with our high school students. They will be training them for good jobs. You know, doctors make good money, nurses make good money. This is setting our children up for success to maybe someday be homeowners in our own community, because they will have the jobs that actually pay a living wage. And so they are, that is a huge opportunity for our children. And then number 10, the proposed amendment establishes minimal environmental impacts or has sufficiently mitigated any identified impacts. Councilor Camille was just asking about that. This is less of an environmental impact than what it's already zoned for. If we had office flex, that most likely would have a much worse environmental impact. And I would also like to address that a third of our city is parks and open space. The mountains are huge. I actually live next to a senior facility that is 6 stories tall, and it does not, I still see it does not impact my view whatsoever. So I see the mountains all over the city. We have many, many areas that you can see. They are giant, and a third of our city will never be developed because they are protected as parks and open space. And so I see 9 out of 10 guidelines that this fits as far as comprehensive plan amendment criteria. So because it fits so many criteria, I don't see a reason why I would vote no.
Councilor Carmelia.
Thank you so much. I'll say overall, we've talked at great lengths over the past couple years about our need, about the changes need in our city and in our infrastructure to attempt to keep pace with the fact that our city's age demographic of seniors is doubling in the next 5 years. And so I do want to say that I think it's about time we take a stand to listen to our own advice. As the mayor put it earlier, we've done enough studies, and I don't think we need any more studies. We just need to take action. So with that said, I do want to say I'm really grateful to Erickson for the immense contribution you're putting into our community. That said, I hope you will take seriously some of the concerns of the neighbors and the constituents, especially in Waverly Acres. They are losing much in the terms of land in this, and so I want to be cognizant of giving them as much access as possible in terms of trails and views. I do also want to acknowledge and give credit to the readjustment of the plan. I did notice there's big differences, and it is no longer car-centric, and I really, really am grateful. I'm pretty sure that had a lot to do with some of my input earlier, so I appreciate that greatly. And I'm also just really grateful for all the thought you've done in terms of the water, as well as the pollinator planning and working so closely with the butterfly pavilion. As you've heard me talk about already many times, I think we can do a lot with them in terms of our coming developments around the city, and you're already doing it now, so thank you for that. I do just want to say that in terms of the asks that are happening here for the adjustment, I believe that this does fit the vision of our plan, and so that's why I will be approving it. Thank you.
Councillor Island.
So my biggest concerns with the project are the height. So I don't think it's fits with the harmoniously with the surroundings. I think it's too tall. And I think the view corridors are a problem for the residents there. It's going to hurt their property values. Also, the water and the sewer. I don't think we thoroughly have a good analysis of that, since our state is making us build things that we didn't intend on building, like ADUs and letting more people live in a house than we previously thought we were going to allow. So I don't know how much of that is being considered, so I will be voting no on this.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I really went back and forth over this because I was trying to better understand where we were with the fiscal impact, really, to the city. You know, with this project, you know, we're giving up an opportunity for employment uses, which haven't materialized for many, many years. And, you know, this residential project, it's very large in scale. It's, I don't know, it's probably the largest piece of property that's left in the city. And when it's planned out and the way it is right now, it's just, it seems massive. I don't think it's much different than some of our other senior projects, like Covenant Village seemed massive at the time that it was approved. I think the residential use itself is generally compatible with the surrounding development, and in that, with that respect, that's kind of where I'm focusing in on the criteria for the consistency with the comprehensive plan. While it's not meeting the employment use, it is meeting other policies for diversity in housing and provision of, in knowing that we need to provide senior housing. It's something that I'm willing to, I guess, I'm willing to vote for. You know, I do have reservations about the design of the project, which I've conveyed. I don't think it's quite right at this point, and I think that I don't think I'll just stick with the use. The use and the overall impact is not detrimental to the city. The PDP, however, needs some work. I will vote in favor of this land use change.
Counselor Ireland, did you have something else?
No, I'm sorry.
Counselor Dumont, did you have anything?
Yeah. I don't want to belabor the point. I do have concern about the height in the view corridor, and I voiced that, so I hope you guys can address that. To me, you addressed, both staff and you addressed the water concern, which is always a big thing for me. However, in terms of what we've been pushing for as a city, and I've been an advocate that we need multiple different kinds of senior living. And so, yeah, affordable is great and we need more of it, but we also need market rate housing. I know my own parents have looked over the years what they're going to do in the future, and there were some affordable condos that were supposed to go in somewhere else that didn't end up going in. So I know that we need the different kind of product, and I've actually, we heard some of the testimony tonight from folks that want to see this, so I'll be supporting this.
And at this late hour, everybody has been eloquent. Mayor Pro Tem, I have some of the same concerns. The height is just critical, and the layout, I hated the first version that I saw, but that doesn't mean that I should vote no against it. But the neighbors have legitimate concerns. We've talked with other developers and said 5 is a no-go. For me, it's a no-go. 4, I have neighbors that won't speak to me over a development after I left council, and council approved 8 inches, which made another whole story, and they think I had something to do with that, and I'd never voted on that. So size does make a difference to how people that live around these big areas have to live, and so enough said, but
I would like to make one more point, if that's okay.
Sure.
And this didn't go into the criteria on whether I chose to vote yes or no on this, but I do think it's important to bring up because it was brought up. Equity was brought up. Equity and equality are not the same. Equity sometimes is more important than equality, and seniors have special needs. Some seniors can't drive. They have special medical needs. They have special dietary needs. And this is something that this development provides for them. So no, it's not for everyone. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be for everyone. It's meant to be for seniors and for the special needs that seniors have. So equity, yes, is very important. And this is what equity looks like. Thank you.
roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
No.
Councilor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
And Councilor Hott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to motion 2. Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 32 on first reading to approve the designation of zoning for approximately 74-acre portion of land located east of Westminster Boulevard, south of West 104th Avenue, and west of Waverly Acre to plan unit development. This recommendation is based on the finding that the comprehensive plan amendment generally complies with the criteria in section 11-5-14 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 32. Seeing no questions, roll call, please.
Councilor Nurmela. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland. No. Councilor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
And Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
Motion 3, Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the preliminary development plan for approximately 75.5 acre subject property located east of Westminster Boulevard, south of West 104th Avenue, and west of Waverly Acres plan unit development. This recommendation is based on the finding that the comprehensive plan amendment generally complies with criteria in section 11-5-14 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Azadi.
Second.
And Councilor Azadi, do you have something?
Yes, I have an amendment proposal to add to this. So everything that motion 3 says, with the condition that local marketing and outreach to the City of Westminster for each new phase shall begin 6 months prior to general marketing and outreach.
I would second that motion.
I think I may have to accept it as the motion giver.
Yeah, since it's your motion.
Well, I'm just curious if the applicant thinks they can comply with that, if we're gonna make that as a condition.
Be honest, you can come to a microphone and speak to us.
I think our only comment was that 6 months was a long time. Just before it's that phase. So an appropriate amount of time, maybe that's 3 months. Yes, we completely agree with what you're trying to do. Maybe it's that time period.
Maybe we let them.
Yeah, I
make
mean, I
that
think we can
decision.
definitely work with you on a time period, but sometimes we announce our goal, because of this product type, is to announce buildings as close as we can to delivery, because it's hard for people, it takes us a long time to build these buildings. So if you back up 6 months, then that person is going to be thinking about moving in 3 years almost, because it takes so long to build the buildings. So what we would want to do is make sure that we're announcing at a time that these people are willing to act. So what I think we can do, that there would be a priority announcement, but maybe we can work with you on what the right timing is, and I don't know exactly what that is at this point.
I would like to put something down, and then if 3 months is better.
3 months is definitely better, yeah.
So three works for you?
So you adjust it to 3 months? I'll accept it with the 3 months.
Councilor, or Mayor Pro Tem?
This is not related to that amendment. I was just going to state that I'm not in support of this PDP. I know that I did approve the land use, but I don't think this PDP meets the criteria for PDPs to meet the comprehensive plan and the design intent of the multifamily. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the land use that we're, urban multifamily, is that it? Just to be clear. Specifically around, I know that there is provision for heights that are greater than 1 to 4 stories, but I think that there needs to be some greater sensitivity to the surrounding development, the heights. I think maybe there is some flexibility to go up to 5, but in terms of the location and the ability to have some view corridors that are actually responsive to the comprehensive plan guidance in the focus area, that this isn't quite doing it. I also think that the integration of where the open space is located with this PDP is not as responsive to, again, those open space or the view sheds. The open space areas and the dedication could actually be enhancing those view sheds better. I know I had more. And just make sure I have my. And I'd still like to see a project that doesn't look like it was just picked up and moved from Highlands Ranch to Westminster, but that the buildings were kind of following, again, the guidance that's in the comprehensive plan for that urban multifamily, and that they are addressing the street, they are oriented towards the open space, but instead it's very insular. And those are the things I'm just disappointed by with the design for the project.
Anyone else? Since it was agreed to have the amendment, we can just vote on the motion with the amendment? He's writing something.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, it took me a second to process.
So it's been moved and seconded and amended for item 10, motion 3. Roll call, please.
Councillor Ireland?
No.
Councillor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nermella? No. The motion passes on a 4-3 vote.
That brings us to the first reading of Councilor's Bill number 29. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 29 on first reading, approving a development agreement with Volker Development, Inc. for Lot 2, Block C6 in downtown Westminster in substantially the same form as presented.
Counselor Azadi.
Second.
Sorry. Jumping all over. I don't, Counselor Ireland?
I have a couple questions. How many parking places did this property have? I can't recall, and I didn't see it in the packet.
Those of you leaving, have a good rest of your day.
There's 45 spaces.
45, and there's 50 units?
Yep.
All right. Also, where do the rebates come from? General funds or the taxes in the area?
No, it's fees and taxes that would be paid by the developer.
But there's some rebates from the city.
Yeah, so they pay them and we turn around and hand them back to them.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella? Yes. And Counselor Ireland?
I'm saying no because there's not enough parking and it's not to code. Thank you.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 30. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 30 on first reading, authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the federal grant revenue account in the amount of $3 million to the General Capital Improvement Fund for Federal Parkway Multimodal Transportation Improvement Project.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm so excited to second this.
It's been moved and seconded for Councilor to pass Councilor's Bill number 30. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
And Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to motion 11-2. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute a construction contract with Colorado Paving, Inc. in the amount of $4,836,057 plus a contingency in the amount of $303,943 for a total authorized expenditure not to exceed $5,140,000 for the Federal Parkway Multimodal Transportation Improvements Project.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve 11, motion 2. Although, roll call, please.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
And Counselor Demott?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to motion 3. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the city manager to execute a contract amendment with Martin Martin, Inc. for engineering services during construction in the amount of $38,000, thus raising the total authorized amount of this contract to $563,000 for the Federal Parkway Multimodal Transportation Improvements Project.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass 11, motion 3. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
And Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 33. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 33 on first reading, appropriating a transfer of $4 million from the Utility Capital Project Reserve account to the Utility Water Fund for construction and construction-related services related to the raw water line project serving the Westminster Boulevard drinking water facility.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 33. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella?
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
And Counselor Hott?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 11C, motion 2. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. Contingent upon approval of Council Bill number 33 on second reading, authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Reynolds Construction, Inc. for raw water line project in the amount of $19,280,045, plus a city-held contingency of $1,928,005 for a total authorized expenditure not to exceed $21,208,050.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 11, motion 2. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Carmelia?
Yes, it occurred to me after we did the first motion. So first, I'm really excited that we're about to start groundbreaking on this construction, which is great. But we had discussed some time back, city manager, about a good way to communicate to residents on what construction is happening throughout the city with, a map or some type of better, either texting or informing folks about what's happening when and where. Have we figured out a system for that yet?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. Our city engineer, John Burke, is still with us. Thank you, John. He's going to answer this question for us.
We can all go to breakfast.
Yes, let's do it soon. Thank you for the question, Councilor Camellia. On our new website, you'll actually see at the bottom kind of right is Westminster at Work, and you can actually click on that, and that's a geo-referenced link that you can click on any of the active construction sites, and it'll give you all the information that's available on that.
That is amazing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 11, motion 3. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. Contingent upon approval of Council Bill number 33 on second reading, I authorize city manager to execute Amendment 5 with Burns and McDonnell in the amount of $1,817,967 for construction management services for raw water line project, added to existing contract amount of $2,068,229 plus a city-held contingency of $181,797 for a total authorized expenditure amount not to exceed $4,067,993.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 11C, motion 3. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 26. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 26 on second reading, amending section 6-1 or 6-7-1 of subsection 6-7-12G of the Westminster Municipal Code to prohibit the retail sale and possession of cats and dogs.
Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, sorry. Counselor Hott?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 26. Roll call, please.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor Demott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor McNally?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Yes.
And Counselor Ireland?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 27. Counselor Demott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 27 on second reading, approving a development agreement with Prime West Development LLC for Block C5 in downtown Westminster.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Councilor's Bill number 27. Counselor Ireland?
Just let you know, I'm not going to vote for this again. The extra 49 parking places above code at a cost of $8.2 million of taxpayer money for 49 parking spaces is not okay with me. That's 160,000 per parking place base, and the return of 40,000 a year will take 140 years to pay for it, so I'm a no.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Counselor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland.
No.
And Counselor Carmelia.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
It is 2:29 a.m., and I will adjourn this meeting, and at 2:29 begin the Westminster Economic Development Authority WEDA meeting, incorporating the roll call from the past meeting, and ask if there's a motion for minutes of August 25th. Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the minutes of the August 25th, 2025 WEDA meeting as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of August 25th. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion for resolution number 244? Director Demott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt resolution number 244, authorizing the executive director to execute a development agreement with Volker Development, Inc. for the development at Lot 2, Block C6 in downtown Westminster in substantially the same form as presented.
Director Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass resolution number 244. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Board Member Carmelia.
Yes.
Board Member Demott.
Yes.
Board Member Azadi.
Yes.
Board Member Hott.
Yes.
Chairperson McNally.
Yes.
Vice Chair Nurmela.
Yes.
And Board Member Board Member Ireland.
No, because there's not enough parking, thank you.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
It is 2:30, and I adjourn this WEDA meeting, and we are done for the night.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Seriously, I will second that. Thank you guys.